To resume, just the normal announcements. We have probably heard the fire alarm, so that's done now. So if we do hear the fire alarm, it will be the real thing, and we exit through one of the two fire doors, down the stairs, congregate in the car park, and obviously don't come in until sorry, just hang on a minute. Oh yeah. Don't come in until we're told to do so. Anybody got any difficulty with stairs? Okay, right, thank you. And the other thing is, if you could please make sure your mobile phone is switched to silent, that would be very helpful. Just going to make sure mine is, which I don't think it is at the moment. Right. Okay. So just before we start, Mr. Dugan wanted to say something about the microphones.
Thank you, ma'am. What we'd noticed is that from time to time microphones seem to switch themselves off, and that makes it very difficult for the public to understand what's going on. It's not a fault, it's the way that they're designed. You can have 3 microphones on at any one time. If a 4th microphone is turned on, then the first in the sequence turns itself off. Apart from yours, ma'am, you've got a special microphone. It doesn't turn itself off.
They probably hear too much of me, I think, probably.
So the way that this is typically dealt with is once you've finished speaking, turn the microphone off. When you come to speak again, turn the microphone on. It's just, and if you forget to do that, and more than 3 other people have spoken, your microphone is likely to have turned itself off. So just to make the inquiry aware that the number of microphones on at a time has a relevance. If it's more than 3, then somebody's is going to turn itself off.
I mean, obviously the key is that the little red light lights up, so just keep an eye on that and make sure that, you know, because we obviously want everyone to hear us at home, otherwise there's not much point in having the live stream. Good. Anything else anyone wants to raise?
One thing.
Yeah.
In yesterday's discussion that we're going to come back to later in the inquiry, all to do with highways, matters in the north and the Stones Farm and all of that stuff. There was a discussion about, or there was a reference to a novation agreement of the Stones Farm 106, which the council, as I understand it, are in principle happy to release and share, and it'd be of relevance to this this discussion when we come back to it later on at the Highways 106 roundtable. I've been asked to ask you to ask the council if it would be all right for that to be released, for you to ask in open inquiry, because that I think would assist procedurally with its release if you were able to indicate that it would be helpful for the inquiry to receive it.
Oh, are we having it as a core document? Is that
it will? It will be, yeah, and yes, it'll be an ID when it's released, I'm sure.
Well, that was something that was discussed, wasn't it, yesterday? So I think it would be useful for us to have as an inquiry document.
Thank you. Well, Mr. Dygan will make the necessary requests. Can I say one thing about it as well? I may have implied or even said yesterday that it changed the Section 106 obligation, and that's probably not an accurate way of putting it. It's more in the nature of a conveyance of the land and and the payment of the open space contribution for its maintenance. But you'll see it anyway.
We'll all be able to see what it is.
I wanted to make that
Okay.
correction.
Thank you very much. That's up. That was all from us.
Anybody else got anything to raise? No? Good. All right then. So we are in the middle of the cross-examination of Ms. Soanes.
Indeed.
And so would you like to carry on?
Thank you very much. And good morning, Ms. Soanes.
Good morning.
Now, we have spoken about some questions of approach, trying to understand what we mean by these different bits of terminology, a bit of history more generally about Swale and Sittingbourne. We've spoken so far in terms of specific assets about the Tong Conservation Area, and we discussed all of that last night, and then we broke. And so the next asset, following along, I'll do it in broadly the sweep of the north first, and we'll sort of follow along and end up in the south, down at the Tunstall Conservation Area, sort of all the way around kind of thing. So
Okay.
following in a broadly clockwise direction, starting at the Tongue Conservation Area. So we've talked about that. The next one along then that I want to ask you about is the Frognal Farmhouse and the barn as well next door.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. This is another one of those assets where, and there aren't that many, but this is one where there's a disagreement between you and Dr. Mealy that is more than a step or half a step. So Dr. Mealy, for reasons he can tell us about later, puts the impact on the Frognal Farmhouse and the barn at, he says, low level of less than substantial harm, and you put them in the medium to high category.
Yes, that's correct.
So that's the nature of the debate: low versus medium to high. And I think it would be fair to say, sort of cut a long story short, but I think you basically said this in your evidence yesterday, and I think it's right. The nature of that debate turns on the extent of contribution to significance made by the wider setting to the south. Is that fair?
I think that's the major point, yes.
I think so too. I mean, I think that's what it comes down to. And obviously, in the end, again, to cut a long story short, for reasons that you've explained yesterday, you are giving more weight, I think weight's the right word, weight to that aspect of setting and the contribution it makes to significance than he is, and that leads you to different conclusions on overall impact.
Yes, I think that's correct.
Okay.
It was specifically the agricultural land, wasn't it?
It was sorry, I should have, yes. And in particular, as the inspector says, it's the agricultural land that's to the south of both of these assets, where the scheme would be.
Yes, it's the character of the land, and it's also the views that you get across that land that reveal architectural interest.
Absolutely. Now, I know you give reasons why that land's important.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just trying, before we get into it, it's just to try and understand. I think the nub of it is that for the reasons that you give, that agricultural land plays highly, but you called it crucial and fundamental in your evidence yesterday to the significance of these assets. And Dr. Mealy, for reasons he's going to go into later on, doesn't think it is as crucial or fundamental as you do. And that's what the inspector is being asked, if she wants to adjudicate between the two of you. That's what it's going to turn on.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Right.
But it is also the impact of the development as well.
No, of course. But the impact of the development
is on significance.
Turns on what's significant in the first place.
It does.
And that's
but it's also the ability to appreciate that significance. So that's an important point.
Absolutely. All right then. So let's try then and get into an understanding of these two assets and work out together to what degree their wider agricultural setting to the south is contributing towards their historic and architectural significance. So if you could take out Dr. Mealy's evidence, which has some pictures, you've all got pictures of them, but his pictures are... Dr. Mealy's evidence is 37.4.2. I don't know. Have you got it hard copy, or are you doing it core docs?
I've got it on my...
On your fine.
I've got it on the core docs.
If you could take out his proof of evidence, which is 37.4.2, and he has photographs on page 47 and 48 of the farmhouse and the barn.
Yeah, sorry.
Thank you very much. So if we just do the farmhouse first, which is on page 47. I think we all know, we know where it is. It's not going to help you, madam, presumably, to actually work. You know where it is.
I've seen it from outside.
You've seen it from outside. Fine. Okay. Lovely. So we're right. Broadly speaking, we're in the sort of northeastern bit of the proposed development site, is to the south of to the south and to the east of the Frognal Farmhouse.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Focusing then on the Frognal Farmhouse first, we've got this interesting elevational situation where figure 4.12 shows the eastern elevation of Frognal Farmhouse, which is the 18th century brick elevation facing in an easterly direction, and figure 4.13 shows the western elevation, which is the original 16th century elevation facing west.
Yep.
You've got, as the inspector's seen as you walked along there, the railway that runs immediately to the north on the of both of them on the other side of the road.
Yes, it's a rural lane with hedgerow and a railway.
Yeah.
To the north of there.
Okie dokie. So focusing on the farmhouse first and their significance, what makes them special historically. The starting point is their age, their architecture, and the historic interest bound up in all of that.
Yes.
And indeed, the age and architecture, and I suppose the unusual sort of dual elevation, I don't know what to call it, but the fact that you've got these two interesting historical elevations, one on the east, one on the west. Those points about the historic fabric and architectural treatment are in fact the primary contributor to this asset's significance.
Yes, that's the sort of inherent significance of the building.
Mm-hmm.
There's evidential interest, architectural interest.
Yeah.
And it's an interesting evolution of, going from a timber frame building, which is seen as less fashionable, less polite, to the lovely brick elevation.
So it tells a bit of a story about posher. I was going to say
yes.
about almost gentrification or something happening in the 18th century. Okay. So it tells that story. That's the primary component of its significance. Now that, of course, the setting of this building makes a contribution to its significance too.
Yes.
Obviously. Within that's the word setting, of course, there's a lot going on there, isn't there? Because the setting is comprised of a number of different elements. You can keep your microphone on. I think you're allowed as you're giving it.
I'm trying to be more disciplined.
No, don't worry. I think it's
on.
all of us that need to be disciplined. If you want to keep it on, do feel free. The setting of the farmhouse is comprised of a number. So, for instance, you've got the garden and all of that stuff, and the yard. Between the farmhouse and the barn, you've got the stuff that's to the north as well. The setting has lots of different aspects to it.
Yes, it does, and that's in my evidence.
It's in your evidence, absolutely. Mm-hmm. And not all of those components of the setting contribute equally to significance.
Well, I don't. It's the, as we keep coming back to, it's the surroundings in which the asset is experienced. Yeah. So we don't tend to experience it in little bits. We're sort of experiencing it as a whole.
Yeah.
So yeah, I would say the agricultural land, because of its historic, functional, and ownership connections, and what it reveals of architectural significance and function.
Yeah.
Has a great influence. But I haven't done a scientific weighting of what each part contributes.
Don't worry, I'm not asking you to get all scientific. And this is sort of a version of the conversation we had yesterday, I suppose, about Tong. But what I am asking you to do is to consider whether it's really right, accepting that these buildings have a setting. That setting has lots of different elements to it. It's got the yard, it's got the garden, it's got the stuff around the road to the north, it's got the agricultural fields to the south that we're talking about. It's got a wider setting. There's all sorts going on. I'm asking you to accept the principle that not all components of that setting make equal contributions to the asset's significance.
Yes, I can't really argue one way or the other. As I said, it's the experience as a whole.
I get that it's the experience as a whole. I'll just ask it one more time.
I mean, I've acknowledged there are elements of that setting which are not so beneficial. So having put a cart lodge terminating the farmyard is unfortunate in my view. But yeah, so there are yes, on that basis I would agree with what you're saying.
So if it's right then that and this is not just the case for obviously Frognal, it's a case for lots of listed buildings that have interesting settings, that have lots of different things in them, that some parts of the setting are going to be really important, some moderately important, some less important, or whatever, whatever it might be. We can't assume, we don't assume, and you don't assume that just because something's in the setting, it makes an important contribution. You've got to be clear on which bits of the setting are making the more or most important contributions to significance and why. That's basic sort of GPA 3 stepped process, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the attributes of setting.
Okay.
Yep.
Right then.
Excuse me.
So if we zoom in on this asset, we've got the immediate setting. So we've got the garden, which is to the south of the house, haven't we?
Gardens to the east.
Oh, sorry, east and south, isn't it?
Well, yeah, there is a bit of sort of.
I meant to
the
the garden,
kind of wraps
which is
around
to the south and to the east, I think, or to the southeast.
I think the sort of you do experience it to the south as well. Yeah.
I thought anyway. Okay.
It kind of wraps around.
Wherever it is, it wraps around to the south, doesn't it? That garden is a really important part of the building's setting. It's not part of the listed asset, but it's a critical part of its setting.
It is an important part of the setting.
It's very important. I mean, it's a fundamental part of its setting to enable it to be appreciated as a house, right? Mm-hmm. The garden itself is planted and treed round its boundary.
Yes.
Okay, so the experience of the garden has an intimacy to it in close proximity to the house.
I think it will have an intimacy, when the foliage is in full flood.
And the garden, part of the reason that the garden is so important as part of the asset setting is because the garden enables an appreciation, a real, a proper appreciation of the asset's significance, including its architectural significance. As you can see it, you can really appreciate in detail what it is that makes the facades, for instance, or the materiality so interesting. Yeah,
you can appreciate that facade particularly well there. Yeah,
and a similar sort of thing can be said for the yard to the west. I'm calling it the yard, but the sort of the driveway, the way you come in, and you've got You've got the barn to your right and you've got the house to your left, that area that used to be the farmyard.
Yes.
And is now the sort of driveway that bisects the two. We call that the yard. In that area, you're within the farmhouse's setting, aren't you?
Yes.
And that's also a really important part of its setting because it's, to the extent you can read it as a farmyard still, you can. That's an important sort of functional relevance to what the house was for.
Yes, and its relationship with the barn as well.
And its relationship to the barn, exactly so. And so you've got that going on. And in addition to that, similarly to the garden, it's of fundamental importance because when you're in the yard, you are close enough to really appreciate the intrinsic significance of the building, of that facade that's facing you, the original facade.
Yeah.
So those aspects at close quarters of the building, the yard, the garden, and I suppose also, to be fair, the road. When you're walking along a lower road to the north, you're also in the setting of the farmhouse, aren't you? Depending on where you are, but you do at points achieve views of the house.
Yeah.
And as you're getting quite close along Lower Road, and you can actually see the facades clearly. Those too are important views to enable you to appreciate that significance.
Yeah, they're the closer range views.
Closer range ones, yeah. So there's lots of components of. We're going to come to the agricultural fields too, obviously. But before we get there, we know that the predominant contributor to this asset significance is actually not its setting at all. It's, as we've been over, its historic fabric and architectural interest. Settings making a contribution to significance, as we've agreed and we all accept. But even before we get to the agricultural fields, absolutely critical parts of that setting have nothing to do with our site at all. The road, the garden, the farmyard. And in fact, we'd say those are the absolutely mission critical parts of its setting to enable it to be appreciated.
They definitely enable it to be appreciated, but there is a wider context that a farmstead is only a farmstead because it has land associated with it, an agricultural land or land used for grazing or whatever it might be. Mm-hmm. So I don't think you can divorce the two
no.
and say that just because it has a garden and a farmyard that land makes less of a contribution than they do, because it's an ensemble piece. It's a landscape that has seen change, but it's been in agricultural use for several hundred years. Mm-hmm. So I can see what you're saying, but I disagree that decontextualising that the assets is not the degree of harm that I'm suggesting.
So just to be, I think what's happening in your evidence is similar to what we discussed in the Tong conversation yesterday, which is that what I'm asking you to do is to actually apply almost some relativities to the different aspects of an asset or its setting, and to try and identify, okay, there's a range of attributes, a range of components. I'm suggesting to you some of them are really important, some of them are lesser important for different reasons. And what you're saying, what you said yesterday and what you're saying today, is that they're all to be treated, today you say, as an ensemble piece.
Well, because it's a farmhouse and a barn, which is a farmstead,
Yeah,
so if we place that in a housing estate, that context is lost. Mm-hmm. And it's almost, I can't, in my mind, divorce the two. I can't say, oh, well, the garden and the yard will still be there, but I'll be looking out over a housing estate. And that, GPA 3 requires us to look at attributes of a setting which contribute to significance, mm-hmm. which we're talking about. But it also has to talk about the impact of change and the impact of what we're proposing to put there, which will change the way in which those assets are experienced. So I think this is where, I don't know if this is where we differ, but yeah. I'm obviously attaching more weight to the contribution that land makes to significance, yep. and understanding significance and being able to appreciate significance and architectural interest. Mm-hmm. There's a historic functional relationship which is which was there for a long time. It was a working landscape. Yeah. So we're kind of, as you say, having the same discussions as we were having yesterday about Tong. Absolutely.
And I will come to lots of things you covered there, which are mm-hmm. absolutely fine, to do with views and functional relationship and all of that. I'm going to ask questions about that stuff. Okay. But at the moment, I am just on this question to try and pin down why we're disagreeing. I think, as you've just said, I think what's happening is that I'm asking you to actually go through the different elements of this building's setting with me, and to agree which bits are absolutely fundamental. And we've agreed, I think, that the garden and the yard are fundamental parts of its setting that contribute to its significance.
Yes.
You're then,
I'm then saying the land is fundamental. So is the agricultural
land, yeah. And that's where we and that's the difference. That's a difference between us.
And also because we've talked about the degree of change already. Mm-hmm. Once upon a time, you could have experienced that farmstead in a massively, in a big estate with land to the north as well. So we have to appreciate that the railway, and I know we've talked about how it's been an evolving landscape and mm-hmm. the railway has come along, but to me, we have to consider what survives of that historic estate and its contribution, and that, to me, places even greater emphasis on this land to the south.
Yeah. Can I ask you this, though? Does it follow from what you've just said, though, that we agree that the things, other than the relationship to the land to the south, things like the intrinsic worth of the building and core aspects of its setting, like the garden and the yard, will be retained in their ability to contribute to that significance post scheme.
Yes, the yard, the barn and the garden will still be there and make their contribution.
It means that, doesn't it, that most of the assets significance will remain post scheme.
But they will, but we come back to this point about the ability to appreciate that significance, and that's an important point, because we can decontextualise any asset, and yes, we can still look at it and intrinsically admire its architectural interest, but we won't appreciate it and understand it in the same way.
But you say that the ability to appreciate it will go, but if we're interested in the ability to appreciate it from those parts, those areas of its setting where you're actually able to appreciate it in the greatest detail, in the most contexts, of the garden and the farmyard, all of that stuff will completely remain.
It will remain, yes, but as a human being, I will be aware that there's a housing estate not a few metres away.
Okay.
I'm sorry, but we're perceptual beings. We don't sort of just look at things, we experience them perceptually, and I can't say I wouldn't be affected by that in the way I...
But, I mean,
because even to sort of identify it as something special, at the moment it has that nice, tranquil, sort of isolated position, and it won't have that anymore.
Would you call it tranquil? Would you, given the traffic along Lower Road?
No, I haven't used that in my evidence because of the railway and the road. But I have to say, both times I've been there, I've not experienced a train coming by or a car.
You've done very well on the train situation.
I know. There's no word of a lie. I just haven't, or either that, or I've been too wrapped up and not noticed them. But
it's not tranquil, is it, at the moment?
No, I haven't used that word. But it has a sense of separation.
Okay. I've asked you already about those components of its setting that are close by, so the garden and the yard.
Yeah.
Stretching out a bit to the wider setting, the wider other components of its setting, the house is oriented in quite an unusual way in that there are dual facades, if you like, but it's oriented east-west, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, it's sort of north-south in terms of the gable ends.
Facades are looking east and west.
Yes, they are,
Yeah, sorry, that's what I should have said.
Yeah, sorry, no.
I think
I know what you meant.
Unclear question. It's facades face east and west.
Yeah.
There's no designed views from either of those facades to the south, obviously.
No.
And indeed, there's no primary views from either of its facades to the south.
No, that's right.
In fact,
you do.
Sorry.
You get views, as we've demonstrated. You get views from the listed building to the south.
To the south. I'm going to ask you about the nature of those views, because again, not all views are created equal, are they? Some views are designed, some views are from primary rooms or whatever that were designed to be there. I mean, some aren't.
It was a working farmstead, so I think it's not a designed landscape in that sense that we might experience in other places.
Exactly so. And it wasn't designed in the way it was to achieve particular views.
I can't say categorically yes or no to that, but
that's sort of what you were just saying, isn't it? It was a working farmhouse. It was Yeah.
But I as it became gentrified, then views probably became more of a consideration.
Yes. To the east, which is to say from the gentrified side, from the gentrified facade, facing out to the east from those primary rooms that look out in that direction, you're seeing, aren't you, mid-20th century ribbon development along Frognal Lane and Lower Road?
Yeah. But it's at some distance, whereas we're going to be.
It's not.
It's not. It's not going to be as close as the new road, is it?
We'll come on to the distances to the new road, but you're already aware of a.
Yeah, you're aware of
modern residential built context when you're looking out to the east from the facade, from the more modern facade.
Yeah.
And if you're looking out to the west, I suppose if you're looking out to the west, you're probably just seeing the barn. But if more generally out to the west, you're aware, aren't you, from this area of the enormous industrial agricultural sheds that are back towards Tong?
Yes, I would imagine so. I must admit my focus was over the agricultural land.
It was. Why was that?
Because that's what's going to be affected by the development.
But it would be wrong, wouldn't it, when we're thinking about setting, just to be focused on the things where the houses are going. We've got to consider setting all of the setting.
Yes, which I have considered all of the setting.
Okay. So there's already been, hasn't there, and indeed you note this and you've just said it, there's already been, this is an asset where its setting has changed already quite a lot over the last, well, say 150 years or 200 years.
Yeah, there's been degrees of change.
In terms of the land to the south, the agricultural land to the south, there's no current functional relationship. The functional relationship that you rely on is a historic one.
It is historic, yeah, but we wouldn't necessarily know that one way or the other. The only way we really know that now is because the barn's been converted.
Yeah, we'll come back to the barn, but yeah, okay. If you've got,
sorry, what did you mean by that question?
I'm
you
sorry.
mean that there's no, there's no ownership of that land now.
It's not farmed in association with the farmhouse, is what I'm meant to say.
Yeah.
Whereas it used to be. Is your
for several hundred years it was. Yeah.
Okay. So that's the functional relationship was part of the reason that you say it's important, and the my question was along the lines that functional relationship itself is a historic one. It's not a current one.
That's my understanding.
Yeah. If you've got Dr. Mealy's proof again, if you could. And if you could turn in to page 85.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a section called indirect impacts, and then the first asset that's listed is was two assets listed, the farmhouse and the barn.
Yeah.
And at 7.42, he explains revisions were made to this part of the master plan to reduce the extent of development parcels and to move the proposed access road further east and to improve and increase the landscape buffer. And he talks a bit more about what they are in the subsequent paragraphs, where you read all of this already, but for those who are watching along, at 7.44 he talks about some amendments in 2022, talks about what they involved, including removing a residential parcel to the west of the farmhouse to keep it open, and at the next paragraph, a wider landscape buffer introduced to the south of the listed buildings at Lower Frognal Farm to safeguard their setting. And then there were some further amendments in 2023 in response to HE's comments, and I won't read out all of them because they're all listed there on the right hand column of this page. But you're familiar with all of those.
Yes.
A range of amendments to this scheme have been made over many years in order to respond to comments from stat consultees on heritage in respect of the farmhouse and the barn.
Yes.
And that's resulted in the situation that we are now faced with. So if you could turn up the distances plan for Frognal. So that is core document. I don't know whether you've got it hard copy or not. You might. Looks like you might do. It's looks like everyone might do. So I'll just give the core document reference. It's 100.12.2, and for those who have it hard copy, it's plan number 2.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're looking at, I hope, a plan that has Frognal Farmhouse on it with some distances.
Yeah.
Thank you. So all of that's resulted in a situation where the farmhouse is 112 metres at its nearest point to the proposed road that passes through that part of the site. If you can see where I'm looking.
Yes, I've got that. Yep.
Okay. And do you know anything yourself about the nature of that proposed road? You know, that's not actually the strategic relief road. It's a
I know it's
road.
not. I know it's an access road, not
Okay.
a
We can ask
relief
road
road
about that. Okay.
But presumably will be lit.
That'll be something to, again, is that something that you've looked into yourself, or? Fair enough.
I haven't delved into massive depth about the nature of all of the infrastructure, but
you know, I think you do know, because you've just this is not the Northern Relief.
It's not a relief road. I understand it's an access road,
non-strategic road. Yep. We can ask obviously the highways witnesses about what it actually is, and when it comes to distance to actual houses or proposed development, I think that's actually something that we can't tell from this plan. What we can see from this plan, from this otherwise helpful plan, is we can see that do you see there's a from the southern boundary of the red. Oh dear, how to describe it? If you look at the barn boundary, and then you look at the red line that's beneath the barn,
yep,
there's a red line.
Yep,
and we can see that the gap between that and the nearest proposed development, I think that's what that's showing, is 63 metres.
Yes.
Do you see? So if you start at the barn, if you look beneath the barn, there's the red line of the site beneath the barn to the south of the barn, and then there's an arrow that shows that the distance between that red line and the nearest houses is 63 metres.
I don't quite understand about this plan is that the red line seems to go right up to the road. So I'm not quite sure why.
Oh, in fact, I might have an easier way of avoiding worrying about the red line. If you look at the south-western corner of the farmhouse, there is a line that takes you up to the road, where there's an arrow that says distance to nearest proposed development 133 metres. I think the way that this plan works, that is the distance between that corner of the farmhouse and the corner of the proposed built development to this in the southwesterly direction.
Very clear, is it?
Sorry?
I don't think it's very clear.
No, it's fair enough.
You know, just a straightforward line would be easier, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I think that, the problem is that the lines would have started to overlap. But yeah, in any event, are you with me, Mr. Soanes?
Yes.
Can you see can you see the line I'm looking at? How would you know?
Yeah,
no idea. Do you see the bit that says distance from nearest proposed built development 133 metres?
Yeah, so that's from the corner of the farmhouse
exactly,
to the first parcel
to the first parcel of
housing.
Exactly right.
Yeah.
So we're talking about, aren't we, a considerable distance between the farmhouse and new homes?
Well, it's 133 metres.
Yeah.
So, but as we've seen from the views we looked at yesterday, it's a very open, topography-wise, that land sort of rolls away. So, yes, there will be a green buffer, which I acknowledge, but so yes, we're not building right up to the boundary of the farmstead. Yes, I agree.
And that approach that's been taken to not build up to the boundary, but to buffer around it in the way that's being shown on these plans and described in Dr. Mealy's evidence, I know that doesn't on our case eliminate impact, and we're not. No one's suggesting. Well, we're not anyway.
No, I know you're not.
But it certainly has the effect of reducing the extent of harm to that which otherwise would have been the case, doesn't it?
It reduces it. Yes, it does.
It does.
So it might have been, we might have been higher up the spectrum of less than substantial harm.
Okay. The points that if you're still in Dr. Mealy's proof, if you could turn to page 88.
Yes, I'm with you.
He's setting out what his conclusions are on the different significance of the asset. And at 7.54, that's where he concludes that there's a low level. He actually concludes there's a low level of harm, 7.54 to both assets. But I'm asking you about the farmhouse at the moment. Obviously, some of the considerations are the same with the barn. And I know you don't agree that there's a low level of less than substantial harm because you've explained that. But I just want to go through the bits where you disagree to try and pin it down for the inspector. We agree, I think, just looking at the 5 reasons that he gives at 7.54, the 5 sub-paragraphs. The first thing he says is that the intrinsic interest of the assets is not affected, and that we agree on.
Yes, if you think that intrinsic interest doesn't include its agricultural function, which I do, but...
Okay, so does that mean we disagree on? I mean, I think what he's...
I agree we're not physically affecting the buildings or their architectural interest, yeah.
Do you... I mean, because it'll be important, because I want to ask him about it later. Do you say that the intrinsic interest of the assets is affected by the development proposal?
Depends what you mean by intrinsic, but to me... intrinsic is kind of fundamental to the character or nature of, and thus, as a farm, the land does have is part of its intrinsic interest. But no, I'm not saying you're physically changing the architectural interest of the building.
Okay, so you're saying if he means physical architecture, you're okay with it. If he means something that's making a fundamental contribution to significance, you're not okay with it, depending on the meaning of intrinsic.
Yeah, I think that's
fair enough. So I'll ask him about what he means by intrinsic. The second bullet is that the distance between the assets and the nearest housing parameters is significant. And that's why I showed you that plan before. So now we know what we're talking about in terms of what those distances are. He says that any intervisibility can be mitigated potentially by landscape. He doesn't think the northern application will distract attention from the appreciation of the assets or change our ability to recognise their historic origins as a farm group, which will be legible because of the retained open land and the presence and identity of the barn. Now, I get the sense that actually you pretty fundamentally disagree with all of that.
I don't really agree with that in that...
No.
Because even when we're retaining a green buffer, it's not going to be agricultural land. So it's either, I think is it amenity green space and semi-natural. So...
But...
That functional, the working landscape is still gone.
Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off. Sorry.
Well, no, I'm just saying the functional landscape is lost, isn't it?
But the functional relationship between the land and the house is already a historic. There is no current functional relationship between the land and the house.
No, not technically, no. But it's agricultural land, which is in the setting of a farm.
Whoever's farming it and whoever's living there. The third thing he says is that the farmstead's no longer in agricultural use, and the barns, as the inspector's no doubt seen if she's walked along there, has been converted into houses.
Yeah, the barn has been converted, yeah.
And then I suppose he's making the point that we've agreed already. Its relationship with the surrounding agricultural land is therefore no longer functional. And that, so far as it goes, is all correct.
Well, it is no longer functional, yeah.
Yeah. The fourth thing he says is that the setting in general has already experienced a degree of change, and we've been over that, and that we agree on.
Yes, we agree on that. And then we come back to the point about if it has already experienced change, we have to consider whether what's proposed as future change will better reveal or enhance the significance. And my argument is that it certainly won't.
Yeah. And the fifth thing is that the levels of traffic don't change the character of the setting in which one appreciates the assets, and in fact there'll be an appreciable reduction in traffic movements along Lower Road at identified peak times. He gives that limited weight.
Yeah, I would give that limited weight, but we're also introducing vehicular movement across the land, which we don't have at the moment.
If and to the extent, this is another highways question, which I know, which is not fair to actually put you on the spot on, but so this is a sort of hypothetical. If and to the extent that he's right, that Lower Road would experience fewer car movements in peak times. That's I appreciate he's giving it limited weight to this reduction, and you agree with him. So, but it's a positive, isn't it, so far as the significance of the house, because that road runs literally immediately next door to the house.
Yeah, but it's a fine balance, isn't it? You've got less cars going past the house on that road, but you've probably got maybe more traffic coming through the land to the east. I don't know
about that one, but
anyway,
I don't.
That people will be coming and going, won't they, to their new houses? I don't know. I wouldn't want to.
It's a bus road, but we'll come back to the nature of the road. But obviously, you're right. There'll be movements on the road. It's just, but I wasn't asking about that road. I'm asking about the road that runs immediately next door to the asset. Clearly,
I don't disagree. If you had less cars going by, that would be nice.
All righty. And then I appreciate you say this isn't the test, but I'm going to ask it anyway because it's something that I want to ask Dr. Mealy about. With our scheme in place, assume our scheme in place, the farmhouse would still warrant listing at exactly the same level that it does at the moment.
Yes.
And that is because, even with our scheme in place, someone coming to it fresh, or the listing person, whoever that would be.
It's obviously a very important building.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't disagree with that.
And its importance, the ability to appreciate its importance, to understand its importance, and indeed the importance of preserving its, all of that stuff, would remain at the same level that it's at if our scheme was in place, which is why it still get listed at the same level.
Yes, because listing is about the architectural and historic interest.
Yeah. Okay. This is a building where there is a view that you rely on to the south. You've put a photograph of it in your viewpoints. That's as I understand it. I've not visited the house. Dr. Mealy has, but I've not. But it's on the top floor, looking out to the south.
Yeah, that's the floor.
Near where there's a fire escape that I did see because I was looking at a modern fire escape, and it's presumably up at the window at the top of that.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
So that view also gives us an appreciation of what the kind of what you might experience looking back as well, because it just shows you how far those views go.
Can I ask you, as views go, I mean, how much weight are you giving that view out of the listed farmhouse versus all of the other views that one appreciates from the primary facades to the east and the primary facades to the west?
I mean, again, it's a view that links it to its context. It's a view that links it to its historic function.
I get that, but how much weight? Obviously, there's lots of views you can achieve.
I can't say how much weight I have given it in comparison to other views because I'm considering this
as a whole,
as a round
piece. Okay, well, because again, I'll ask Dr. Mealy about this, but we would be saying that not all views are equal out of a building, are they? I mean, the reviews that are actually supposed to be there that go to the reason that buildings are designed the way they are. This is a view not from either of the primary facades that you can achieve if you go to the top floor and look out.
But you can.
I mean, it's not a view it's not a view that anyone put there in order to contribute to the historic significance of the building or its architectural.
It's not a designed view.
All right. Okay. In the end, you're at medium highs. You've said already, less than
medium to high. Yeah.
Medium.
I'm saying it's higher than medium.
You're higher than medium. No, sorry, you're absolutely right, and I keep getting it wrong.
I know.
Don't mean to.
It's not. Well, it sort of sounds like semantics. But
no, it's important. No, you're at medium to high. You're on the scale somewhere above medium.
Yeah,
not
towards
high. In that
bit of the scale.
But and again, just to be clear, and you have been clear about this, but just to put a pin in it, if I misunderstood your evidence as suggesting that most of this asset's significance would drain away or would be harmed or whatever, vitiated as a consequence of the application in the north, I'd be wrong, because that's not what you're saying. You're accepting that the primary
Well, I'm
components.
not saying that because that would be substantial harm.
Well, no, substantial harm's even higher than that, isn't it?
Well, isn't it the vitiation of significance?
Yeah, but overall of it. Yeah,
Yeah.
so I'm saying, that was why I tried to have this conversation yesterday and see what you meant by moderate. You're not suggesting here that most, not all, you're not suggesting that most of the significance is vitiated.
No, I'm not, no.
So most of it remains.
Well, a good... Yes.
Hang on.
The interest of the listed building remains, and the barn and its relationship with the barn, but what I'm saying is the contribution that the agricultural landscape makes to our understanding and enabling that significance to be understood is affected to the extent that I'm saying it is.
We agree it's affected. We obviously disagree on extent. I'm with you on
but
all
I'm
that.
saying that there's a greater harm arising from that than you are, I guess.
That I'm with you on that. That is exactly that's the difference between us. I'm just trying to pin down exactly what you mean by medium to high. It's not to be inferred by the inspector, and I'm sure she's not inferring it anymore given what you've said. You're not suggesting that most of the significance drains away, because that's not your evidence.
I'm not saying that.
All righty. Thank you. For the barn, I think it'd be fair to say most of the questions and answers are the same. I suppose its listing is a level lower, but I mean,
but that just goes to the weight that's attached, doesn't it?
It's not got the sort of visual relationship that you rely on in between the barn and the agricultural land to the south.
Well, no, not in the. I mean, it does now, I think, because of the way it's been converted. It does now.
Yeah.
But no, it's I don't think I can't put a sort of pin between the two assets. They're interrelated.
They're interrelated. So you know, does Dr. Mealy, I don't think, draw a particular distinction in the way that they're to be approached.
No.
Okay, fair enough. So. And then I won't ask you any more questions about the barn. Fine. Thank you. Moving on from Frognal, the next asset, moving again in a sort of clockwise direction that I wanted to ask you about, is Claxfield Farmhouse. We're still in the north, as it were, but just because we've moved south of the A2 now. It might just be worth, given the discussions that we had yesterday over which one we're talking about, might just be worth just having a look on the map. Do you see?
So it's the one on Claxfield Lane, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly right. That's the one. I think, just to check. If you've got that plan 2 that we were looking at before with the distances. Sorry, yeah, it's plan 2. So have you got plan 2 on the distances plan that we were looking at just before?
It's the same one, isn't it?
It's the pink one at the bottom.
Yep.
That's the one that I'm asking about.
Yep.
I know, and that's the one that obviously you were talking about a bit. I'm using this one as a proxy to avoid asking about lots and lots and lots of assets, just to give this as an example. And the reason that I'm using this as an example, just so the inspector knows why I'm doing it, is because this is one of many where the difference between us is that you are at, I think you're at is this right, the lowest level of less than substantial harm. So there's harm. It's more than no harm, but it's, you've put it at the lowest level that you identify. So that's where you are on Claxfield Farmhouse, and Dr. Mealy, in his proof of evidence, is at no harm.
Yes.
So
that's my understanding.
That debate, which might not seem in some ways like the most enormous gulf in the world, because he's at no harm, you're at the lowest level of less than substantial harm. But actually, the reason for asking it is that difference between no and lowest level is one that recurs for, I haven't counted them, but for many, many assets, particularly those along the A2 and around that area. So I just want to try and use Claxfield as a way of trying to understand why that debate recurs, so that the inspector can reach a view on it and can hopefully understand what's going on. So, Claxfield Farmhouse. Sorry, madam. Oh, sorry, I thought you were saying something. So if we just look at that distances plan again that you're looking at the moment,
Yep.
we can orient ourselves. We know where we are. I just check, Inspector, have you walked past this yet? Do you know? Yeah. So we know we're south of the A2. We can see that we are 181 metres between the asset and the red line. We are 194 metres between the asset and actual built development, and 450 metres from the nearest proposed road through the scheme. Do you see where I am?
Yes.
And so those are the distances, but also, be fair to say, you know, regardless of what the distances are, there's an awful lot of stuff, isn't there, that separates Claxfield Farm from our scheme, from I should say, from the agricultural land where our scheme would sit. So there's the road, there's the London Road,
Yep.
which is a busy road, a busy road to put it mildly, with lots of built development up and down it.
Well, there's some built development
Yeah.
on the other side of the lane to Claxfield Farm. Oh, sorry, you mean the London Road?
Oh, I meant the London Road.
I'm sorry,
sorry.
yes, of course, yeah.
I meant that I was meaning the London Road. No, but I'll take a step back because I asked you about the traffic as well. So the London Road that separates us from Claxfield Farm, with all the stuff that's happening along on and around, in and around the London Road in terms of traffic and also buildings, obviously.
Yes.
You talked about this yesterday, but there's also, isn't there, and the inspector will see when she goes back, if she goes back, there's lots of stuff that's happening in the immediate vicinity of Claxfield Farm, isn't there? So there's large barns.
There's a sort of, quite a big development, isn't there, to the northwest?
To the northwest. There's an engineered sort of embankment, I think, to the north. Did you notice that? Sort of a land bank?
No, I don't.
Okay. Well, I noticed it. I don't quite know how to describe it, but it is it's sort of a raised earth embankment. I don't know what's happening there, but anyway, maybe the inspector can keep an eye out for it. There's a series of cottages, aren't there? 19th century cottages to the south.
Yes.
There's the A2. We've talked about the A2. There's also what are industrial 19th century oast houses that you can see around the A2.
Yeah, I mean, I struggle with the term industrial. I know what you mean, but they're still distinctly agricultural and rural, aren't they?
Yeah, that'll be one for Dr. Mealy, not for me. I'm not allowed to answer your questions. But they're not. They're Victorian. Or they're 18th. They're 19th century.
Yeah.
Standing outside Claxfield Farm and appreciating its fine architectural detailing and all the rest of it along Claxfield Lane, you can't see the application site at all.
I don't know about that, I have to say, because I think if we want to boil down where I'm finding harm, it's because when we're travelling towards Claxfield Farm on Claxfield Lane, you do get views across the London Road to the application site.
So just to be clear, so where are you when you're identifying important or views that you're saying are important to?
Well, they're
where are they? I mean, where are you?
So I'm on Claxfield Lane,
and you're facing
looking north.
You're looking north
towards the London Road.
Where are you? Where are you stand? How far up Claxfield Lane are you standing?
I'm by the farm. I'm moving past the farm. So when you're on the lane, you can, I could appreciate that there is an open landscape to the north of the London Road.
Are you saying that you'd be able to actually see the appeal scheme from there? In your opinion?
I would imagine you probably will.
Okay.
Because we're going to have 2-storey buildings, aren't we?
Right, that'll be something for the inspector to go and have.
I wasn't able to say that there will be no discernible impact. That's not my understanding of what we're looking at here in terms of the development
So
proposal.
it's that you're standing on Claxfield Lane near the farmhouse, you're looking north.
Yeah, so
you're seeing...
I'm
I'm
I'm appreciating that farmhouse because notwithstanding what's gone on to the northwest, which I do acknowledge in my evidence, but I can still experience Claxfield Farm in what still feels like a rural setting.
And you're saying that the rural setting that's contributing to its significance is the agricultural land.
Well, it would include that.
Sorry,
Yeah,
that's
it would
north
include
of the
that land. Sorry.
No, go on.
I shouldn't interrupt you. I'm sorry.
No, I don't mind. It's the stuff where our scheme's going to go. So it's north of the London Road. I mean, it's at some distance, it must be said, 100 and whatever metres it is away. But more than that, it's got loads of intervening built form. It's got a major strategic road that's passing in between us and it. And it's got all sorts of modern, I say relatively modern, so modern including 19th and 20th century built interventions that separate us from Claxfield Farm. Is there really a visual link that you rely on?
Well, I yes.
Okay.
Well, that was my understanding of it when I was there.
That's helpful to have clarified. So, that's something then for the inspector to have an eye on.
It's a sort of peripheral, you've got that. Well, not saying if it's peripheral, but it's
peripheral, which is a word you use elsewhere.
Yeah.
If it is peripheral,
it's about perceptual. It's about perceptual experience, isn't it?
Yeah.
So I am still able to experience that farmhouse in a rural lane with land to the north, and that land will now be a housing development. So,
but
I will experience that asset differently. And
I wonder,
not in an agricultural setting.
Maybe. It goes.
I agree that
When the inspector's there at Claxfield Farm, I think maybe then she'll have to ask herself to what degree is the agricultural land to the north of the A2 contributing to her ability to perceive what's important about Claxfield Farm. That seems to be the reason that we're at no harm, because obviously Dr. Mealy's position is that it makes no odds in terms of your ability to appreciate the significance of Claxfield Farm. You're saying it does because of, as I understand it, a perceptual and peripheral experience of the ability to understand that to the north
that it was a rural landscape. Yeah. And I think there was functional historic connections with that land as well.
Okay.
Can I just ask something? Actually, it was about that. Is it not? You can obviously, you might be able to see a bit of agricultural land, but is that really important to significance? Isn't what's important whether or not that land actually played any part in the functioning of this building as a farmhouse? So in other words, whether there was if there's evidence of a functional link.
Yes, I think there was.
Rather than just a sort of any old visual link, but
No, I think there was
bits of countryside. Is that?
Is there?
And then you just said right at the end there was a functional link.
I'm pretty sure there was. I'm just checking.
Do you know where it is?
Well, wasn't the land? Sorry, I'm just looking at the.
Unfortunately, I can't.
So
try not to answer it with a question.
I'm sorry, I beg your
pardon.
No,
it's not a criticism.
No,
just to try. So do you think there's a functional relationship? Do you?
In my evidence, I look at the tithe map. I'm just checking I'm in the right one. Yeah, here we go. So I say that the tithe map shows the listed building as part.
Sorry, I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry.
Are you in your proof of evidence?
I'm in my proof. Sorry, I didn't.
No, not at all. What page are you on?
I'm on page 21.
Page 20.
Paragraph 4.56.
Thank you.
Hang on a minute.
Sorry. So there was an ownership connection. Yeah. So, okay.
So what? Sorry. So what are you saying?
So whether we're saying whether we can so. Claxfield House and Garden Plot was in the ownership of Samuel and William Creed Fairman, and occupied by George Wildash. And agricultural land to the southeast and west of the farmstead was in the same ownership. The same owners also owned land to the north, so they're the people that own.
They were the landowner. They owned it all.
Yeah.
I mean, does that matter? I mean, does it really contribute? I don't want to be glib about it, but like, so what? I mean, there were landowners who owned massive tracts of Kent for centuries.
I think to boil it down simply, all I'm saying is that is part of the historic agricultural landscape.
Yeah.
And I can still experience that in views when I'm near or at the farmhouse looking north.
Just to sort of put it this way, if it turned out that our land, that the agricultural land where the application's going, was owned by someone else. I know that's not the situation. I'm not suggesting it is, but I just want to test what you're testing.
I think it would still...
Hang on. Let me just ask the question.
Sorry.
If it turned out that the ownership wasn't shared ownership, but was different ownership, would you be at no harm too, just like Dr. Mealy, or would you still say that is it ownership that's the difference between you?
No, I think it's it's the experience, how the asset's experienced.
Yeah, that's what I'm struggling with, because I mean, I'm not convinced at all that you can actually see anything, but you could you beyond the A2, you can see through the cars and the lorries and the buildings. You can see, you're aware of, I don't know, something.
Yeah.
But I don't understand at the moment why you're saying that there's something of which you're aware when you're standing outside a very high quality architectural building with fine detailing that can be appreciated when you're standing right in front of it. I can't understand why you're saying that distant something, whatever it is making an actual contribution towards the significance of the asset that's in front of you.
Because it's telling us about, it's helping to tell the story of historic function.
But you don't rely on any functional relationship between the two. You say that there's a shared ownership.
But it's a farm. It was a farm, wasn't it, historically?
I mean, it was a farm, but then if you're standing outside a farmhouse, it's not the case that all farmland that you can see, or is it? Maybe it is. Maybe that's the difference between us. Are you saying that any time you're, standing in front of a farm, if you can see stuff and it's farmland, that's contributing towards the significance of the asset? I mean, is that the way it works?
No, not. I think that's a bit of a blunt way of describing it.
No.
My impression was, as I was travelling up Claxfield Lane, that I could still appreciate that there was an agrarian landscape setting to that historic farmstead. And again, this thing about cumulative change does come into effect here, because that has largely been lost, but we've got some land. We've still got an open agrarian landscape to the north of the London Road.
Mm-hmm. This is another building which is obviously it's the principal component, the principal contributor towards its significance derives from its from its historic fabric and its architecture, doesn't it?
Yes.
Setting makes a contribution.
Yes.
To that significance, but it's a lesser contribution than that physical fabric and architecture. That's really why it's so very important.
Well, in the case of this one, much of the setting has changed to a greater degree
than with
with Frognal.
Yeah. It has a primary facade that faces east.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not oriented towards our. Its views are not oriented towards our site
I'm
at
not
all.
Saying that. Yeah.
And albeit, as we've agreed, setting as a whole is making a contribution towards its significance. The most important parts, I hear myself repeating questions from before that you might not like, but anyway, I'll try. The most important parts of that setting, by important I mean those bits of the setting that are still making a major contribution to significance, are the parts of the setting at closer quarters than our site. So it's the area immediately outside, the garden,
the lane.
Those are the really important bits of the building's setting that enable it to be appreciated, that contribute towards its significance, aren't they?
They're more important, yeah.
Yeah. So it's funny, because on the last one, you were very, very careful about not wanting to disentangle bits of a setting as being more or less important than others, and we went over it. But here, it's a different asset, different setting, but it is obvious, isn't it? There's a matter of principle. But some bits of a setting are really important. It doesn't, it depends on the asset, depends on the setting, and some are less so. And as a matter of principle, we're agreeing that is the way it works. See here, where you've got really important bits of a setting, and you've got less important bits of a setting.
But I would still say that agricultural land is an important part.
Okay.
Because of the reasons I've said. But I've arrived at lowest, less than substantial harm.
I know. Exactly, which is only a hair's breadth or whatever.
Because the contribution is much less than it is at Frognal.
Okay. I think you have to leave it to me to go and make.
No, I will. Yeah. I had no more questions on it, and I think that not only have I got no more questions on that, I'm gonna, for reasons, there's a load of assets in that area, a load of listed buildings that are like along the A2, which are similar in the nature of the debate, and so I'm not going to do them all, but I'll use that as a sort of proxy for all of them.
Can I just make sure I get clear in my own head then, your view on this functional necessity? If you have lots of these buildings were farmhouses or, rural buildings.
Yes.
And obviously they'd be set in, in a rural setting. But is it the importance of the wider setting, not the immediate setting, but the wider setting to the significance of the building, in your view, is it important that there's some sort of functional link or historic functional link, not necessarily obviously now, but in the past, between the land that you say forms the wider setting and the building, or does it the agricultural land just go as far as you can see?
I think a historic functional link gives it greater importance. But again, I come back to how we experience the asset and the ability to appreciate its architectural interest and historic function. So if we're changing the nature of the landscape in the way that we are with an urbanising effect, I think regardless of functional historic connection, that we have to take that into account.
Repeat that. If we're changing what? If we're changing the... You just said
the nature of the landscape.
We're changing the nature of the landscape.
Well, we're having we're going from an agrarian landscape in many cases to what's going to be an urban landscape, aren't we?
Yeah.
So that has to be factored into the consideration.
But does it though? I mean, because that's almost moving in the direction of a sort of landscape character point, which has got nothing to do with that's not trained on the particular significance of the heritage assets that you're asking the Inspector and the Secretary of State to give weight to. It's not just the fact that the wider landscape land use is changing, because that would apply any time. It's got to be, hasn't it? I mean, this is a question. It's got to be
contributing
to something that plays into the significance of the asset, or else we shouldn't be talking about it.
Yes, I agree.
Okay.
I'm still not sure I'm absolutely clear on what you think, but I think I'll just have to make my own mind up, actually. So.
All right. So that's all I wanted to ask about vis-a-vis the northern application. And turning to the southern application and the southern site, there are, I think, there's three assets in particular that I want to ask you about, although two of them, the arguments are going to be very similar. So that's the Rodmersham Church Street Conservation Area and the church within it, which is the Church of St Nicholas. So that's those two. And then I also want to ask you about Bexon Court. That's the asset which is to the as we talked about yesterday. It's to the south of the motorway. And then I will just briefly, sort of for completeness, these are the final two ones we actually agree on, but I just want to give the Inspector, sort of reasons that she touched on yesterday, a bit of flavour as to why we agree. Ask about the other two two of the conservation areas that you give evidence on. That's Rodmersham Green and Tunstall conservation areas as well. Okay. So, moving again in a clockwise-ish fashion, starting with Rodmersham Church Street Conservation Area and the church, if we can.
Yep.
We know where they are. I think we all know where they are, and a couple of us have visited together. Just so to give the inspector straight away the overall contours of the debate between us, taken from the Statement of Common Ground. There's a distinction here between the approach to the church as an asset, as a listed building, and to the conservation area as a conservation area. For the church, so the inspector knows where we're at, we're actually agreed on the church that there will be less than substantial harm at a medium level.
Yep.
And for the conservation, so that's the church. For the conservation area as a whole, the position is that Dr. Mealy is again at at less than substantial harm at a medium level, and you are at less than substantial harm at a medium to high level.
Yes, I'm saying it's higher than medium.
Higher than medium, yeah, fine. So that's the scope of the debate on in particular on the conservation area. If we take out Dr. Mealy's proof of evidence to understand some of what's been done in respect of and to respond to these assets, and we turn in his proof of evidence to page 74.
Yes.
We are in page 74. We're in his section 6, which starts a few pages earlier, and his section 6 is called Consultation and Mitigation Through Design.
Yep.
And he's here sort of telling the story, if you it's a chronology of things that were done over time in response to different consultation responses from different people. That's what his section 6 is all about. And at 6.22 on page 74, we're back in 2019 at this stage, and he talks about updates to the master plan in July of 2019 in response to HE's comments, and he then notes a number of comments that were made.
Yeah.
And the first was the removal of the proposed development parcels between Rodmersham Green and Rodmersham to preserve open views between the edge of the conservation area and the Grade 1 listed St Nicholas Church.
Okay.
And then he tells us about some more of the changes that we'll have a look at how the master plan's actually formulated in a minute in response to all of these changes. But in the middle column, under the heading Southern Site Oakwood Village, there's a 6.24.2. And he's saying there that the buffer to protect views from the east of Rodmersham was increased. The buffer was in the area to the northeast of the Rodmersham Church Street Conservation Area. Note at this junction, the conservation area was not designated at this time, so the inspector's got this, I'm sure, already, but this is one where actually, because of the way the timings have worked out, the conservation area only gets designated after, not before the application's made. But in any event, it is what it is. There was a draft conservation area appraisal, as he says, that was published by the council in November of 2021. You see?
Yes.
And if you turn just over one more page to page 75, there's the heading towards the bottom of this page, Rodmersham Church Street Conservation Area.
Yes.
And it talks about some of the things in the appraisal that we'll look at in a minute at 6.32, but it talks about the appraisal does mention the fact that there are detracting features in respect of concrete highway curbs that are limited in number but detract from the rural character, and on the public realm the retention of the soft verge without concrete curbs is fundamental to the future sensitive management and all of that stuff. Do you see?
Yes.
And that is something you've no doubt experienced yourself and would agree with.
Yeah, so yes, there are concrete curbs at the southern end particularly. I think I noticed those.
And there's at 6.33 there's a commitment to improving the roads that will enhance the character of the conservation area.
Yes.
Okay. And here's another highwaysy question. Like all the others, it's got to be put on an if basis, because I'm not asking you about the extent, about whether, you know, highways modelling or movements through the network. We will have to come back to this with the highways witness, which we're going to do in a few weeks' time. If and to the extent that this, our scheme, would have the effect of reducing traffic movements through this conservation area up Church Street, that's a positive in heritage terms, isn't it?
Yes, it would be.
Now, let's have a look at what the conservation area appraisal thinks of as being important about this conservation area. We've got it at core document 19.10. 19.10.
Sorry, just get that. Yes, I have that.
Thank you. We've got a map of the conservation area on page 8, which is obviously useful, but doesn't tell us anything we maybe don't know already. But it's got the boundaries of the area. It obviously notes the Grade 1 church and the other listed buildings.
Yes.
We've got on page 12, or is it paginated? I've got PDF page 12 anyway. There's a heading 2.3 buildings. We've got a big picture of the church.
Yes.
And then obviously it goes over many pages to go through all of the buildings of note in the area. Then we get over many pages looking at the different buildings, looking at their materials, looking at their boundary fences, trees, archaeology, public highway, all sorts of stuff. And we get in the end to page 21, which actually is paginated, PDF 21, page 21, where it draws it all together and sets out what's described as a summary and conclusion.
Yes.
Where we are told that Rodmersham is small geographically, but it has a strong and coherent character based on the church, a medieval church, and its long farming history. Variety of building styles spanning several centuries and their close relationship to Church Street and to the surrounding countryside are a defining feature of the hamlet. Local building materials are strongly in evidence. I won't read out what all of them are. And then we're told why it meets the criteria for designation. We're told that the calibre of the buildings... Oh, sorry, I was just the next bit. The calibre of the buildings and the spaces between them make Rodmersham an area of special architectural or historic interest. And just pausing there, that's obviously a term of art, isn't it? That, in the sense that that's what you're after, if you're after conservation area designation.
That's what they're designated for.
That's what they're for, exactly. So it's the calibre of the buildings and the spaces between them make it that, the character or appearance of which is desirable to preserve or enhance. As such, it meets the criteria for conservation area designation.
Yeah.
So in the end, we see all the summary of significance criteria on the right, and we're going to go through them. And obviously one of them is about links to the surrounding landscape. But in the end, the reason this conservation area was designated was exactly for the reason that it says, which is because of these incredible buildings and the spaces that are between them. That's what makes it an area of special architectural historic interest that meets the designation criteria.
Yeah, that's what allow it to be designated.
Okay. So, what makes it? What gives it special interest? Those things are summarised in the bullet points in the box on the right hand, the blue box on the right hand side of the page.
Yes.
And there are 7 of them, and the penultimate one reads, the strong historic, visual and functional link between the settlement and its surrounding landscape, in particular views that connect Rodmersham with its surrounding landscape and vice versa.
Yes.
So views out and in, views in and out, are one of the, what is it called? Well, one of the bullet points, one of the summary bullet points that contribute to significance. Mm-hmm. But it'd be also fair to note, wouldn't it, there are 6 more, and all of the other ones relate to the things that actually go to the reasons this was designated in the first place, which is to say the calibre of the building and the spaces between them. So the trees, the boundary walls, the railings, fences, the mixture of building styles, which obviously you really appreciate as you walk down Church Street, the architecture, the church, the settlement.
Yeah. It's also, the top one says, a small settlement which originated as a farming community in the medieval period.
Yeah, but it'd still be a small settlement that originated. I mean, all of the 6 out of 7, I absolutely appreciate that number 6, which is the visual links in and out sort of thing, relate to the wide, views out over the countryside, surrounding landscape. But 6 out of 7 relate to matters that are happening within the boundary of the conservation area.
Yeah, that's the nature of conservation areas and their designation.
Yeah, which is important when we're trying to work out, if that's the nature of what the area is about, what it's designated for, it's important to understand that when we're working out how much harm there is that arises to it as a consequence of development. Because if we're affecting something, but in fact, most of the things that actually meant it was worth designated in the first place totally remain in situ or whatever, then that's relevant to calibrating the extent of harm.
It's relevant, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
But something originates as a farming community, then coalescing it with a new settlement will change our ability to understand and appreciate that. So we're not, nobody I don't think is debating whether this should have been designated.
No.
It's it comes back down to the setting and what that contributes to significance.
Absolutely, and that's why, as I said right at the outset, I think that's the first thing I said yesterday, was in a way that argument about the extent to which wider agricultural setting is making a contribution to significance of these assets is the key thing that we come back to in the sense that that's what's between us time after time after time when we disagree. That's why, I think, isn't it?
It is why, and it's the nature of the change as well, isn't it?
Yeah. Okay. And here we disagree. We don't disagree, it must be said, to an enormous amount, in that Dr. Mealy's at medium, less than substantial harm, and you're at medium, too high, but more than medium, less than substantial harm. But that's the nature of it. And it would be fair to say, similar question to, I think, Tong, and also I'm trying to remember, Frognal as well, I think I said, but no, we're in Rodmersham now. We're not at Rodmersham Green yet. No, I was going to ask the question that I asked about Tong Conservation Area last night, and the question was, with our scheme in place, this would still, by this I mean the area that is within the conservation area, it would still meet the criteria for designation.
Yes.
We'd say it would meet them again, obviously, because the vast majority of the things that make it worthy of designation and preservation in the first place are unaffected by our scheme.
Well, our appreciation of them won't be unaffected, I would argue.
I didn't say that.
But again, it comes down to significance and the ability to appreciate that significance. So.
Yeah, it is a version of... Yeah, I hear what you're saying. It is a version of the conversation we keep having.
Development can better reveal significance.
Yeah.
But in this case, it won't.
But and we accept adverse impacts on its significance, obviously. But we also agree, I think, don't we, that most of the things that make this significant in the first place are actually going to be unaffected by the scheme.
They'll be unaffected in parts of the conservation area where you don't see out to the surrounding landscape.
But that's sort of my point. The conservation area is important for lots of different reasons.
Yes.
But only one of them is views out. Obviously, as you say, you don't get views out from everywhere. Obviously, it depends where you're standing and where you're looking and all the rest of it. But views out's part of it, yeah. And some of those views out, when you get them, will be changed. Some of them, not all of them. Depends on which direction you're facing, obviously. But that's only part of the story, isn't it? There's an awful lot of reasons this conservation area is significant. And views out's only a bit of it.
Yeah, views out, but also that, as I said, it's a small settlement which originated as a farming community in the medieval period.
But it'll still be a small settlement that originated as a farming community.
But will you be able to discern that as readily as you can now? And that's my point.
So that depends on where you're standing, but whatever. Okay, if you assume that's right, even then, there's all sorts of stuff that's absolutely critical importance to the designation of this conservation area that will be completely unaffected by our scheme. Won't there be?
Yes.
Yeah, and that's...
Well, completely. I don't know, I'm struggling to separate them because to say completely unaffected, I don't think is the case.
Fair enough. But we agree, I think, don't we?
Because it's about how we experience the asset, isn't it? And we experience that in all manner of ways, in kinetic ways, moving through, you know, and surely part of the beauty of it is that it has remained an isolated rural settlement. I mean, that surely has to be taken into account, that it hasn't been encapsulated by modern development. I'm not saying it wouldn't be if it, over time organically it had been surrounded by development. We may still, yes, of course, be able to say, well, this part of this area is worthy of designation. I don't disagree with that, but we have the opportunity here to preserve an isolated rural settlement or coalesce it with new built development.
When you say we have the opportunity to preserve, what do you mean by that?
To preserve the setting.
Do you mean, but when you say the opportunity that we have, do you mean is to refuse consent for the southern scheme?
Well, yeah, I don't know if I'd call it, that's what I'm saying, I suppose, yes. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Right. Let's just have a look at what Dr. Mealy says about why he's at where he's at, appreciating, as I've said, that there's a half-step difference between us, but nonetheless, important one to examine. He at his page 98 of his proof of evidence...
Yes.
He starts dealing with it, just for context, he starts dealing with it on page 97, where he says a number of different things about it and about how the way that the experience will change. He accepts that at 8.23, you'll notice he says the housing to the east affects a major setting change, which obviously is something you've been saying. And as a consequence, at 8.24, he says someone approaching the conservation area will see an extended settlement edge, etc. But then when he gets to his overall conclusions, if you turn over the page, at page 98, he says, do you see on the left-hand column, after the mitigation bit, which we've talked about already, there's a section that's called Effect of the Southern Application on Significance.
Yes.
And he says, all parties agree that there's less than substantial harm. He says moderate, and obviously you say medium to high. But just to understand why he's saying moderate and to work out where you disagree, he says at 8.36 that the structure of the conservation area is comprised of size and shape of plots and variety of building forms and ages, seen together with the church, will ensure that one will still be able to appreciate its medieval origin and original extent. And that's the first attribute of significance identified in the appraisal.
Yeah.
That is right, isn't it? I mean, he's right that it will still read, as it does at the moment, as a variety of building forms and ages with the church, shapes and plots, as they are at the moment, obviously, it will still mean that one can read its medieval origin and original extent as per the first bullet. Isn't that true?
Yeah, I don't disagree with that.
Okay. He says at 8.37 that given the position of the church, I will ask you some questions about the church in a minute as a listed building in its own right, obviously, which is very important, but dealing with it as part of the conservation area at the moment. He says it will continue to be the dominant building in the settlement whose form will be maintained, which is also obviously true, isn't it?
Its dominance in that conservation area will be maintained. I'm still struggling to separate the conservation area as an entity from its setting, and
right,
because that's inherent in the way it's appreciated.
Okay.
I don't disagree with the statement itself.
I mean, it's not. Again, this time it's not Dr. Mealy who's pointing out that its dominance over the village, as it were, visual focus in the village, is an important thing. I mean, that's the second bullet point that we looked at a minute ago.
Yeah, I don't disagree. It has a dominant position in the
village.
In the village, because
that's not a setting thing. That's how does the church relate to other buildings in the village? Because it's not uncommon in a medieval village that the church is the focal point. So it's not. I mean, we do have to, don't we, start to disentangle. Not everything is all about setting. There are other things too. One of the things is about village formation, to do with the nature of buildings in a settlement, how big they are, what they look like, how old they are, how they interrelate to one another. Mm-hmm. So we do have to act. I know you're saying that you're not happy to, or that you don't want to disentangle setting from all of this. Understood. But we have got to do that if we're going to try and work through analytically what's important and why about these conservation areas, haven't we?
Yes, in terms of recognising their architectural and historic interests, I don't disagree with that.
So that's 8.38, and then at 37 and 38. Sorry, and then at 8.39 he says that the architectural contribution made by the listed buildings and the non-designated heritage assets to the character of the area won't change. This is the third attribute.
Okay, no, I don't disagree with that.
By third attribute, he means he's working through these bullet points from the table, as it were. So that's what he says about that, which we agree with. At 8.40, fourth, the eclectic mix. This again, he's quoting from the blue bullet point table. The eclectic mix of traditional local building styles, forms, and building materials will not be affected, and that formally defined attribute will not be affected, which is correct.
Yeah.
So that we agree on. Fifth, and likewise, there'll be no change made, and again he's quoting from the next bullet down, from the conservation area appraisal, the contribution made by boundary features, and it talks about walls, railings and fences in the conservation area appraisal to the conservation area. That much is correct, isn't it?
Yeah.
And also, he then refers to the final bullet in the list, the contribution that mature trees make to the character and appearance of the hamlet will not be changed.
Yeah. Okay.
And so, the reason that he gives for ending up at moderate, obviously it's not the same as you, obviously, is because all of these things, not all, because there's the penultimate one that relates to views in and out, which is why he's giving it a moderate, less than substantial harm. But all the things that he's listing at 8.36, 7, 8, 9, 40 and 41 relate to these bullet points in the blue box, the summary of significance. And in fact, most of them just aren't changed at all by our scheme. Are they?
Or how they're experienced will change.
But it's not all about how things are experienced in a setting. I think that's what we keep coming back to.
I know. But you're sort of talking about it as a sort of microcosm which is not affected. And we
just went through each one.
Yeah, I don't disagree with it. I just don't give it as much. I suppose I'm giving greater weight to what's coming for it.
Yeah.
And And the urbanisation.
He says at 8.50 that he says, on the middle of the next column, he says that the essential attributes that defining the significance of the conservation area, which ultimately, in his opinion, which he can speak to later, obviously, justify its designation, are unaffected.
So the things that enable us to designate it, yes. But I would say that an essential attribute is that top point in the summary of special interest. Is it, its origination as a rural farming community, and that's why there's a settlement there.
But we've been over this. Yep. I mean, our position is that it's still going to be one of them. But anyway.
Well, it won't be discernible as such.
Okay, thank you. So Dr. Mealy can speak to that later. Of course, yeah. No,
well, have you finished with the conservation
could I
area?
just ask, finish with the conservation area, but just a couple more questions on the church, and then we can move geographically to a different bit. If that, are you all right, Ms. Stones? Just go on for another couple of...
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you very much. On the church in particular, so zooming in now to the church itself, as a listed building, obviously in its own right, it's a very high, it's grade 1. Mm-hmm. We are agreed, aren't we, as I've said already, that the church itself will be impacted by less than substantial harm at a medium level.
Yep.
And the reason that it's medium and not more than medium, or what, high or substantial harm, obviously, or high level, or medium to high, or whatever. The reason that we agree it's medium is because, so the first reason we agree it's medium, I think, is because the church's significance as a listed building derives primarily from its age and architectural interest as a medieval parish church. Mm-hmm. Which means that the primary component of the church's significance as a listed building is unaffected by the Southern Application Scheme.
Yeah, I think the main difference between the church and the conservation area as a whole, in terms of setting, I mean, why I struggled with this because I wondered whether to go higher on the church because of its landmark value. Mm-hmm.
And so why didn't you?
Because ultimately, it's a tricky one. I think ultimately, as an asset on its own, in its own right, it's not going to be impacted as significantly as the conservation area as a whole.
Yeah, and the reason for that is because there's a few reasons, but the first thing is that the primary component of its significance relates to its built fabric, its architecture, and its age that goes along with all of that. That's primarily, not exclusively, but primarily what's making that a significant building.
Yeah.
It's also because it has a setting, obviously, and the setting is making an important contribution to its significance.
Yes.
But again, a bit like a couple of the other listed buildings that we've been discussing, there are different parts of that setting, and the most important part of the church's setting is the churchyard and the bits immediately around it. Mm-hmm. That enable it to read as a church, obviously, have historic functional significance, interlinking to the building, and also enable one to actually appreciate the intrinsic worth of the church as a piece of architecture and its fabric.
Yep.
And so that's the most important bit of the setting, isn't it? When we come to thinking about the contribution to significance,
well,
it's the churchyard.
That's the primary place where it's experienced. Yeah.
And so, albeit, again, it's sort of rehearsing a conversation that we've had about other listed buildings elsewhere, albeit the church has a setting that extends wider, mm-hmm. That wider setting, albeit no doubt making a contribution, so I'm not saying there's no contribution from wider setting,
yep.
It's not the most important thing, or it's not making as important a contribution to significance, that wider setting, as is obviously the physical fabric of the building, its architecture, and its immediate setting around the churchyard. That's why we're agreed at medium and it's not higher. Is that correct?
Yeah, I can't really think of another way of describing it.
Good. All right then.
You can't think of another way of saying what you've been saying for the...
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
I took that as an agreement. Were you agreeing with what I was saying?
Agree.
That's a good point. I don't know what
Or both, probably. But no, I don't disagree with what you're saying.
Don't disagree. I'll as close as an agree to I'm an agree, so I'll leave it there. Don't disagree works for me. Could I ask you just one point of detail on the church? Then we'll stop. You talk in your proof of evidence. We don't need to go to it. We can do about the ways in which you experience views of the church tower from approaches to the conservation area, from the wider landscape. Yeah. Don't you?
Yes, I'm just calling up my proof.
Oh, you proof. If you want to have a look, it is at.
I did have it open.
I think 101 was the. I'm sure there's lots of references to it, but I noticed it. Let me just find it. Page 101. Oh, hang on. That might be in an appendix, actually, to your...
Yeah, that's...
I think that is in an appendix, sorry. But that's still... It doesn't really matter because you wrote the appendix as well. So, if you looked at... It's in the appendix. Oh, you've got it hard copy.
So the main evidence is from page 52.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, that'll do it. Yeah, page 52 of the proof.
Yeah. Oh, no, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the... Sorry, that's the conservation area.
Oh, okay. Oh, sorry. So it's the church as a listed building. Actually, for the church as a listed building, you deal with it. Sorry, I don't know how to best way of doing it. It is. It's in your appendix on page 100, PDF page 101. Oh.
I'm just looking. Sorry, I'd rather look. If it's possible to look at the evidence in the proof.
I don't think the problem is you don't deal with the church. I don't think there's a deal.
Oh no, I don't. I beg your pardon.
So that's why we've got to go. So there is a written appendix that follows immediately behind, and it's a letter.
That was the letter of advice.
Exactly. Yeah, letter dated 28th of May from you in respect of. I think the southern application. This one, it obviously is.
So it's actually included in the main proof as an appendix.
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry.
I think there are two letters, aren't there? There's one for the north, or there's more than two actually.
Letters.
Oh dear, this is not going to be easy. Right, how to do it?
Hang on, if I find.
Oh, actually, okay. So it starts. There's a sort of cover sheet for this one.
I think you're right.
That is paginated, and the cover sheet says page 92, Southern application. Once we get there, we know we're in the right.
So you're right. It's page 101 on the PDF.
Page 101 of the PDF.
Yeah. Sorry about that. So taking you around in a circle.
Hang on. Here we are. The southern side.
Yeah.
Historic buildings and conservation advice.
Yeah, exactly. And it's dated 28th of May. If you go... Okay, sorry. Actually, the one behind it, madam, is the 28th of May. So the one immediately behind the 6th of September. But anyway, yeah, it might just be quicker to... Sorry, this was only supposed... Yeah. Yeah, it is. You're absolutely right. It's just that people are all doing it hard copy. You can. 38.3.2. So, sorry, 38.3.2, PDF page 101. 38.3.2. Page PDF 101 is the relevant bit of this letter because it deals with the church. We should have, hopefully we've all got the heading Group 14 brackets Rodmersham, and then the first listed building that you deal with there is the church. Mm-hmm. Is that? Have you got that, Miss Soanes?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
All righty. You talk about the tower in the. You say in the second paragraph here. You say the significance of the listed building derives primarily from its age and architectural interest as a medieval parish church of great aesthetic merit. We've been over that one. Mm-hmm. You say that the church tower is an important landmark in the landscape, enhanced by the higher ground on which it's located. It enables identification of the church and its related settlement in views across the surrounding land scape. You see.
Yes.
You do talk about further down, let me just look, in the next paragraph, I think it's the next paragraph. Yeah. You say about halfway down in the next paragraph, there's a sentence that starts, in terms of how the asset is experienced.
Yes.
Do you see that sentence?
Yes, I do.
Next paragraph. Halfway. So the paragraph,
Based on the
in
assessment.
terms of how the asset is experienced, attributes of setting which contribute to significance include the surrounding landscape, character, views from, towards and including the asset. And I'll just skip the brackets bit for a moment because that's actually what I want to ask you about. It's visual dominance as a focal point, tranquility and agricultural land use, all of those things. And you include in that panoramic views from the top of the church. Mm-hmm. And really, I just want to get a sense, having done that, having climbed up the church, as we did a couple of weeks ago, how much weight do you give views from the church out, from the top of from the church tower outwards, in the setting of the church as a listed building versus views of the church tower as a landmark in the landscape from Rodmersham Green or from the approach to Rodmersham Conservation Area or whatever? How does this play in your view? Is it important? If so, what is its level of importance, the view from the top of the tower?
It's probably of...
You've been up there, have you?
Yes, I have been up there, yeah, twice.
Twice, there you go.
I mean, again, those views allow you to appreciate the setting, don't they?
And
that's the probably the best view you're going to get.
Yes.
Of a 360-degree
You see
panorama.
You can see the sea, you can see the you can see the AONB,
everything.
you can see everything. You see Sittingbourne. But that wasn't my question. My question is, the views can be achieved if you climb up the tower and look out.
Yeah.
And they are, wide ranging. But my question is, when you're asking the inspector to reach a view on the heritage significance of the church, what makes it important and why?
It's probably, no, I would say the views to and of the church are more important.
More important. And why is that?
Because they reveal its landmark status, its architectural interest.
Okay.
And its relationship with the settlement and its relationship with the setting of the settlement.
Thank you. And last question on the church. I think we agree, it probably goes without, it does go without saying, doesn't it? But I'll just say it anyway. We agree, don't we, that even with our scheme in place, the church would retain more than enough of its historic significance in order to warrant not just designation, but designation at grade 1.
Yes, I can't disagree with that. But it will be experienced in a different
way. Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Which is important.
Of course. Madam, thank you very much. That would be a good moment if it works to stop. We've not got loads when we come back. So we've just got 3 more assets to do, but in fact 2 of them we agree on. So it's not going to be very long, maybe 20 minutes or something when we come back.
All right, that's great.
Thank you.
quarter to 12.
Quarter to
I wish someone
12.
would change that clock.
It
because
needs
it's very
doing.
confusing,
I'll
isn't
have a
it?
crack at it over lunch. Quarter to 12.
Oh gosh, be careful. Right, okay, fair enough.
I'll do that, definitely.
Right, well anyway, I think it's quarter to 12.
It
so
is.
It's time for the inquiry to resume, and you were going to carry on with we're changing conservation area.
Changing asset, to actually a listed building rather than a conservation area.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, and good morning again, Ms. Soanes, just about. It was Bexon Court that I wanted to ask you about, almost finally, but we'll get there in a minute.
Yep.
And just to be clear, we all know where Bexon Court is. I think we've looked at it. It's on the crossroads in the corner before near the southern bit of the southern site. It's the only asset, just for the inspector's record, because the reason I'm asking about it, just to be clear, is really more for AOMB or for national landscape reasons than it is for heritage, just because it's the only asset, I think, that's south of the motorway where you identify heritage harm, I think. Is that correct?
It's the only asset south of the motorway, yeah.
It's the only asset south of the motorway where you do look at there are others obviously that are south of the motorway, but the only one where there's any harm that you identify is Bexon Court. Mm-hmm. And so just scrolling back, and this is not really for you, but just to put this into context for the inspector, when we were doing the national landscape bit, there was a historic environment part of the components of the national landscape. There's a reference by the council's witness at that bit to Bexon Court, and so that's why I'm now asking about Bexon Court, to consider where we are. Now, we know where it is. We'll have a look at a photograph of it in just a minute, but just to orient the inspector so we know what we're talking about, the dispute between us on the impact on Bexon Court and its significance. Just let the inspector find the picture of it. No, not at all. It's in there somewhere. Let me give you the page. It's on figure 16, I think, of Miss Soanes's. Yeah, page 20, yeah. Exactly, yeah, that's the one. Figure 16, view of Bexon Court, that's the one that we're talking about now, obviously. Mm-hmm. Just so the inspector's clear, we know where it is. It's down at the corner of the southern bit of the southern site beneath the motorway. Harm-wise, this is the nature of the dispute between you and Dr. Mealy is. Dr. Mealy puts the harm to its significance at low level, less than substantial. Mm-hmm. That's his position.
Yep.
And your position is towards medium.
Towards the middle, yeah.
Towards middle or towards
yeah,
medium
so
of less than substantial.
Mm-hmm.
Can I just ask, what might be a stupid question, but I'll ask it anyway. What does towards middle mean? Do you mean towards higher, when you're travelling from above or when you're travelling from below?
Higher than low.
So it's
but not medium. So
got it. So it's okay. So actually, this is another one where
towards the middle. Yeah.
So it's between. So it does it essentially mean, putting it into sort of layman's, is it low to medium in your view? Is that, as in it's expressing that it's somewhere between low and medium on the spectrum, but it's not quite at medium, but it's definitely more than low?
Yes, I think that's probably fair, yeah.
Okay. So actually, there's not that much between us on it, but I'm going to ask you anyway because of the importance to the AOMB dispute. Now, you deal with this house in your proof of evidence at page 41.
Yeah.
Page 41, Group 3, Bexon, and then Bexon Court.
Yes.
Okay. And you tell us at 5.4 that its significance is drawn primarily from its age, from its architectural and artistic interest as a rural vernacular dwelling of traditional materials and construction of a type found primarily in Kent and in Sussex, and it's also got evidential interest in terms of its construction techniques, use of materials, and adaptation to meet changing needs, etc.
Yeah.
So there's a lot going on in terms of it's a very impressive building to stand in front of and look at, and it's telling you an awful lot in terms of its history, the quality of its architecture, and the periods over which it has developed. Have we got a good photo of its facade? Because that photo,
I don't.
I'm wondering. We probably do, but anyway, we'll come back to that because the photo you've taken is sort of corner on sort of thing.
Yeah, it was the best.
You can't really appreciate the facade.
I went on a horrible day. So
no,
it's quite
not at all. It's not a
difficult to get
criticism.
good
No.
picture.
It'd be useful. I'm sure the inspector's done it already, but just it's one, isn't it?
There is a good photo in Dr. Miele's PowerPoint.
Oh, in the PowerPoint. But we'll maybe come back to it then, because we've not all got them out. But it is worth, isn't it? You stood in front of the facade, obviously.
Yes.
You'd probably. We'll look at it on Dr. Miele's PowerPoints later. But it's worth, isn't it, to really understand the building? The inspector should probably do that as well, to stand in front of the facade, because that's where you really can appreciate that. Lots of the detailing, the architectural treatments, and all of that stuff. It's quite impressive.
Yeah, it is an impressive building.
And primarily, just as you say in your proof here at page 41, primarily its significance derives from that stuff that you define at 5.4.
Yes.
Now, so we've got an asset which has its primary significance. Primary sort of source of its significance are coming from things that we don't change or affect.
You don't change or affect them, but you will change and affect the way in which they're experienced.
And that goes to your next paragraph, which is the setting.
Yep.
So the setting is the area within which you experience the asset, isn't it?
Yes.
So that's your 5.5. And at 5.5 of your proof, you say setting is the setting of the listed building makes a contribution to its significance.
Yep.
Which I think we agree with, which is why why we've identified harm to it. But if we just try and again work through the way in which that significance is playing out here, this building. It'd be good to get a plan of it. Let me just see if I can find a plan. Could you turn up? I'm trying to think of the best way of it. It doesn't really matter which one we use, but just to sort of get our brains into where the building is. Could you turn up the cover sheet of the distances plans? It's the overall sheet. It's core document 100.12. It's just because it's got everything on it. And when you're there, if you just to orient ourselves, right down to the southerly. The south-western corner of the red line, we can identify, can't we, Bexon Court. It's a sort of little L-shaped building.
Yes. It's just by the motorway junction.
Yeah. Well, so if you identify where the motorway junction is, and then you move in a sort of westerly direction, you get to the corner of the site as a whole. Then on the other side of the crossroads is Bexon Court. That's where it is. Yeah, okay. So, it's got a facade that we've all asked the inspector to go and have a look at, but we can see, can't we, that this is a facade that's facing broadly sort of easterly. It's east / maybe a little bit to the south, but it's east / southeast.
Yeah, it faces east, and it's got a prominent corner position on the corner of that, of the lane.
The views from that primary facade orient, don't they, over an open green field that you can actually, well, it's obviously on this plan, the field that's opposite on the other side of the road.
Yeah, and I should imagine they take in some of the field to the north as well.
Should you? Because have you experienced that?
I haven't.
I wonder about that, and it'd be maybe something for the inspector to try and reach a view on if she can when she's on site. Do you actually say that views will be achievable from that building over the motorway junction? And is that something that you've weighed?
No, not specifically.
Okay.
Well, I haven't given great weight to that.
Fair enough. All right.
But, yeah, I agree with you that the principal elevation faces
It faces a field. If it's an agricultural field, the field's open at the moment and it'll be open in the future.
That field will be,
Yeah,
yes.
that's the field, but that field will, but that's a pretty important field, isn't it? I mean, it's a field it's the field that's directly opposite and in all of the main views out of the primary facade of this house.
Yep.
That's looking in a sort of easterly direction, but there's also looking in, well, obviously looking in a southerly direction. You can't see much, obviously, but from a southerly direction, nothing changes, obviously. But there are views, aren't there, from a westerly direction. So from the back of the house, looking out through the garden, through any windows at the back of the house. Mm-hmm. And all of them are obviously completely unaffected as well. Those are views that views out over the AOMB.
Yes.
So there's lots of views from this house or of this house or whatever.
There's lots of views.
And the most important ones are actually completely unaffected by the southern application.
The views, I would hazard that you can see to the north, but I'm not going to
Fair enough.
put any money on that one.
Fair enough. Just to pause and put in that, we've got a ZTV that you can have a look at. Well, I won't show this as a witness, we can do, but what you can see what the projected visibility will be from this location of the roundabout in the future.
Got that.
We do. It's Mrs. Brockhurst's evidence. It's her
in her
remember,
right.
and she's put in. But I'm not expecting, Stones, that you've seen it or looked at it. So fair enough. So I'm not going to ask you about it. But it's just more a reference for the inspector to remember to check it out. But let me just get it. Sorry, it is the updated one because you remember it had to be corrected. It's 100.15, 100.15. That is to say, and that there's a ZTV at year 1 and year 15. To be fair to you, Ms. Soames, obviously I'm not expecting you to have seen it, so don't. It's not a memory test or whatever. But also, you're not actually saying you can see anything from this site. You're just saying that you're not sure.
I'm not sure. Yeah.
Fair enough. So that means that we're not. Given that you don't know, we think there won't be any visibility. But put that aside. We do agree anyway that to the extent views are important out from this house, there's going to be loads of views, and the most important ones are completely unaffected by this southern application.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
But they're not the only views that are
not
important,
the only views. Maybe.
Views towards and including the asset.
Yeah.
Are
okay.
important as well.
Can I just ask then, sorry, I just want to be clear. So if you can't see from the house that northerly field in which the motorway junction's proposed, are you say, how does that affect your view on the effect on significance, or doesn't it?
I don't think it affects the contribution that field makes to the setting.
And why not?
I mean, all right, it might marginally reduce
Wouldn't it matter? Like, if just say for a moment,
but
just
we're
to
not
test
only
it,
concerned with views from the asset's upper floor, are we?
We're not, you think? I mean, but really, when it came to
concerned
Frognal, we were desperately concerned with a particular southerly view from the attic or the top floor.
Yes, but we weren't.
But now you're saying that view's not so much of something to worry about.
Well, we weren't only concerned with views. We were concerned with views towards and including, and that's the case here as well.
Right. Okay. So would it matter if, for instance, you could see the roundabout from the house?
Would it matter?
Yeah.
Yes.
And that would lead to a higher degree of harm?
Probably.
Probably? Come on.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Well...
No?
Yes, it would.
If the roundabout was in the field that was opposite the house rather than in the field that was to the north east.
Oh, sorry, I misunderstood your question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Then it was my badly asked question. I was saying obviously because it seemed to me that if
if the roundabout was in the field opposite, yes,
and you could see it from the primary facade and all the rest of it, you'd be saying, that's the fact you can see it's really important.
Yeah, it would be.
And so doesn't it follow
impactful.
Then that if you can't see it, that's also pretty important too, but it points in a different direction.
But you can see it, you will see it in concert with the asset. So
right.
I'm finding it difficult to sort of separate those two.
Can you give us an example then of the view? Just the inspectors obviously need to go back and have a look at it. We've been there already.
If you stand with your back.
Hang on. Let me just ask the question first.
Sorry.
So what I'm asking for an example of is where you're standing in a way that you're going to do two things at the same time. Okay. The first thing is to be really appreciating what's significant about Bexon Court, which we've been over what that is. And the second thing is seeing the motorway junction.
So if I stand in proximity to the listed building...
Where are you facing? Where are you?
I can face east and I can turn my head and I'll see the...
If you're facing east, you're not looking at Bexon Court.
But I'm experiencing... I'm in the vicinity of the asset though, aren't I?
But you've got your back to it.
If we're not, but also if I'm coming along the lane or I'm coming north up Hawks Hill Road, I will see the asset and I will see the motorway.
Okay, so if you're coming up the road... You'll have the asset on your left.
Yeah.
And then you'll keep going, and at some point you'll become aware of the motorway junction.
I would think so, yes.
You'd think so.
Well,
and in that world where you've had that
infrastructure.
experience, you've moved up the road, you've had the asset on your left, you've experienced that, whatever you can appreciate about it, and then at some point you move further up to the north, and there's the motorway junction.
Yeah.
How has that experience actually detracted one jot from the appreciation of what's actually significant about Bexon Court as a listed building?
Because there's all sorts of attributes of setting that help reveal its significance. So things like tranquility, a sense of, it's part of a hamlet. Mm-hmm. So I'm struggling to see how introducing a motorway junction to that field will not affect my perception and the way I experience that asset as a rural vernacular dwelling, as part of a small hamlet, as part of a national landscape.
The fact that it's part of a national landscape, does that play into the weight that you give it as a heritage asset?
No, I think it's more its contribution that the asset makes to the national landscape.
Which is something that you don't give evidence on, right?
No, exactly.
Fine. Okay.
But I do mention it in my... I am aware of it in my...
You're aware of it. All right, then. In that wider setting that the inspector will experience when she stands there outside Bexon Court and does her walk up and down... You're already, aren't you, aware of the motorway? You can see it. You can see lorries and cars going up and down.
Yeah, you're aware of it.
Well, you're aware of it in as much as you can see it and hear it, and you know it's there. Mm-hmm. Okay. And yet, this is still, even with knowledge of the fact that you've got a major piece of highways infrastructure 1 field away, or whatever it is, to the north. And to the north, and I suppose to the east as well, to the north and northeast, it's still a building that warrants grading at the grading that it's at, and is of very high significance.
Of course.
So my point is that the fact that you've got a motorway that's nearby has not impacted on enough of its significance to take away, or to make it not listable, or not listable indeed at the same very important grading that it's got at the moment.
No, nobody's arguing that.
No.
But we're bringing a significant piece of infrastructure a lot closer to the building.
Yeah. Is it a lot closer? I mean, do you know what the distance is? It's not a memory test. I'm just
looking at your...
Don't worry. It's the new junction is the access to the new junction's around 180 metres away. Mm-hmm. 180 metres away. This is all from Dr. Mealy's appendix. The M2 at the moment's around 300 metres away. So there's no doubt that you're right that motorway infrastructure would be closer than it is at the moment.
It will be closer and it will be more prominent because it will be. My understanding is it will be elevated.
Do you mean visually prominent when you say that?
Yeah, visually prominent.
So, but that again comes back to the idea that you think you can see it from the house.
Well,
or no?
Yes, I'm sure you can.
You're sure that you can see it from that? No. Not only are you not sure, because you just said that you're not sure.
No, sorry, I shouldn't have said I'm sure.
In fact, we've got evidence.
I think it's highly likely.
You think it's... So your evidence on this is given on the basis that, although you said a number of times before you've just said you think it's highly likely, you've said that you really don't know, you now think it's highly likely that you will indeed see all this stuff from Bexon Court.
Well, we'll see it in concert with Bexon Court for sure, won't we?
Right.
Even if we're not inside the building.
All right. Thank you.
I mean, and it's not just the built aspect of it. There's going to be screen planting. There's probably going to be lighting. There's going to be vehicular movement on the junction itself. So all of those things have an urbanising effect on the setting of what is, and has been for hundreds of years, a very significant building in a rural hamlet. So that's where I think that's where we differ from you saying it's low to me saying it's more than low. Because
sorry, God, I didn't keep cutting you off. I'm sorry, I don't mean to.
I'm sorry.
No. I'm sorry. Please finish.
I think that's the premise of the difference.
I think you're right that is the premise of our difference. But when you say it's been in a rural hamlet, we've got to remember it's in a rural hamlet that's already a field away from the motorway, isn't it? But it's still an important.
How will the introduction of a motorway junction improve the current position?
We're not. No one's. You. A few times you put this question to me in that sort of rhetorical way, no doubt. But you'll remember that's not what we're saying. The debate between us isn't about us saying positive improvement and you saying harm. It's a debate about the extent of less than substantial harm, and we're at low, and you're at essentially low to medium.
I agree, but the step in the sequential assessment requires us to look at the nature of the change, what's being developed, how prominent will it be, how conspicuous will it be, what will be the environmental effects. And I'm, I suppose, putting greater weight on those than possibly you are.
I suspect you're right. In your evidence, when you're talking about these views, in your proof on page 43, so we're in the bit where you're dealing with this asset, and you say at 5.14 that woodland planting may mitigate some of the visual and oral impacts of the new road junction, which again we can turn to the ZTV to think about what that looks like. The proposal will introduce a large significant piece of built infrastructure, close proximity to a listed building in a parcel that currently provides an open green buffer between the listed building and the motorway. The new infrastructure and planting, as well as the movement of vehicles, will be, and this is the bit you put in bold, prominent and conspicuous in peripheral views. And might be the way I'm reading it, and it no doubt is the way I'm reading it, there seemed to be a tension in that. It's probably a lawyer's thing, but like you're saying, you're accepting, I think, that these views, if they can be achieved, see previous discussion, are peripheral.
Well, the views towards, not from.
Yeah, towards, peripheral. Exactly.
Well, I say
peripheral
because we're passing the building, so I'm approaching it from the south or I'm approaching it from the east, and it's in. But because we don't have sort of narrow tunnel vision, do we? We perceptually experience things.
I get that it's possible to have peripheral views of things. I appreciate that, but if something's peripheral, it's not going to be either prominent or conspicuous, is it? Because it's peripheral? Or I think that might be that I've misunderstood the way you're using the word. It can be, you think?
Standing alongside an asset, I can appreciate the asset and I can see a large piece of infrastructure not far away from it.
So you mean it's peripheral just in as much as the fact that it's in a wider compass of view?
Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah,
okay.
I'm not standing with my back to the motorway junction.
No. All right then. I'm not going to ask you about actual visibility. We've got a ZTV, and that is it on Bexon Court. So the difference between us, as discussed, is you at low to medium and us at low on the basis of those views that we've just been over, really. The two final things I just wanted to canvass with you are the two conservation areas, and I say relatively briefly because these are things that we don't disagree on. Yep. But I just want to do it just for completeness, really, because they incorporate a lot of listed buildings, obviously, both of them, and so it's a kind of efficient way of covering quite a lot of territory reasonably quickly. The first one is the Rodmersham Green Conservation Area.
Yeah.
If we just orient ourselves, I know we all know where it is by this point, but if we just look at the distances plan, just for a bit of assistance on it, in the distances plan, it's number 6, so that is 100.12 in the inquiry documents, and then the sixth one in shows you the Rodmersham Green conservation area zoomed in with distances. If you've got that one.
Yep.
Lovely, thank you. We are, so the inspector's got a note straight away for this one. We are all agreed that, I say we are all, you Dr. Mealy and you are agreed that the scheme's impact on the Rodmersham Green conservation area will be less than substantial harm at the, quote, very low end of the spectrum.
Yep.
Which is to say the lowest part of the spectrum where there is still harm.
Yes.
Okay. And the reason that it's not any higher than that, just before we put this away, let's just note what the distances are. So the distance from the site boundary, 340 metres. The distance from the nearest proposed road, which is the relief road, is 535 metres, so just over half a kilometre. And the distance from the nearest proposed built development is the stuff that's coming down near. We can actually see, can't we, the edge of Rodmersham village itself, I think, on the right of the plan. Anyway, it's just under 500 metres is the distance to the nearest proposed built development. Do you see all of that stuff?
Yeah.
And that nearest proposed development, I think, are the sports pitches that are proposed near Rodmersham. I think. Is that right? I think so. The blue, yeah, I think so. That's the blue that's near. So I'm just trying to.
Open space and recreation.
I think it's playing. I think the blue are playing. Hang on, sorry.
That's what it's down as on the parameter plan, anyway.
Hang on. Let me just try and answer that quickly now. 1 sec. The blue is sports, as per the parameter plan. If it would help.
It says open space. Oh, sorry, open space. Yes, sport and recreation. Beg your pardon.
Thank you.
Sorry.
So that's what, when we say nearest built development, 495 metres away. That's what it is. It's the sports proposed sports provision, which is being proposed to the south west of Rodmersham village. That's what that is about. Mm-hmm. Okay, so those are the distances, just to confirm what they are and where we are. We all agree that the impact on Rodmersham Green Conservation Area is at the lowest end of the spectrum of less than substantial harm. And just to understand why, could we take out the conservation area appraisal? And that is at core document 19.9. Not at all.
Yep.
I'll just let the inspector get there as well.
Yeah, maybe that. Yep.
So this is the appraisal adopted December of 2022. Have you got that one, Ms. Soanes?
Yes. I do.
Great. The map of the area is on page 8, if we just flip to that.
Yes.
And I know I'm pretty sure everyone's now visited this area, but it's got, hasn't it, number of listed buildings, number of buildings of locally significant buildings that are positive contributors, generally sort of focused in and around the green area, hence the name of the conservation area, and mostly actually facing onto the green.
Yes.
From different directions.
Yep.
So we've got this cluster of lovely buildings in and around the green, generally facing the green. We've got on page 11 a description of all of this. If you've got page 11, it's 2.2, topography, geology, landscape.
Sorry, yep.
Not at all. Sorry, page 11 of the same document, just 2 pages on, I think, 3 pages on.
Yes.
Have you got that? We've got a description of the overall nature of the place. We've got some photographs of fruit orchards in the 60s. We've got a photo of the green on the right-hand side.
Yep.
And above that, we're told that the green itself has a strong identity and sense of place. Its extent is well defined, mainly by buildings, but also by trees, particularly along its southern edge. Trees make a significant contribution to the special character of the area.
Yep.
So we've got this green, it's enclosed, isn't it? It's enclosed by buildings that face onto it. It's enclosed by trees. That's what gives it this lovely sense of sort of seclusion, I suppose. Mm-hmm. Is that all true?
Well, yes, the green's enclosed by buildings and trees.
Yeah.
That's true.
We then, in the appraisal, have all sorts of aspects, views and buildings and building materials. I'm just flipping through archaeology, public realm. It's the same kind of format as the other ones, obviously, the same sort of headings in the same order. And in a similar way as the others, we get to the overall summary and conclusion bit where it's all drawn together, and that's on page 21.
Yep.
Here, we are told, just to cut to the chase, in the third paragraph on page 21, what it's all really about, this one. We're told that it's the mix of buildings and spaces intersected by footpaths and roads continue to make Rodmersham Green an area of special architectural or historic interest, the character or appearance of which it is desirable to preserve. Right?
Yes,
that's
the reason it's allowed to be designated.
Is because of the quality and mix of buildings and the spaces that come between those buildings.
Yeah, that's what allows us to designate it.
And when it gets to the components that contribute to its overall significance, those are all listed in the right-hand side. Same sort of thing as same format. I mean, similar, yeah. Same approach as is taken for Rodmersham Church conservation area. Mm-hmm. And the 2, 3, 4, 5. The sixth bullet is the one here that relates to links to the surrounding landscape.
Yes.
In particular, the views that connect Rodmersham Green to Rodmersham and the parish church, such as one such view below, see opposite.
Yeah.
Quite sure which one. Is that the one that is? Oh, yeah. And in fact, yeah, there is on the next page, on page 22, there is a view where you can see the church tower, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, you can. Sorry, I couldn't see it, but you just sort of zoom in a bit. Oh, I had to zoom in a bit. You can see the church tower. Do you see?
Yeah.
So that's the just to check, can you see that, Inspector? Where I'm looking. So, it's page 22 of the appraisal. There's a picture. I had to zoom in, but I'm sure it may be others are. It might be if it's printed, it's a bit clearer. There's the church tower, sort of. I think it is the church tower, isn't it? I think it is. In the sort of broadly in the middle, slightly to the left of centre.
Yeah, so pretty sure it is.
Councillor Bonnie, but she's confirming it is. Yeah, all right, she's the one to ask. Okay. So that's the church, yeah. So that relationship between Rodmersham Green Conservation Area and views of the church is noted as being particularly important, obviously.
It is noted as important, yeah.
And there's no intervening development anymore proposed between the conservation area and the church.
No.
In any event. There's a general bullet point about views in and out, views that connect it to Rodmersham we've asked you about, and the more distant views across the landscape. That's certainly part of it. Is it the sixth or one, two? Yeah, there's 1, 2, 3, sixth bullet point. But actually, all of the other bullet points. And this is the reason that we all agree it's at the very lowest level of less than substantial harm. All of the other stuff that makes this conservation area important, is it the other 6 or 7 or however many there are, all but that one, are completely unaffected. So it'll still be a small settlement, etc. The manorial history is all the same. The architectural contribution, obviously that doesn't change. Eclectic mix, boundary walls, green spaces around the buildings and the contribution the trees make. All of that stuff is unaffected by our scheme.
Yeah, but just going back to the first point, which is it's the same for Rodmersh and Church Street, that, you know, again, we're told it originated as a farming community. So that also lends itself to the setting, doesn't it? In terms of understanding, in terms of understanding its origins.
Yeah. Okay. But we know, though, don't we, that even if our scheme is approved and built, Rodmersham Green will continue to read and be experienced as what it says there, which is a small settlement which originated as a farming community in the medieval period.
So the reason that the level of harm is very low is because there's more to do with the nature of the development in this area, isn't it? So we're not having housing quite near to the boundary of the conservation area.
Yeah.
There will be a road going through.
The interesting thing about that approach that you're taking is that, in fact, of course, there is housing that runs right up to the edge of the conservation
new
area.
Housing.
No, I know, but that's the thing. But you're focusing on the new housing, but that housing was also once new housing. If you look at the conservation area map on page 8.
Yeah, no, I
hang on, let me just ask the question.
I don't dispute that.
No, I know. So it's conservation area map, page 8.
Yeah, we've got new housing.
You can see
modern housing.
And I'd obviously ask I'm sure the inspector's already been along there, but you do see, I'm sure, the road that goes off to the west, with houses along its southern side. That's Stockers Hill.
Stockers Hill.
Exactly, yeah, that's Stockers Hill. And Stockers Hill has on it, doesn't it, a number of 20th century quite chunky detached houses.
Yes.
So we've got a whole row that come all the way up from hang on, let me just get this. Exactly, yeah, that come all the way up from Highsted Valley. That's right. And we've got there's a residential cul-de-sac of mid 20th century development. Is that actually on this map? Not quite. Oh, it is actually right on the edge of the map. I think you can see Stockers Brow, which is the residential cul-de-sac that runs to the south of the road. It's got, as the inspector will see, mid 20th century sort of terraced housing. And on Stockers Hill, there's some very, very large detached mid 20th century houses with swimming pools and gardens and all sorts, running up Stockers Hill. Yeah.
But they haven't.
Hang on, just you see where I'm looking.
Yeah, no, I can see them. Yeah.
And indeed, immediately to the south, that's Stockers Hill. But Stockers Hill then comes into the Green Lane. But to the south, there's Bottles Lane, which has also a whole group, as we can see. I don't know. Can you see that sort of just south of the conservation area boundary to the southerly bit? There's a road that takes you into a modern housing development that has a cul-de-sac. I can't count how many houses that is, but that's called Browning's Orchard, and it's got again a series of modern homes. You know, very nice looking detached residential modern homes, 20th century. Yeah.
Yeah.
All of this stuff is happening cheek by jowl with the historic conservation area of Rodmersham Green. I say it's happening. It's already happened, hasn't it?
Yes, it's happened, yeah.
And notwithstanding the fact that when you're accessing in those directions, the Rodmersham Green conservation area, notwithstanding the fact that you're doing it, passing by all sorts of modern residential development on Stockers Hill or modern residential development along Bottles Lane, these lovely big detached residential houses, and indeed some terraces, some cul-de-sacs, all sorts of stuff, different periods, mostly 20th century. By the time you get to Rodmersham Green and the core of the conservation area, you know exactly where you are, which is a small settlement, just as it says on the conservation area appraisal, that originated as a farming community.
But how do you know that? You know that because there's a retained agricultural landscape surrounding that historic Well, surrounding the buildings and the green.
You know that because of the spaces between the buildings and the buildings themselves and the green. Just what it says in the reason the thing was designated in the first place. That's why you know it. The views out are a component, sure,
Yeah,
but it says only a component of what makes this area special.
But if that agrarian landscape had been entirely developed, it would be much harder to discern that, wouldn't it?
What we know, obviously, I can't. I'd love to answer these questions. I can't.
No, I'm sorry.
No, Dr. Mealy can. Lucky him. But my point is this: that we know, don't we, that you can have modern development, modern residential development, right next to and running. I mean, right up to the edge of a medieval hamlet, village, without preventing that hamlet or village from reading as a small settlement that originated in the medieval times. Don't we?
Yeah,
because that's what's happening in Rodmersham Green.
It reduces our ability to discern it, though.
Hang on, but you just take a step back. We know at the moment, we agree, don't we? I think that Rodmersham Green does in fact meet all of these definitions of significance, components of significance that are set out. So we know that at the moment that it reads as a small settlement which originated, etc., etc. Don't we?
But that's not the.
Hang on, just answer that. I know you've got other things to say about wider landscape, but do just try and work through this with me. We do know that that's correct, don't we? That's the way it's described on page 21.
You can tell that it's a settlement around a village green.
That wasn't my question. We know, don't we? Just have a look at the summary of significance.
Sorry.
Don't worry. No, I just want to just be absolutely clear about it, if we can. Page 21, summary of significance.
Yep.
Because obviously it applies to this one, but it's the same kind of point as you've said that applies to Rodmersham as well. The Rodmersham Church Street Conservation Area, which we've already talked about. The first bullet is small settlement which originated as a farming community in the medieval period, you see?
Yeah.
That describes the situation that one experiences now.
Yeah.
And that experience, or that attribute, that component of significance, exists notwithstanding the fact that on the roads in, or at least two of the main roads in to the green, you are cheek by jowl with all sorts of modern 20th century homes.
Yes.
So we know, therefore, that the ability to appreciate the identity of these settlements, as small settlements or whatever, even in this case where there's no buffer at all, let's just be clear, there's no buffer there, the modern development bleeds right into the green, doesn't it?
But the agricultural landscape surrounds, you can see on that diagram, we still have that, don't we?
Right, okay.
So had that all been developed, we wouldn't have that.
Okay, I'm not sure that's what I'm asking, but that's fine. I'm not going to keep going on about it, because in the end, we agree on the extent of impact to Rodmersham Green, which is where we leave it. Okay, thank you very much. And last, but by no means least, Tunstall Conservation Area. We know where it is. I'll just get the distances plan, just so that we can orient ourselves very briefly. It's in the distances plans. It's the final one. It's number 7. So for those following along, if anyone is, 100.12, and it's plan number 7. If you've got that one.
Sorry.
Do you have that one? Thank you very much. Not at all.
Stay.
So this is a conservation area where the distances have obviously been taken from the closest point, but it would also be fair to note, I think, that the closest point is a bit of an odd one. The conservation area has been drawn to include a sort of field that you can walk through and get right down to that southern corner.
Yep.
But from that southern corner of the conservation area, it's 204 metres to the site boundary. It's 341 metres to the closest road, and it's 219 metres to the proposed built development.
Yes.
Do you see where I'm at?
Yep.
It would be fair to say, I'm not suggesting we should actually do it this way, but if the inspector's thinking about the core of the conservation area, i.e. around the church, etc., those distances are higher. But anyway, they are what they are from the edge of the conservation area.
Yes.
we all agree on this one, just for the inspector's notes on Statement of Common Ground, we are all at, I say we are all, you and Dr. Mealy are at very low levels of less than substantial harm.
Yes.
And again, to just understand why it is that you and us are all on that page, if we could just finally take out the Tunstall appraisal, and that appraisal is at 19.12.
Where's my... Sorry, I'm just finding... I've lost my link.
Lovely. You tell me, Miss Stones, when you're there.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just
no, not at all. Don't apologise. No, just let me know when you let me know when you get there.
Oh, not that one. Oh God, sorry. Back. 19.12, did you say?
I hope so.
Yeah.
Lovely.
That now.
It should be the April 2022 Tunstall CA character appraisal.
Right. Yes, sorry, I've got that.
Okay,
Yeah.
lovely. Right then. So, we know where it is. We know how far away it is from our scheme. We know that we're agreed overall that it's low level, very low level, less than substantial harm to the CA. And why is that agreed? To try and help the inspector. It's agreed because if we turn to first just page 9, just to pick up the map of the conservation area.
Yep.
We can see where it is, and we can see that field that I've just talked about, that kind of the triangle towards the sort of south of it, from where we've taken all those distances. But it'd be fair to say, wouldn't it, that for most of the time as you're moving through that conservation area, other than if you walk its southern boundary, and try and look out towards the appeal site, you're not aware of the land over which the appeal site forms. I keep calling it the appeal site, the application site.
Yeah, no, not from the core of the conservation area so much, no.
No, and that's because, and the inspector will have seen this, obviously, if she's visited Tunstall, but on page 11 of the appraisal, we're told that in the third paragraph, sorry, it was 11. Page 11, this is the bit that's talking about topography, geology, landscape and setting, that starts on page 10. And in the third paragraph down, it says that Tunstall, actually just to the, in fact, I will just mention the thing that's just on the top of page 11, given what we've just been talking about. The appraisal notes that despite the southwards expansion of Sittingbourne up to its very northern edge, do you see where I'm at?
Yep.
I'm sorry, page 11. I was going to go to the third paragraph, but now I'm just noting the first paragraph en route. The bit that starts despite, it says, let me just get the map correct. It says that despite the southwards expansion of Sittingbourne up to its very northern edge, Tunstall's identity continues to remain remarkably rural in character and distinct from Sittingbourne suburbs, do you see?
Yes.
And if we want to get a flavour for quite how close things are getting, obviously the inspector will have done this journey, but if we just turn back to the map on page 9 that we just passed through,
yeah,
we see, don't we, just to state what is blindingly obvious, but just to say it anyway, this is a situation where you've got this high level of importance conservation area that is rural in character and all the rest of it, for all the and it, got a real history to it as described in this appraisal, and it is sitting cheek by jowl, so like right next to the urban and suburban high density expansion of Sittingbourne over many years, but really by now we're talking about the mid-20th century expansion of Sittingbourne. which has come right up to the edge.
Yeah.
And my point is, and it's a similar point to Rodmersham Green, is conservation area, is that it is perfectly possible, isn't it, for in this case, an enormous amount of residential development to be right on the doorstep of, not buffered from, forget about 100 or 200 metres of green space, or forget about playing fields or whatever. This is right next door. It's on the way in to the urban edge of Sittingbourne, and yet it retains, doesn't it, its identity as a rural character settlement that is distinct.
Yeah.
So we know that's possible.
But it is still rural because it has surrounding land. And because of its settlement pattern.
Yeah, all of that. But, this is my point, we know that those things are possible. It's possible here at Tunstall, and it's also possible at Rodmersham Green. Because, that's just the way things have gone. You've got conservation areas, you've got modern development on their doorstep, but happy days, they are still worthy of the designation, and they read as rural character settlements because those two things are not mutually exclusive, because that's the way things can work.
But it wouldn't be rural if it was surrounded by development.
It wouldn't be rural if it was surrounded by development.
Well, it wouldn't, would it? Because it wouldn't be surrounded by land.
I wasn't suggesting it was rural if it was surrounded by development.
No, I'm just saying, but you're...
What I'm saying is that the fact that you have... Is it partial?
Well,
looking at the map...
to say that a part of a conservation area or the approach to has been urbanised, but then I'm ignoring the fact that there's still open land around the conservation.
There's open land around it, and so it's important, is it, to remember that if something was completely surrounded, it couldn't be rural in character anymore. But if, on the one hand, there is a significant amount of modern residential development right next to it, but it's open on other sides, then that might be capable of reading as a rural in character distinct settlement.
It would help.
It would help. All right then. Well, we'll apply that logic later with Dr. Mealy to what's happening at the other conservation areas. Now, that was the first paragraph of page 11. The third paragraph is, whilst Tunstall is characterised by a strong sense of enclosure, that was the bit I actually wanted to show you, strong sense of enclosure created by buildings, trees and hedgerows, the gaps between building groups are equally important to its character. You see?
Yeah, see that, yeah.
This point about enclosure is something that you experience as you walk through the core of the conservation areas. We've just agreed, and it's also noted in the noted in the appraisal. It goes through views and buildings and materials and all the same stuff. Not the same stuff, but the same structure as the other ones. And just to sort of to make a long story short, it summarises everything on page 24.
Yeah.
Summary and conclusion. And it talks about a strong and distinctive identity bound together by Tunstall Road, which winds with pleasing eccentricity, very nice use of language, through the historic settlement, you see?
Where are you? Sorry, you're in...
from the top of page 24.
I was focusing on the blue box.
Not at all. Sorry, top of page 24, the pleasingly eccentric winding road, from none of which you'd appreciate our scheme at all.
Yeah. Fair to say.
It's comprised of an attractive mix of buildings, interspersed with pockets of countryside, local materials, all of that stuff. The mix of historic buildings, Kentish buildings, is the second paragraph, interspersed at intervals with pockets of countryside linked by the road, continue to be an area of, and this is that phrase, the key test, special architectural or historic interest.
Yes.
So it's the mix of buildings linked by a road with pockets intervening between the buildings of countryside. The core of the conservation area, the reasons it was designated, actually have nothing to do with our site at all.
In this case, it's... I mean, yeah, I think that's true in this case. The sense of enclosure is much more...
It's an enclosed situation.
But I'm just stressed that we can't apply that principle to Rodmersham Church Street, for example.
No, but we probably can. I mean, we'll come back to that. But there's a similarity to Rodmersham Green, though, actually, because that too is, I'm not saying it's enclosed, but I suppose, well, we are actually, aren't we? The green itself has a sense of enclosure, and the green's the heart of the conservation area.
But it has an open, has an open setting like Rodmersham Church Street.
Okay. The summary of significance for Tunstall on page 24, as all the won't read them all out. The winding eccentricity makes its way into the second bullet of the road. Architectural contribution, the small settlement, that's the first one. Just to say, and just been over this already, it's a small settlement. It reads as a small settlement, notwithstanding the immediate proximity of modern residential development. Correct?
Yes.
The eclectic mix of styles, the frontages, the boundary walls, the railings, the fences. And there it is, the views in and out again. That's the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, sixth one down is the strong, historic, visual and functional link between the village and its surrounding landscape. There, I guess, is that's why you identify any harm at all, presumably.
Yeah.
And then the next one's green spaces between the buildings, around the buildings, contribution trees make, historical connections to different families.
Yep.
So it would be fair to say that there's the one about views to the surrounding landscape, that's the sixth one. All the other ones are completely unaffected by our proposal.
Yes. Because of that, I think mostly because of the enclosed nature.
And the distance and all the rest of it.
Yeah, and the distance.
And so the core reasons. We're not saying no harm here. We're saying we are saying, as in Dr. Mealy's saying, very low level, less than substantial. So he is accepting an impact. But the core reasons, the core significance, the core reasons that this conservation area were designated are retained.
Yes.
That's true in this.
And it would still, it flows inevitably from what you've said, but just for completeness, it would obviously still very, very much warrant the designation of a conservation area as it is now, even if our scheme was in place.
Yes, in this case, yeah.
Ms Soanes, thank you very much indeed. Madam, those are all my questions.
Right, before you do your re-examination, just got one or two things to ask, please. Not much, because I've been interrupting. Where are we? Right. Yeah, at the beginning of your proof, paragraph 1.16, you say that, hold on, about the amended plans in February put in by the applicant, which we've already talked about, this inquiry. So you said I haven't had an opportunity to review them, but obviously that was some time ago now, and presumably you have.
Yeah, so...
does it make any difference to any of your conclusions?
No, I think in my additional proof, Mum, I talk about, because my core document references in my main proof are to the previous or earlier sets of drawings. Mm-hmm. So in my additional proof, which is the 38.2.2a, I provide tables which tell you what the equivalent new core document reference is and whether and if there was any impact on my assessment, and there wasn't. But I kind of set that out in those tables, so I hope that's helpful.
Cute. Okay, I just wanted to ask you, I'm not going to ask you really about any of the buildings particularly, except I was interested in the toll house, and I've sort of been past it quite a few times now.
Yeah.
And it comes to this sort of thing about whether there's functional connections with land. So, I mean, presumably it was built as a toll house for the A2, I would imagine, was it?
I think that's correct, yeah.
Mm-hmm. and obviously, although it does actually face on to School Road rather than, or at least it does now, onto School Road rather than London Road, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
But I think I read in somebody's evidence that the extension at the start, so you've got a building which is sort of on the corner, and then you've got this blank elevation.
Yeah, which
and
is
that's a
on the
modern
road.
extension, is it?
I
Or
think
is
it has been
oldish?
extended, yeah. Let me just, is it one School Lane? Yeah, I'd say it's been extended on the western side, the extension having a blind elevation facing the street. So that's
do you know
on page 13
page 13
of my main proof, paragraph 4.3.
Yeah. I mean, do you know, or from your sort of looking at it, would you have any idea when it would be? Is it modern, or is it something that you think's been put on?
From recollection, I think it's probably modern, but I think it's all rendered, so it's quite difficult to tell.
Yeah, I mean,
but
it's all sort of like rendered in the same.
my impression would be it's more modern, yeah.
No windows or
No.
anything. So I was just interested in, I mean, you put, what page again was it that you're?
Page 13 is where it starts.
Yeah. Yes, it's, hold on a minute, I can't remember what your actual assessment was.
I think it's
low, was it?
It's at
Or
the beginning.
very low?
I think I'm saying very lowest, yeah, lowest level.
Lowest, yeah. I mean, the sort of, well, it's obvious. Well, I don't think, but I might be wrong, that there was any functional relationship. I mean, it was built a toll house, not a farmhouse.
Yeah.
So presumably, in terms of that, the land that's now the open land adjoining Stones Farm, presumably there's no actual functional link with that.
No, I don't think so, Mum.
So
No.
I was just wondering, really, what your sort of thought process was as to why there was any effect at all on the significance of that
I
building.
think it's the understanding of the asset as part of a linear rural settlement. So, you know, it would have had a rural or agrarian landscape setting. So I'm attaching some value to that in how we appreciate the listed building.
But it's not agrarian anymore, is it? Anyway.
No,
Sort of
but it's there's like
covered in footpaths.
yeah. Well, it's sort of open land, isn't it? And and then you get into the conservation area.
But you can't. I mean, there wouldn't be a link with the conservation area, would there? I mean, that's
No,
no.
so no. I was just explaining that I
Yeah.
think the land's in there now. So it's
Okay. So it's just because it's open.
yeah, and sort of well, it's that understanding of it as part of the rural settlement.
I see. And I mean, a similar thing really with the other buildings that you've noted on the northern side of the A2.
Yeah.
Because those have actually got quite a bit of land behind them, haven't they?
Yes, they do. Yeah.
You know, so again, I suppose it's the same question really. I expect you'll give me the same answer.
Yeah, it is pretty much the same answer for those.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Town conservation area. You, I think it was touched on by Mr. Simons that in the Appendix 9 of Dr. Mealy, he sets out proposed possible enhancements.
Yes.
Doesn't he? And he says
does,
about the
yeah.
interpretation boards and the clearance of stream and so forth. And you say, well, it could be done anyway. But I suppose my question is, have you got any evidence to say that this is likely to happen? And would it reduce the benefit of those? Would there be?
I don't have any evidence about the likelihood of it happening. No.
So
Yes, I understand it will only happen as a result of the development.
yeah. So the benefit that you give that wouldn't be affected by the fact that it could happen anyway. In other words, it would have a lower benefit.
No. I was just making the point that I suppose the point I'm making is it's quite a high price to pay for that enhancement.
I can understand that, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. And my final question was, I wondered if you'd had a chance to consider the Milstead conservation
Yes, I
area.
did go there last night, Mum.
Well done. And what your views were, really?
Yeah, I think because of the intervening distance, I think I was happy with the ES assessment. That I don't think there will be any appreciable impact from the motorway junction.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. That's all my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Re-examination?
I've just got a couple of very, very short points.
Okay.
So the first one, do you remember at the beginning of cross-examination you were asked questions about the scale of less than substantial harm and
Yes.
what these things meant? Just to ground that in a reference, can I take you to the Statement of Common Ground, which is CD... Well, I don't know what the updated one is, actually. It's going to be CD 34 something.
I've got it open somewhere.
On the copy I got, it didn't have a CD number. The copy I was.
It's on the.
It is 34. The updated one is 34.8.1, and the original one is just 34.8.
The updated one is one that contains everything in the original.
Yeah.
So the original is
It's been
superfluous.
superseded.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah.
Right.
So it's 34.8.1.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so it's that page 9.
Yeah. I'm on page 9.
Okay, and we've got there in the penultimate row assessment of built heritage effects less than substantial harm. Sorry, I should turn this on. Assessment of less than page 9 of that document, PDF page 9. It's also the paper page 9. It's a table. And the penultimate entry, assessment of built heritage. Parties agree it's all less than substantial harm, and then in the last column, no formal best practice scale or terminology, but practitioners tend to refer to less than substantial harm, a scale including very low, low, medium, and high. And in this case, we're talking about either no or very low up to mediums to high.
Yes, correct. Yeah.
Yeah. What I wanted you to clarify, please, is whether, because you were asked about substantial as well, this is
Yeah.
context for the question. What I wanted you to clarify, please, is whether in your way of dealing with things, high runs directly into substantial, or whether there's another category of kind of very high, less than substantial, before you get to substantial. Do you understand the question?
Yeah. It's a good question, and not one I've had to consider.
Well, I'm asking it for you to clarify.
I suppose,
so whatever you...
as like we've said, there's a... I mean, I suppose, yes, there could be a very high, less than substantial harm before you get to substantial harm.
Thank you.
Because it is a sort of it's supposed to be a spectrum, isn't
Yeah.
it? So in fact, you go. It's like a
lowest.
slider, isn't it? I suppose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean, it will go from medium up to high.
So you could
then
have
high to substantial, wouldn't it? Just as a
yeah. So you could have very high, like at the highest end of less than substantial.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Second and final point. When you were asked about the Rodmersham Street conservation area, you said something, the substance of which was, we have an opportunity to preserve the setting here, and you were asked what you meant by that. What did you mean, refusal? And you said yes. And I just want to take you to your proof, please.
Oh, yeah.
And you'll probably know what I'm going to ask you. This is always helpful in re-examination. It's 38.3.2, page 54.
Yes.
Paragraph, so this is the section on the Rodmersham Street conservation area. At 5.84 you give your opinion, and then at 5.85 you say something about mitigation, and I just wanted to draw that to your attention in the context of the answers you gave.
I think my answer my answer originally was quite blunt and didn't consider mitigation. We haven't really talked much about mitigation in terms of, we've talked about mitigation leading up to the current scheme, but we hadn't really talked much about mitigation to mitigate the current scheme. So yeah, there is of course opportunity for mitigation, not just refusal, and I try and set that out for all of the assets in my evidence, Mum, where I think it's possible.
The inspector will see that in various places that you've said, well, one way of mitigating this harm could be to draw back the boundary.
Yeah, it is generally going to be reducing built development.
And just to place this in context, if we go to page 8 of your proof, paragraph 3.3 specifically.
Yes.
You set out the methodology that you've used, taken from the practice note 3, and then the steps there. And to the extent for some of the impacts you talk about mitigation, I think that's step 4, is that right? Yeah.
Yes, it is, yeah.
And you've explained that at 3.4, paragraph 3.4.
Yes.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
convenient time to break, I think. So we have a lunch break now. Thank you, Mr. Jones. And then we are having Dr. Doggett.
Can we just see where we are on timing? I know we
Yes.
talked yesterday about perhaps finishing by tomorrow
Yeah, well,
lunchtime.
I doubt that. Well, we won't finish tomorrow lunchtime, that's for sure.
No. Can I just have a think about the rest of the
But we should be,
day?
yeah. So Dr. Doggett, I think, well, my learned friend was indicating something maybe, I don't know how long in chief you were thinking.
About 30 minutes would be my estimate.
So back at 2:30. I don't think with Dr. Doggett, I'm not going to do all the assets again, just a few questions of clarification for Dr. Doggett, so it might be, say, 20 to 30 minutes or something like that. So that would be, in theory, finished by, what was that, 3?
Yeah, then we've got Mr. Townsend, Mum.
Of course, sorry, yeah, I hadn't accounted for that.
I think probably 15 minutes or so in chief. I think I've got half an hour potentially.
That's obviously fine. So that takes us to 3:30-ish, and then probably a 20-minute break or something at that point, or whatever it is. Afternoon break takes us to 3:45 or 10 to 4. I don't think I'm going to have any questions for Mr. Townsend, so that gets us to 4ish or something like that, and then it's. Of course, you might, yeah. Well, not really exactly, but yeah. The question then, I suppose, I hadn't factored that in. That was my mistake. We're going to need to take a view on, because Dr. Mealy's evidence in chief is longer.
Let's just see. So Dr. Mealy. So in chief.
2.5, say, hours, something like that, with the slideshow and all the rest of it. So we say 3, yeah, well, yeah, everyone's going to love the slides, so there'll people be asking him to go slower so they can enjoy all the slides. So the question then would be, it'd be probably preferable to do all of that in a single hit, but we could. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so I'll tell you what my approach is going to be.
Right. You could also, if you could send us all the questions in advance, that would be great.
I can do that too. My approach generally is going to be you've got everything more or less that you need. You know what our case is, because Ms. Soane's been cross-examined at great length, and you're an experienced inspector. So
leave it to you then. Leave it to you.
I certainly. I certainly am going to cross-examine, of course, but probably, I think I gave an estimate of 2 to 3 hours, and I'll probably be at the low end of that scale, if that's probably about 2 hours. But it might spill into 3. It might spill towards 3, but between 2 and 3, I think.
And also, of course, the Rule 6 party has the opportunity to ask questions.
Probably about 45 minutes cross-examination from me, Mum.
So that's going to be a whole day. It's a day, isn't it, really, for Dr. Mealy? So I think probably our preference, thinking this through, it would still work. I mean, we could just say tomorrow for Dr. Mealy in full, back to back, and then you could go out afterwards, hopefully, and do, if you're feeling up to it anyway, feeling up for it. And
we might spill into Friday, right? I mean, that's the...
I would hope. No.
If we're trying to avoid that, shall we start Dr. Mealy today? Even if we've got an hour, we could go do half of his evidence in chief.
He'd rather not, we'd rather him if we... Yeah,
we've got it set aside. Yeah,
I do suspect we'll be done tomorrow with Dr. Mealy, but I do appreciate it's not a dead cert. It's on us in some ways if he wants to avoid Purdah tonight to try and do his slides a bit quicker. But I think our preference on balance would probably. Your view, obviously. Well, we can definitely start today. Probably be better to do it as a single piece, then he avoids Purdah and gets more flow.
Let's just see where we get to this afternoon.
Of course. We might, exactly right. Yeah.
We're not going to start at 4:45. The only thing tomorrow is I would like to finish, if we can, at 5.
Yeah. To go out for the visit. Yeah. Yep. Of course. Yeah.
And really, it has worked out as we thought, because we were nearly half a day doing all discussion on Stones Farm and the other things that we've talked about. So we're not that far off, actually.
I still think Friday's unlikely to be needed, but we'll see, obviously. Let's see. All righty. Thank you.
Well, it's not going to be 2 o'clock. It will now be 5 past.
5 past. Thank you very much. Past 2.
2:30, so it's time for the inquiry to resume. So we are now going to hear the evidence of Doggett. Yes, and
That's
over
right,
to
Mum.
you, Mr. Barnes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon, Dr. Doggett.
Good afternoon.
And you are a heritage expert instructed by the 5 parishes and the action group, so you're jointly instructed.
That's correct.
And you've supplied a summary proof and a proof of evidence.
Yes.
And I'm going to take you through your summary proof first, but if I could first just ask you to address your qualifications and experience, and those are on page 1 of your main proof.
Sure.
Would you like to just summarise your qualifications and experience, please?
Yes, I won't go through it all, just to pick out possibly the most relevant parts. From 1984 to 88, I worked on the accelerated resurvey of listed buildings, mainly in Shropshire, but also in Staffordshire, Cornwall, a bit in Devon. After that, I became a conservation officer, worked for various local authorities in different capacities, including a spell at South Oxfordshire District Council, which I left in 2002. Then went into private practice, initially working for CGMS Consulting. In the heritage team, I was head of the heritage team in Cheltenham. Left them in 2010, set up Asset Heritage Consulting, of which I am the managing director. And as far as qualifications are concerned, I have a PhD in 16th century architectural history, looking at what became of the monasteries at the dissolution of the monasteries. That has been published as 2 separate books. I'm a fellow of the Society of Antiquaries of London, a distinction I share with Dr. Miller.
Thank you very much. And just for completeness, on page 4 of your main proof, you state there that you're aware of your duty to assist the inquiry and to give your independent opinion.
Indeed.
Thank you. Well, if we can go now to your summary proof, which is relatively short. So I'm going to ask you to read that, please. And then after that, I'm going to take you to your main proof, and we're just going to look briefly at each of the heritage assets that you've identified.
Yeah, certainly. Following the introduction in section 1 of my proof to the scope of evidence covered in it, section 2 assesses the heritage significance of the settings of the principal designated heritage assets affected by the called-in proposals, namely the Grade 2 star listed Frognal Farmhouse, the Grade 1 listed Church of St Nicholas at Rodmersham, and the Milstead, Rodmersham, Church Street, Rodmersham Green, Tong and Tunstall conservation areas, and the numerous listed buildings they contain, several of which across the conservation areas are listed at Grade 1, and of course the locally listed buildings they also contain. For the reasons explained in section 2 of the proof, and as acknowledged by the appellants, the Grade 1 listed church of applicants, of course, the Grade 1 listed Church of St Nicholas and the Grade 2 star listed Frognal Farmhouse are obviously of the highest heritage significance, and this is beyond dispute. As the Council's recent and adopted conservation area appraisals show, the conservation areas clearly warrant designation as such, and it is worth noting that the applicants' heritage advisors have not challenged the quality of the appraisals or the reasons for designation. Historic England clearly support their conservation area status, extent, and the value of their settings. Section 3 of this proof begins with an examination of relevant planning policy relating to the historic environment at both local and national level, as well as considering HE's settings guidance, and that of course is a core document. As Dr. Miller acknowledges in the Heritage Statement of Common Ground agreed with the Council on the 28th of January 2025, and I think that was updated to, if I remember correctly, the 5th of March of this year. There are several instances where the called-in proposals would cause a medium level of less than substantial harm to several of the designated heritage assets discussed in Section 2 of this proof. This is important because while I cannot help feeling that the inordinate length of Montague Evans's documents, with their seemingly endless analysis and tables of designated and non-designated heritage assets, where it is stated that there is no harm, significance preserved, or that in some cases, very low level of less than substantial harm is caused, might be intended to deflect attention from where irrevocable and serious harm is undoubtedly caused. Dr. Mealer does at least acknowledge that harm will occur from the proposals, which obviously is important. In my view, the heritage harm is at its most serious and irreversible to the two most important individually designated heritage assets affected by the call-in proposals, i.e. the Grade 1 listed Church of St Nicholas, Rodmersham, and the Grade 2 star listed Frognal Farmhouse. But there is also significant harm to Rodmersham Church Street and Rodmersham Green conservation areas, Tong Conservation Area and Tunstall Conservation Area, and of course the many listed buildings, as I've already said, several of them listed at Grade 1, and locally listed buildings they contain. As far as the Church of St Nicholas and Frognal Farmhouse are concerned, I very much concur with the high level of harm Historic England have found in the called-in proposals would cause to the settings of these two important buildings, and the constant irrevocable damage the proposals would cause to their significance. Much the same level of harm would, in my opinion, be caused to the significance of the setting of Rodmersham Church Street and Rodmersham Green conservation areas, Tongue Conservation Area and Tunstall Conservation Area by the called-in proposals. While at paragraphs 345 and 346 towards the end of my proof, I set out the reasons why I believe they could also be harmful to the setting of Milstead Conservation Area and its significance, albeit I acknowledge that that harm caused here would be at a lower level. In short, it is clear to me, for the reasons set out in the body of my proof, that the combined proposals are damaging to the historic environment of the large area they cover to a degree which at its highest level constitutes harm falling within, I would submit, the medium to upper level of less than substantial harm, as that term is defined and used in the MPPF and the PPG. I therefore respectfully urge the Inspector to dismiss these called-in applications.
Thank you very much. Well, that dispenses with the summary. So if we can move now to your main proof, please.
Sure.
And just a couple of preliminary matters before we get to the heritage assets themselves. If I can refer you first to paragraph 1.4, where you confirm there that you made a site visit. Can you just summarise how many site visits you've made and the nature of your visits?
Yes, I'm owing to the late nature of my instruction, I was only able to make one site visit before writing the proof, which was at the beginning of February, when I spent the whole day in the area, including a nighttime visit, which was not necessarily what I expected at the start of the day. But I have subsequently, before the inquiry sat, returned and walked across public footpaths on various aspects of the site, focusing on the Rodmersham Church Street conservation area and its surroundings. I've also revisited on 2 occasions Milstead, and I'd also, as a result of that, like to say something about Bexon Court, if the Inspector will permit that. towards the end of this.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we'll pick that up at the end of your evidence.
Yep, thank you.
If I could refer you next to paragraph 2.2, please. And it's here that you set out your approach that you've taken in preparing this evidence for the inquiry, and obviously you're quite focused in your approach. So can you just explain the approach that you've taken and why you've identified the assets that you have?
Yes, I thought it would be helpful to the inspector, above all, if the impact on two things really. The significance of the two most highly graded buildings was clearly and succinctly set out, and also the impact of the proposals on that significance. So I haven't attempted to look at every single designated heritage asset covered by the appeal site, nor have I looked at the non-designated heritage assets, which by their very definition are clearly of less heritage value than those that are statutorily listed buildings.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Well, so against that background, if we can now move to look at the individual heritage assets that you've identified, and what I'm going to do is just take you through them one by one, asset by asset.
Sure.
And in each case, I'm going to ask you first to describe your assessment of the significance of their setting to the heritage asset, and then to just summarise your assessment of the level of harm.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. Well, I'm going to start with the Church of St Nicholas in Rodmersham, which we find at page 10 of your proof at paragraph 2.13.
Yep.
Let me know when you've got it.
Yes, firstly, just to say a little bit about the church itself. Obviously, it's a Grade 1 listed building, the highest grade of listing that applies. It's described in the 2013 revision of John Newman's Kent in the Pevsner Building of England series as imposing, and it retains a considerable amount of its medieval fabric, including the 15th century West Tower. Inside the building there are several significant features of interest, including the rather unusual chestnut sedilia. It's conceivable that the Rodmersham, what is now the Rodmersham Church Street Conservation Area, originated as a medieval village which is likely to have been depopulated as a result of the Black Death, with the result that the population later moved to Rodmersham Green, which could well be the explanation for such a large parish church in such a small settlement.
Thank you. And thinking particularly about the setting of the church, can you give your opinion about the significance of the setting?
Yes. I mean, it's interesting, and this is something that's picked up in the Historic England letter of the 31st of May 2024, that the well-known historian of Kent, Edward Highsted, notes that the church, and this is a direct quote from Highsted, lies at a mile southward from Bapchild Street and the High Dover Road on high ground, the church being plainly seen from it, something which obviously does to a large extent pertain today. You can see the church tower in particular as a focal point across larger amounts of the surrounding countryside.
And just looking at that letter, there are two other points made by Historic England in that paragraph. Would you like to comment on those at all?
Yes, they refer to the undeveloped character of the landscape, coupled with the church's higher location, emphasises the prominence of the handsome 15th century tower. And secondly, the attractive, the direct quote from Historic England at my paragraph 213. Secondly, the attractive rural setting of the church with its agricultural fields and orchards, enhances an appreciation of the church's aesthetic value. This aspect of significance can be appreciated in views from the land to the east of the site and from within the site, where the 15th century tower is enhanced by the attractive rural setting.
Thank you. And just to be clear, I think you concur with Historic England's analysis on this, and indeed, I think on in relation to the other matters that you look at.
I do, very much so.
Thank you. So that's the significance. If we can move on to your assessment of the identified harm, and that we find that at page 22, paragraph 325 of your proof.
Sorry, I was just turning off my phone.
No, that's fine.
Sorry. Sorry. Yep. Sorry. Would you mind just repeating the question?
Page 22, paragraph 3.25, sorry. Not 325.
Yeah. Yes, here I'm beginning to look at the impact of the proposals on the significance of the church. And again, I quote there at length paragraph 325 from the Historic England letter of the 31st of May 2024, with which I agree in its entirety.
I'm not suggesting you read it out, but would you like to just summarise the gist of that for us, just so we've got the main points?
Yes. Well, they make the important points that light and noise from the proposed residential development will have an urbanising effect on the existing entirely rural setting, and this would harm an appreciation of the church's aesthetic value.
And in terms of level of harm, I think Historic England deal with that at the bottom of that paragraph, and then you say in the next paragraph that you concur with their comments. So what's the level of harm here?
Yes, the level of harm that Historic England have identified here is at the mid-range of less than substantial harm. And again, I concur with that.
Thank you very much. So if we move on now to Frognal Farmhouse. So if I can take you to page 7, please.
Sure.
And it's paragraph 2.3. Well,
yes, I mean, that obviously has a 2-star building. It's in the same sort of planning regime, if I can use that phrase, as a Grade 1 listed building in terms of the importance that it occupies. I mean, I think it's worth just referring to the description of the building by John Leland, the Tudor antiquary, who was writing at the time of the dissolution of the monasteries. A man dear to my heart because he actually witnessed the dissolution of the monasteries. And in his well-known itinerary of 1534 to 1543, he describes it even then, in the mid-16th century, as a very ancient house. And the fabric of the building, and Mr. Townsend will elaborate on this in his proof of evidence, does date back to the late Middle Ages. There was also an important early 18th century wing addition, and as the applicant's heritage advisors have acknowledged, the heritage value of the building is effectively beyond dispute.
Thank you. And then moving on to consider its setting, I think you deal with that in paragraph 2.4.
Yes.
Would you like to
yes, I mean, that is brief, so it's probably worth just reading it. In my opinion, the significance of the farmhouse derives not only from its physical fabric, but also from its current rural, isolated location, a situation it has enjoyed since the Middle Ages. I'm not, of course, saying nothing has changed in the immediate vicinity, but the fact is that it does remain a rural building.
Thank you. And just looking at paragraph 2.5, this is Historic England's comments. Just picking out a couple of quotes from that. So towards the bottom of page 7, Historic England say it's associated with an ancient manor and working estate which can be traced back to at least the 13th century. Do you want to elaborate on that at all? Because obviously you concur with their comments.
Yes, no, I concur with that. I don't think there's much I can add to it. I don't want to tread on the toes of Paul Townsend, who probably knows more about the building than anybody else.
Okay, and looking at page 8, which is more of the Historic England letter. Historic England say that the surrounding fields make an important contribution to the appreciation of the significance of Frognal Farmhouse for several reasons, and then they go on to list their analysis there. Can I ask you to comment on that?
Yes, the surrounding agricultural land undoubtedly does make a significant contribution to the setting of this building, which, as Miss Soanes also found, I think does constitute an important part of its overall significance. It is not just the physical fabric of the building, it is its setting which is at risk if these proposals are allowed.
Thank you very much. So if we can move now to your assessment of harm. So if we move to page 23 of your proof, please.
Sure. Yep.
And if I can refer you to paragraph 3.28, which again is Historic England's analysis. And then you say in the subsequent paragraph that you concur with that analysis. So again, there's quite a lot of analysis there from Historic England, but can you just summarise your assessment of the harm to Frognal Farmhouse?
Yes, I think it largely derives from the proximity of the proposed residential development, which, as Historic England have said, is between 10 to 12 metres in height in fields to the south, southeast and southwest of the farmhouse. And even with the revised heights and layouts in the parameters plan, this still fundamentally alters the setting of the building, and it, as a result, impacts its significance.
Thank you. And just looking at page 24, which is more of the Historic England comments, if I can just put one particular passage to you. They say that even with an increased green buffer, Frognal Farmhouse's landscape setting will essentially lose its rural and agricultural character, which is key to understanding its historic significance. Could you comment on that, please?
Yes, buffers and screening are all very well. They would, of course, not be necessary if a development was not proposed. Historic England, make the important point in their settings document that screening can often be as damaging as the development that it's seeking to screen. And no amount of drawing showing what it looks like after 10 years, 15 years, 25 years, whatever, does alter the fact that the setting has irrevocably changed.
Thank you very much. Well, if we can move on now to Rodmersham Church Street Conservation Area. So you deal with that at page 11 of your proof.
Mm-hmm.
That's paragraph, it starts at paragraph 2.19, but actually the important part of it starts on page 12 at paragraph 2.22. Again, referring to Historic England's letter of the 31st of May 2024. So can you give your analysis of the
Yes.
significance of the setting of the conservation area, please?
Just before that, just to point out, and this applies to all of the conservation areas we'll be looking at, they remain, in various degrees, admittedly, instantly recognisable from the tithe map of 1838, 1840, whatever it is. And this is particularly the case with the Rodmersham Church Street conservation area, which contains not only the Grade 1 listed church, but 3 Grade 2 listed buildings and other historic buildings in a coherent and distinctive context, and has changed remarkably little since the mid-19th century.
Thank you. And just at the bottom of paragraph 2.22, Historic England say that as a modest rural conservation area set away from major development, it's also very tranquil. Could you comment on that, please?
Yeah, entirely true. It is a quiet and tranquil conservation area. There's obviously cars on the country road next to it, but there is no built development adjoining it. It's not part of some sort of greater conurbation.
Thank you. So if we can move on to page 26 of your proof, where you deal with your assessment of the harm to the heritage asset.
Yep.
And that begins on paragraph 3.36. So can you, again, this is Historic England's analysis with which you concur. Can you summarise your view of the assessment of harm and also your... it's 3.36, ma'am, on page 26.
Yes, I mean, it's perhaps just worth...
sorry, if you just pause there.
Sorry.
Just waiting for the inspector. Oh, you got it. Thank you. Sorry, Dr. Doggett.
Sorry. Pause there just to emphasise those parts of that letter of the 31st of May, which I think are particularly important. Historic England say the proximity and extent of built development mean that the character of the conservation area as a distinct, modest rural hamlet would be impacted by its coalescence with the proposed settlement. So, in the same way as I was just saying that its standalone hamlet form is what really makes up the essential character and appearance of the Rodmersham Church Street conservation area, and the wider setting of it would effectively be all but destroyed by the proposed development.
And where do you say that lies on the spectrum of less than substantial harm?
I would say that on the spectrum there, we are looking at the impact in terms of the conservation area, again at the same sort of level as we're looking at the level of harm to the church. So the middle of the range of less than substantial harm. It's interesting to note that in their assessment, Historic England use that terminology. They say in the middle of the range of less than substantial harm, but could be higher.
Mm-hmm. Do you want to elaborate on that at all? Or?
I'm not sure I really need to. I mean, again, I do not disagree that it might be. We'll no doubt get into a discussion later on about where exactly on the scale it sits, but it's in my view it firmly in the middle, if not towards the higher end of the less than substantial spectrum.
Okay, thank you. Before we move on to the next heritage asset, which is going to be Rogersham Green Conservation Area, I think it's very remiss of me that I don't think I asked you with Frognal Farmhouse where that heritage asset sits on the spectrum. So can we just return to that and just
sure.
deal with that? It was at page 23.
Page 23.
think you gave your analysis, but I omitted to ask you where it sits on the spectrum, which is what it is. So, I think it's actually page 25, actually.
So, yes, I'm both Historic England and I feel that it falls very much at the upper end of the less than substantial harm spectrum.
Would you like to elaborate on that at all?
As I say, the setting is an important component of this Grade 2 star listed building. The existing setting and the contribution it's made to its significance would be very considerably damaged by the proposals. Perhaps we just turn to a drawing just to demonstrate that. I have it here as core document 2.4. Which does, sorry. Yes, that's correct. Well, there are numerous sort of master plans. I mean, I could have.
I think it's called, just to check, is it the connections plan? Is that what it's called in the right, at the bottom right hand side?
Yes, that's
connections
I think that's
plan
right.
north.
Yeah.
If you look at the bottom right.
Yeah.
Just to make sure we've all got it. No, not at all.
Yes, Frognal Farm is the.
So sorry, Dr. Dog, you haven't got your microphone on.
Sorry. Frognal Farm is indicated by the red rectangular area towards the right-hand side of the plan to the north west of Teynham. So it's the area obviously excluded from the red line. And on this plan and on numerous others, you can see just how close the proposed residential development is coming to the farmhouse and the converted barn that lies immediately to its west. And I believe some of this has been identified as development of between 10 to 12 metres in height. There was also the road running through that residential development, which, while I appreciate is not the Northern Relief Road, is nevertheless not going to be a country lane. It's going to be a road adopted to modern standards. So the setting of the building to the southeast and the southwest is would be very considerably changed by this amount of residential development. I think it's perfectly reasonable to accord a high level of less than substantial harm to the listed building, the Grade 2 star listed building, and its significance as a result of that.
And what do you say to the argument that this is a changed landscape anyway, and it's been modernised over the years?
It is a changed landscape. It's a very rare situation that you'll find a landscape anywhere in the United Kingdom that has been unchanged since the Middle Ages. I'm not promoting a return to the Middle Ages, but as Mr. Townsend will say, it's still very much an agricultural landscape. It changes throughout the seasons. That change will no longer be as discernible as it is now if those fields are covered in housing development.
And we know that the proposal is to have a landscape buffer around it, and then the area immediately in front of, to the south of Frognal Farmhouse will be green amenity space. What's your view of that in terms of mitigation or complementing?
Yes, I mean, I suppose it has to be conceded that it is partial mitigation, but if the development were not proposed, there is nothing you need to mitigate against.
Thank you very much. Well, if we can move on now to our next heritage asset, which is Rodmersham Green Conservation Area, and you deal with that at page 13 of your proof.
Mm-hmm.
And that's at paragraph 2.28.
Sorry, I just covered my proof up. That's the danger of working from paper documents.
Let me know when you're there.
Sorry, page 13.
Yeah, page 13,
Yes.
2.28.
Well, again, this is a quotation directly taken from Historic England's letter. It's possibly worth just reading out elements of it. Rodmersham Green evolved as a modest hamlet to the south of the village of Rodmersham, formed of a series of cottages. Originally there was a windmill, which was quite a imposing feature in the what is now the conservation area, laid around the green, and the houses on the just get this right, the west side of the green do enclose that green. We heard quite a lot this morning from Mr. Simmons about how we have modern development coming right up to the edge of Rodmersham Green, and that shows, he didn't quite say this, but the implications seem to be that because there had been modern development up on the western side, and that was viewed almost as if it were successful. Sorry, I've slightly lost my train of thought there. What I want to say really is that what remains of its agricultural landscape around it, I think, is that the importance of that is emphasised by the fact that there is modern development on the west side and on the south side of the green. We don't want to sever its last links with the surrounding agricultural landscape.
Okay, thank you. So if we move on to your assessment of harm, which we find at page 27, paragraph 3.38.
Yes. As far as the Rodmersham Green Conservation Area is concerned, Historic England do say, and I think on balance I agree with them, that it's at the lower end of the spectrum of less than substantial harm. It's my understanding there was originally a further development proposed which has been pared back from that area, which has resulted in Historic England slightly downgrading the level of harm caused to the Rodmersham Green Conservation Area. And I think, as I say, on balance, I would accept that the degree of harm to Rodmersham Green Conservation Area is lower than it is, for instance, at Rodmersham Church Street.
Okay, thank you. Well, if we move on now to Tong Conservation Area, that's at page 14 of your proof. So I think the substantive part starts at paragraph 2.31. So again, can you describe the significance of the setting of the Tong Conservation Area?
Yes, I think if I may, I'll just read paragraph 231. As is the case with all of the conservation areas we're looking at, they've been the subject of recent conservation area appraisals done, if I may say so, to exemplary standards by Swale Borough Council. They've gone through a proper process of consultation and they're adopted by the council. And this is important because, we're not dealing with documents that were written in the 1970s, as I'm afraid is often still the case with conservation area appraisals. These are modern, up-to-date appraisals. And as that for Tong shows, at paragraph 231, the designated area includes 2 Grade 2 listed buildings and other historic buildings in a small settlement that has not grown or altered significantly since the time of the 1797 Ordnance Survey Plan. And it also includes the earthworks of the otherwise demolished Tong Castle and the Bapchild Spring Head, traditionally associated with the cult of Thomas Becket, near the southern boundary of the designated area, which of course lies close to the Roman road of Watling Street, the present A2, and this Spring Head formed an integral part of the pilgrimage route to Canterbury during the Middle Ages. The Spring Head is also important for supplying water to the chalk stream that feeds the Tong. Sorry, I don't know whether it's Tong or Tonge, to be honest. Tong Mill Pond.
Thank you. And if I could also ask you to have a look at paragraph 2.33, because that was the appraisal, and then these are Historic England's comments. I'm not necessarily suggesting you to read them all out, but would you like to summarise or draw on those comments that Historic England have made?
Yes, so Historic England do refer to its importance as a rural industrial site. Obviously, the mill could be described as an industrial building, and the possible association with milling that goes right back to at least the 12th century. The character and appearance is strongly defined by attractive 18th and 19th century mill buildings, which form a pleasing group to the north of the mill pond itself. And they go on to talk about the importance of the spring feeding that, which we heard at length yesterday.
And just over the page there, onto page 15, at the end of that paragraph, they say the conservation area maintains a tranquil character which illustrates its isolated location away from major development and its rural origins. Would you like to just comment on that?
Yes, I mean, I think you are very close to Sittingbourne there, the sort of industrial, in the more modern sense of the world, sort of more modern sense of the word, rather, suburbs of Sittingbourne. But when you're actually in Tong itself, I have obviously visited, I also looked at the church there, which falls outside the conservation area. It is remarkable, what a rural area it still appears to be, despite the proximity of Sittingbourne itself.
Thank you. So if we can move on to look at your assessment of the harm, which we find at page 28, paragraph 3.40.
Yep. This, I think, does have to be, as Historic England have said, towards the upper end of the spectrum of less than substantial harm. The applicants themselves have acknowledged that a slightly higher level of harm does apply to this than many of the other designated assets they have identified.
And
of course, that harm would in part come from the road, which we're told has to run through the middle of the Tong conservation area.
And we're told that the road will have some landscape screening around it. What's your view on that?
Yeah, well, again, I come back to the Historic England point in their settings guidance document that screening can be as harmful as the development it's seeking to screen. There would be no need for screening if the road was not there. I don't know the ins and outs of why the road has to be there, but I would just question: does the road have to be there at all?
But in terms of the screening, obviously it's going to be of a green nature.
Yes.
What effect do you think that would have on the character?
Well, I mean, it would be a prominent feature running across that part of the conservation area. It would not physically perhaps cut off the spring head from the mill pond. I'm sure it could be culverted underneath or whatever. But it is nevertheless going to be a major piece of infrastructure. We're not, and I think Miss Scones made this point very well, we're not talking about a sort of rural track running across the conservation area with the stream culverted underneath it. We are talking about the Northern Relief Road. There will be lighting, no doubt, as well as screening.
Thank you. And can you give your view about the connection between the historic buildings in the north of the site and then the mill pond at the bottom, or the pond at the bottom, I should say?
Yes, we heard a lot yesterday about whether the visibility of that would be affected. The tall chimney, and it was considered obviously still be able to see the mill building's chimney from the southern part of the conservation area. But as I think as Miss Scones was saying, the mill pond probably wouldn't be there if the spring head was not there. The spring head is important culturally, historically, whatever term you want to use, as part of the cult of St Thomas Becket.
Okay, thank you. And then just one final point on the Tong conservation area before we move on to the next asset. We understand that there's a proposal for some enhancements to the conservation area in terms of interpretation boards and landscape being tidied up, I think, things like that. What's your view in terms of whether that mitigates the harm?
Interpretation panels are all very well, and I have myself on occasion said, we'll put up an interpretation panel in mitigation for the harm we're causing. Interpretation panels tend to get vandalised a few years after they're built and put up. I doubt anyone will be looking at them.
Okay, thank you. Well, if we move on to the Tunstall conservation area, which is page 15 of your proof.
Yep.
And that's paragraph 2.39. Page 15, 2.39, Mum.
Yes, I mean, it is worth just preluding that with a reference to the importance of the Tunstall conservation area. It seems to have got rather overlooked in this session so far. I think it's fair to say that at its northern end, the village does suffer to some degree from its physical sort of connection almost to the suburbs of Sittingbourne. But when you're the 20th century suburbs, later 20th century suburbs, when you're actually in the conservation area, it is surprising how rural it still feels. Again, you can look at the form of the settlement as it was on the 1840 tithe map and compare it with what exists today in the central pit of Tunstall, if I can call it that. And importantly, it includes 2 Grade 1 listed buildings, the Church of St John the Baptist and Tunstall House, and in a very small area does have 12 Grade 2 listed buildings, and others that are quite rightly being identified by the council as being locally significant.
And what role does the setting of the conservation area have in terms of its significance?
Yes, I think it could we perhaps just turn to the map of the conservation area? In the appraisal, please, yes. Thank you.
Do you have a reference for that?
Reference, please.
Sorry.
Oh, here we are.
You got it,
19.12, is that right?
Oh, thank you, Mum.
yes. Sorry.
And the maps, I think, page either 9 or 11.
Is it page 9, Dr. Doggett?
Yes, page 9 is probably the best one to go to. You can see how rural it's setting to the east-west and south east remains. You can see Sittingbourne obviously to the north. I have again obviously visited the Tunstall Conservation Area, and while the applicants will no doubt say, "Oh, there's lots of agricultural fields remaining towards the to the west and to the south," you looking to from the conservation area outwards to the east, it is still pretty rural today. I mean, you can see some of the buildings, of which I think are the science park in the distance, but they are not right up against the village.
Thank you. So if we move on to look at your assessment, we find that on page 29,
Sure.
paragraph 3.42. What's your assessment of the effect on the Tunstall Conservation Area?
Sorry, 3 points.
Page 20, well, it begins on page 29, paragraph 3.42.
Okay, thank you.
Again, I would concur with Historic England that it's probably towards the lower end of the spectrum of less than substantial harm.
Would you like to elaborate on that at all?
I think the reason for that is the impact is not perhaps as serious as it is on the, say, the Rodmersham Church Street conservation area. But as Historic England themselves say, and I'm quoting here from the bottom of 3.42, overall, we still conclude that harm would be caused to the significance of the Tunstall Conservation Area as a result of the visibility of the site from the conservation area, noise, light and increased activity from the development, and the erosion of an understanding of Tunstall as an isolated settlement. For the purposes of the MPPF, the harm would be located at the lower end of the spectrum of less than substantial harm.
Thank you. So if we can move to our final conservation area, which is the Milstead Conservation Area, and you deal with that on page 16 of your proof.
Yes. go to the significance first. Yep.
Yeah. So again, paragraph 2.42, and yes, if you could summarise your analysis of the significance of the conservation area and the contribution of its setting.
Yeah, again, I mean, this was an early conservation area designation, which is always a good measure of how important a settlement is. Those in historic building and settlement terms, it is the more important ones, the least spoilt, that tended to get designated first. And it was first designated in April 1973, but as with all of the conservation areas, has been thoroughly reviewed and published an adopted conservation area appraisal, in this case of November 2022, core document 1926. And as the appraisal shows, the designated area includes 2 Grade 2 style listed buildings, the Church of St Mary and the Holy Cross, and Milstead Manor. Sorry?
We haven't really talked about this, so can we just get the appraisal out?
Oh, sorry.
19.6, you said, did you? No. 26, sorry. 26. Hang on.
Do you have a core?
Where's that?
Is it 19.26?
Yeah.
Core document. Yeah.
Where's the plan of the conservation area in there?
Sorry.
That's it.
I think
Page 10.
There's a plan on page 9.
Right.
It's more of a location plan,
yeah.
that one, I think. There's a useful diagram on page 10, Madam, which there's an aerial view showing the extent of the conservation area, accompanied by a map to the right.
Yep. Thank you.
I've been, in the last couple of days, almost a sort of habitual visitor to Milstead, looking at it at night as well as before the light has gone. It is quite a remarkable area for its dark skies, I would say. And I am concerned that light spillage from the proposed motorway junction could be, certainly if you can't actually see the motorway junction from there, and I accept you may well not be able to see it from within the boundaries of the conservation area, I'm sure one would be very much aware of it through the noise and light pollution that would result from its construction.
Better add that to the list for our site visit then, I should think. Might as well go and have a look at that as well.
Well, we won't be far away anyway, so
No,
it
exactly.
definitely makes sense. Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I have to say, Madam, my first experience of Milstead at night was as a result of my all-day field visit in February, and of course the light was failing, but by the time I got to Milstead it was virtually pitch black.
Oh, right. Well, luckily I'll be accompanied, so
Yep.
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you. Just whilst we're on that, can I ask you about the proposals for the Kent Science Park as well, because that's obviously in the same area?
Yes. The Kent Science Park is expanding southwards right up to the motorway. So there will be light also from the extension of the Kent Science Park.
Thank you very much. So, can you just conclude by summarising where on the spectrum of harm you find?
Yeah, I mean, this one is very hard to define. I mean, I have said in my proof at 346 that it would seem to me to be at the lower end of less than substantial harm. I'm not assisted in any way by comments from Historic England here. And I also have to say it's the lack of specificity, if there is such a word, of the proposals that does make it really quite hard to assess what the exact level of less than substantial harm would be from the proposals on the significance of the conservation area. But I think it is only right to raise it as a possible area of concern.
Thank you very much. Well, excuse me, that concludes all the heritage assets which you deal with in your proof, but I think you also wanted to address an additional heritage asset, which is Bexon Court. And there are some there's a helpful plan and a photograph of that in the presentation of Dr. Millet, which we'll be hearing from later.
Getting hard copies of this.
Ma'am, I do have a hard copy I can give you. My clients are very helpful.
Well, it's all right. I should.
No, I mean, we should.
Why not? If everyone else has got one, why haven't I got one?
It's Paul.
No, you've only got half.
I don't think we've actually done hard
Or maybe-
copies, but
Well, I don't want to have it, but I just. I mean, is it online? Oh, don't worry. Then I'll have a look.
Okay.
So where is it a cool document we got? Oh, hang on.
It was sent by email last night, I believe, Mum.
it's been sent around, but I don't.
Well, I haven't got it.
I know. Well, I've only had it over. I don't think it's been added by the programme officers at this point. Which
That's fair enough, but
which is fair enough, absolutely, yeah.
I would have expected a hard copy, that's all.
Yes, fair enough.
But
We can, but it refers. I think each page of it, just to sort of take a step back, each page of it refers to a bit from the evidence.
Right.
So I don't know what slide we're going to.
Well,
but maybe once we do know, we could because you'll have whatever the material is somewhere else because it's not new.
The reason for wanting to use the PowerPoint presentation was first there's a very good photo of the house at slide 54, which you will find elsewhere. But at slide 55, there's a very helpful blow up of quite a small section of one of the larger plans.
Well, maybe we could help. But if we take, so it's slides 54 and 55. So for 54, maybe if I just give you the reference, madam, to what it actually is, and then you can see if you would, you'd like it. You know, if you could just deal with the fact where we've already got it. The reference is given to core document 9.4. Just check that.
Okay.
Yeah. Is that right? Is that? Which is, and then let me just get the page 55. Oh dear. Yeah, so exactly, so we've got it. So it's core document 9.4, paginated page 55, it's PDF page 57. There is a figure, and that's the first one.
Thank you. Very
And then
grateful to my learned friend.
Sorry, not at all. Hang on, just one sec. I'll just give the inspector the second one as well, just so that.
Yeah, I think actually it's slide 55 is particularly helpful because we don't find that in such a large resolution anywhere else in the papers. So that's...
I'll just show the inspector what it is, and then we can work out what...
Which figure is it? 5.3?
It is, it's 5.32, which is the elevation of Bexon Court, which if you've got it on your screen, you can just zoom in, and that's all the slide is. So that's that.
Yeah, where's the other one?
The other one is in Dr. Mealy's proof, which is just for anyone following along, core document 37.4.2, Dr. Mealy's proof of evidence, and it is within that proof, page 93. And at page 93, what the slide includes on page 93 is a zoom in of the bit around Bexon Court, around number 9. I'll just let you get there.
Page 93.
Oh, sorry, you've got it hard copy. So it's 92 is paginated, and then it's a plan that comes after.
So do I need to?
So it's if you've got that, it's one that's called what's it called?
Heritage Assets Plan.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and it's at number 96, which is Bexon. Bexon Court is right at the bottom, obviously. Around the proposed roundabout, that bit, the slide includes that, an extract from that blown up, as it were.
So I really need to see it on screen then, so I can blow it up.
Yeah, Mum, I do have a hard copy of it if that's of
Well,
any
that's all right. Don't worry. Thank you, though. Let me just find it on the.
The core document is 37.4.2.
7.4.2.
That's Dr. Mealy's proof, and then it's PDF 93. Then you can zoom in.
Email me Dr. Mealy's slides.
I'll do. Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh dear, I might have to ask you for it. Sorry.
Sorry.
It's not. Oh yes. Hold on. It's opened. Right. Page.
93.
$293. Okay. Nearly there. So I enlarge that then. Do a bit more. Seems to be completely covered by the 96. The actual.
The asset is, the asset is covered by the 96.
What is it?
That's true.
Oh God! Now I've gone off it now. Hold on. Just a minute. Sorry. Right. Right, I've done that. Yep. Okay.
So, sorry, Mum. I hope this is worth the effort.
Right.
Dr. Doggett, now that we've got those in front of us, would you like to give your analysis of the effect on that heritage asset, please?
Yes, thank you, and thank you for bearing with us, Madam. The reason why I felt it was useful just to refer to the slides is that the slides are blown up in a way that the original document in Dr. Mealy's proof is not. And I think it does very graphically illustrate the impact of the proposed junction on Bexon Court, which I fully accept is not mentioned anywhere in my proof of evidence, but it is mentioned in Miss Soanes's. And when we were going through that yesterday, I have to say that the photograph of this building, which is figure 16, in Miss Soanes' proof, did rather sort of pique my interest. Bexon Court is a good example of a Wealden house, probably dating to about 1500. It is mentioned in the not only the revised edition of Pevsner, which I referred to earlier, but in the original John Newman text written in the early 80s. As a Wealden house, you can stand immediately alongside it in Hawkins Hill Lane, I think it's called. I went and looked at it yesterday evening. And the Wealden house origins of the building are very clear. There's a central infilled range of the Great Hall, which stood in the centre of the house, which was originally recessed, and the jetty has been brought forward. It's a bit of a surprise to me, to be honest, that it is only listed at grade 2. It is a significant building. If you want to look at the list description, I have for once been efficient here, and that is core document 1938. Moving on to the impact on the significance of this listed building, at table 6.1 at page 73 of Dr. Mealer's proof, he refers to discussion with Historic England, and it's a direct quote here, that mitigation of the junction in this location will need to be carefully considered to minimise impacts on the setting of this grade 2 listed building. So it's table 6.1, which is at page 73. We're not really told, what this discussion with Historic England entailed, but it is, I think, pertinent that Dr. Mealer feels that mitigation of the junction in this location will need to be carefully considered to minimise impact on the setting of this grade 2 listed building. At paragraph 29 on page 7 of the proof, we are told that a low level of less than substantial harm would occur to the significance of the setting of Bexon Court as a result of the proposed motorway junction. Miss Soane's assessment, however, I much prefer that less than substantial harm towards the middle of the spectrum would be the result of the proposed motorway junction in such proximity to Bexon Court. I think, from my own part, I would suggest it's possibly a little bit higher than that. If you look at slide 55 in Dr. Mealer's presentation, which we'll all be treated to tomorrow, you will see just how close the motorway junction is to Bexon Court. I'm not saying that when you're standing in the vicinity of Bexon Court that you are unaware that there is a motorway there. The motorway just to the north of Bexon Court is actually in a deep cutting, unlike the almost impressive viaduct that you see further to the west towards Milstead. And you can hear the motorway very clearly when you're standing outside Bexon Court, but critically you cannot see it. But with the proposed motorway junction at this point, you'll be even more aware of the motorway than you are now. As Miss Sains said in her proof, the motorway junction will be elevated. Traffic is shown coming off in both directions of the motorway, and just on the other side of the motorway, of course, where there are currently just agricultural fields, we have the Kent Science Park extension. So in overall terms, I consider there would be quite a high level of less than substantial harm to Bexon Court. It's unfortunate that Historic England have not commented anywhere on Bexon Court, but I think it is a building that you do need to take into account, Madam.
You're saying that the effect on this is the highest of all your assessments, isn't it?
Yes, it probably is, actually. And it did come as a bit of a surprise.
Ma'am, that concludes my examination in chief. Thank you.
Ooh.
Right, we're going to have a little break at some stage.
I know. Would you like to?
Well, I don't know if you want to start.
We could make a start. What, aim for? I could do 20 minutes or something like that. Or
Yeah, I'll do about 20 minutes and we'll have a bit of a break.
Yeah, will do. Okay.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Doggett.
Good afternoon.
All right. So, just to be clear on what I want to do and what I don't want to do, and this is nothing to do with you. I'm just for the inspector's benefit, really. I'm not going to re-ask reams of questions about the same assets, not because I'm assuming your answers would all be the same. It's just because it's not an efficient use of inquiry time. So many of the assets I'm going to be quite light on, or even probably not as much on at all, just because our case, it's my job to put our case. We've sort of done that to a considerable extent to the council already, to Ms Soanes. But anyway, I've got some questions nonetheless for you. Otherwise, it would be a bit boring. You first. Your
Is that an implied promise of some sort?
Thank you. Your proof of evidence sets out how you came to be involved. Your page 5.
Yes.
Earlier on this year, you were contacted. You say at 1.3, and you reviewed the papers that were available on the website. You say on your which is at 1.3 of your proof, and you've got some pre-existing knowledge of the area.
Yes.
What's that?
Well, largely through, I mean, it's an area just slightly to the east of here on the Graveney Marshes. I was involved in a call-in inquiry there, although I didn't actually give evidence at the inquiry itself.
That your pre-existing knowledge of the area was a bit more high level. You've not previously had an opportunity or cause to assess this particular area of Sittingbourne or around Sittingbourne, around the M2 and all the rest of it?
Not directly around Sittingbourne, but
so you'd not been to these assets specifically before?
No.
And what you did was you examined the papers on the website, and then you confirmed that you'd be happy to prepare evidence and indeed to appear.
Yes, no, it looked to me very much from examining the papers, as I say, and having some knowledge of the, well, maybe I should have said the wider area.
Maybe.
I would be prepared to give evidence and appear at the inquiry.
When you say you examine the papers available on the website, you might not remember, but what are you talking about there? Did you read all of the heritage work that had been done
I can't pretend that I read it in great detail. I had to respond fairly rapidly as to whether it was something I would be prepared to do, because there was a limited time in which to prepare a proof of evidence.
No, that's totally
sorry, I'm just trying to answer the question.
No, of course.
I was given the application reference numbers, and I looked at the heritage material that seemed to me to be the most relevant. Obviously, what the applicants had already done at that stage, and the responses from Historic England.
So did you read the heritage assessments from the applicant?
I did not read every single word of them, no.
Right. So my question was, you read them, but you sort of skimmed it, or something like that?
I skimmed it. I am used to skimming documents of great length.
You might be used to skimming documents, but it's a bit unfortunate when you miss quite important things. So you say, for instance, at your 2.6, you refer to a document at 2.6 from 2024, which was something called a clarifications document.
Yes.
And you talk about the fact that, let's just see, you say that Frognal Farmhouse is lumped with other things and as such have not been assessed.
It was at that stage, yes.
Yeah, but if you'd read the original heritage assessment, this was, of course, one in a sequence of documents that led up to the revisions to the ES that have culminated in Dr. Mealy's proof. You would have known that each of these assets were assessed in detail many times over the years.
No, I mean, I looked at the main environmental statement, which I think was written in 2021.
That's right.
And
Is this one of the things that you skimmed?
Yeah, I did skim that environmental statement of 2021, and I thought it'd probably be more relevant to look at the Built Heritage Clarifications document of August 2024.
Well, maybe, Dr. Doggett, next time you do one of these, before you start criticising things for not having been assessed, it might be worth doing more than a skim. But in any event,
well,
your position is, as I understand it, at least it was until about 5 minutes ago, but I'll ask you about the change in a minute from 5 minutes ago. But up until 5 minutes ago, your position was at 1.6 that, let's see, no substantial harm, just to work this through, no harm that could be described as substantial, correct?
There is no harm that can be described as substantial, no.
And until 5 minutes ago, your position was that at its most severe, the level of harm associated with the scheme is between, you were saying, the medium to upper levels of less than substantial.
Yes.
And so at that stage, at least, you were actually with the local authority in Ms. Zones, because that's what she was saying earlier on, that at most, it's not the same as Dr. Mealy, obviously, but she was saying at most it's in that, as she was saying, she called it the medium to high bracket. Not high or very high, but medium to high was her highest. And that was where you were too.
Yes, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but you're the person who introduced the concept of very high
wasn't
medium.
Me. It was Mr. Pereira for the council in re-examination.
It wasn't me. It was the witness. But
oh, fine. Oh, whatever. But it wasn't.
I asked a question.
We're all passing the buck. No, it wasn't me. No, but it was Miss Soanes. But anyway, it doesn't matter who it was. But the point is that until at this stage in your proof, that was where you were. You the most harm that you'd identified on the basis of your skim, followed by your day site visit when you wrote your proof, was in the medium to upper, between the medium and the upper levels of less than substantial harm, is the way you describe it.
Sorry. I did not write my proof at the end of a very long day visiting the site. I mean, I had to write my proof in the 2 or 3 days after that.
Sure.
And I've, of course, looked at the applicant's documents in much more detail before I put pen to paper.
Right. If you'd looked at them in much more detail, you would have noticed, wouldn't you, that the assets that you say weren't separated had... Anyway, it doesn't matter. When did you visit Bexon Court for the first time?
Last night.
Last night?
Yes. The reason I visited Bexon Court, as I hoped I'd explained a few minutes ago, was when Miss Soanes was giving evidence yesterday. It looked to me that Bexon Court was a particularly interesting medieval building.
Right.
It did, I have to say, pique my interest.
Yeah. Okay.
And on a visit again to Milstead last night, I thought I would, go and have a look at Bexon Court before it got dark.
I appreciate
if I may just continue as to why it's been introduced now.
Yeah, okay.
We're being told we're going to be treated to a slide presentation by Dr. Miller tomorrow, and it seemed to me that slides 54 and 55 were pertinent. It is your document, not ours.
What I don't understand what you're talking about. The proofs were exchanged. I don't even know when they were exchanged, but ages ago for heritage.
Yeah.
You had, I would have assumed, thought that you'd covered in your proof the things that you wanted the Inspector and the Secretary of State to have regard to, and the point of this inquiry is to test your evidence, so that I can prepare questions, in advance.
Yes, no, I accept that. I have said that Bexon Court does not appear anywhere in my proof.
There's no good reason why not, is there? Because it's an asset that's been identified as having harm caused to it by Dr. Neely, by Montague Evans over many years, and indeed by Miss Soanes. There's no good reason
it's one of the...
Excuse me, I've not finished the question yet. There's no good reason that it should have simply occurred to you halfway through the oral evidence yesterday if you'd done a thorough preparation of your evidence.
No, I'd done a thorough preparation of my evidence, and it is made clear in my evidence that I'm not dealing with each and every designated heritage asset, and I'm not looking at non-designated heritage assets at all.
No, I know. It's obviously a listed building, isn't it? So this is on the list of designated heritage assets.
Yes.
Where there is a dispute between the council and the appellant about the extent of less than substantial harm that we were going over earlier on, and here you come riding into that dispute, having not mentioned it and not even visited it until under 24 hours ago.
Yes, I visited it as a result, as I say, of Miss Soanes giving evidence yesterday and the PowerPoint presentation that Dr. Miller is giving when he gives evidence.
Have you considered...
So it seemed to me perfectly proper to visit it.
Oh, I agree, it's proper to visit
and
it.
draw it to... the attention not only of the Five Parishes group and the Teynham group, but to the inspector.
Have you
It is there in evidence in front of the inspector already. Not my evidence, I agree, but I'm providing evidence on it now.
I know all of that. My question is why you've not provided any evidence on it before. But have you considered the evidence the written evidence that's before the inquiry on the extent of visibility of the motorway junction from that asset or not?
I have considered it in terms of the limited information that we have about the proposed motorway junction.
Have another go at answering the question. Have you considered the written evidence that's before the inquiry on the extent of the motorway junction's visibility from this asset or not?
Well, if you're talking about transport evidence, I haven't assessed that, no.
I wasn't...
You mean that the ZTVs.
Oh, I did. Sorry, yeah, I meant visibility evidence. So let me just show it you. If I don't know whether you've seen it.
I haven't seen it. As you conceded with Miss Soames this morning, you thought it was entirely reasonable that she hadn't looked at it. I haven't looked at it either.
Let's have a look at it together then. It's core document 100.15. Point 15.
Yes.
So they're separate. You got.
Yeah, I did.
Oh,
have
if you
it
can't,
up on
sorry, if you can't access them, let me know, because then I won't. I'll just move on.
Sorry, my laptop has
You
gone.
can get them from the
gone to
inquiry
sleep.
website if.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, I should
I've
have
got
checked
the
Dr.
core
Doggett.
documents list in
Do
front
you?
of me.
Yeah, these are the inquiry documents.
That is probably going to take me some time to
Oh, okay,
find
fine.
it.
I'll leave it, and I'll ask Dr. Mealy to talk us through it tomorrow. So I'll just leave it with a sort of marker down that there is technical visibility evidence on the extent of visibility between this asset and the motorway junction. You've not considered it, which isn't really surprising because you've only just started talking about this.
I think that's
okay.
a fair summary.
Fair
Mr.
enough.
Simmons.
All righty, we'll come back to that tomorrow. Okay. And it'd be also fair to say, wouldn't it, that your judgment at high level, less than substantial for this asset, is actually, it does depend on your assumptions that you've made about visibility. I think you think it's going to be extensively visible, by that I mean the junction, is going to be extensively visible from the asset.
I do, yes. I mean, I think you yourself said it was 180 metres away from Bexon Court this morning. It's in a field which there is good visibility of.
Fine. So if it turns out, and we'll find out tomorrow or whenever, that you're wrong about the extensive visibility, then the inspector might need to treat your conclusion on high levels of harm with a bit of caution.
I guess so, yes.
Okay, fair enough. Let's move on from that one. On the overall function of your evidence of what you're here to do, you note it's in your section 3, but you set out what para 215 of the framework says, which is the bit about it's at your 3.10. Sorry,
yes.
Page 19, 3.10. It's the policy to do with weighing any less than substantial harm against public benefits.
Yes, very familiar with that.
Familiar stuff.
Yes.
Just to confirm where you sit in terms of the Rule 6 parties as evidence, it's your job to calibrate, if that's the right word, calibrate and describe, obviously, the level of harm that you find, right?
Yes.
And it's not your job, this is obvious, but it's not your job to do any assessing or weighing of public benefits.
No, it's not.
And so you can't, therefore, give a view on, in this case, whether or not 215 supports permission or resists permission one way or the other.
No.
And therefore, when you say in your proof right at the end, on page 31, at 3.48, that you urge the inspector to dismiss the proposals, and then again at 4.11 on page 33, where you say the same thing, that you respectfully urge the inspector to dismiss these proposals. Do you see?
Yes, no.
You're considerably overstepping your brief, because you don't know, because you can't know, how the 215 balance actually operates in this case. You've not done it.
No, well, as you say, it's not my job to do that. I perhaps should have said on heritage grounds.
But even on heritage grounds, the key policy, we agree, is the one you set out, is 215. You tell us how much harm there is, that's fine.
Yes.
But then the policy tells us to work out whether the policy is supportive of or not supportive of consent on heritage grounds as a heritage policy. You've got to do that balance. And so all I'm saying is, I think we agree, it's not really a criticism exactly, but it is a criticism, I suppose, of you saying that ultimately you're purporting to say here that actually the application should be dismissed. You're not in the position to give that evidence. That has to be for a planner.
I'm obviously inviting the inspector to dismiss the appeal. It's not for me to dismiss or allow the appeal.
But you can't even invite her to do that because you've not done the balance that's required by the relevant heritage policy and national policy.
No, but I don't think anyone else has done that balance either.
That's why Dr. Mealy and Ms. Soanes do not say what you say. They do not purport to reach an overall view on whether the application should be approved. Okay. And on the list of things that you don't do, and you were clear about this, and this is not a criticism, you have no understanding of or view on whether the proposed relief roads in the north or the south are a good thing, a bad thing, or an indifferent thing from a sort of wider planning or highways point of view?
No, of course not.
No. Okay, so that will be for others. So if I was suggesting that it was, say, through the Tong Conservation Area, something I was talking about with Ms. Soanes yesterday, an inevitability that the Northern Relief Road, if it's to happen, would need to pass through that conservation area. Your response to me would be, well, that might be, might not be, don't know. It's not part of my brief to consider that question.
No, I mean, I was just posing a question as to, why does it have to go through the conservation area?
Well, come back in a few weeks and you'll hear all about it. Just on some of the words that you used orally and in your written proof, just to query where you're going, if you're going anywhere with them. You referred to, just to give a couple of examples, the Montague Evans work as being of inordinate length. You suggested that there was an intention to deflect from serious impacts. This is also what you say at 3.21 of your proof, but you said it in your oral evidence as well.
Yes.
You talked about it was unsurprising that they'd not done particular things, or like gotten up to the top of the church, and you suggested that they protest that the church views aren't important or whatever. It's fighting talk, it seemed to me. It was odd tone. My question is it your contention that the Montague Evans work in preparation of these applications has been unprofessional? No,
it's not.
So the suggestion that there's a deliberate intention to deflect away from important impacts isn't to be read as a sort of impugning or whatever of the quality of the work that's been done.
No, there is an awful lot of work has been put in looking at the documentary evidence. But what does surprise me, that having done all of that documentary research, is the conclusions that have been reached. I can't help feeling that there is an element of smoke and mirrors here.
Smoke and mirrors?
Yes.
I think you've just said that's, again, sort of more fighting talk. But just to drill into what you actually mean, are you suggesting... Just hang on, let me just ask the question. Sorry. Are you suggesting by that phrase that what's happening here is a deliberate attempt to shroud or to not be clear on the significant impacts that you identify?
No, what I am saying is that by looking at literally hundreds of designated and non-designated heritage assets, and concluding, and I'm not saying that this is wrong necessarily, right, that there is a very low level of harm or no harm at all caused to the significance of these assets, that then you can almost, I don't want to impugn Montague Evans, but I think there is a slight danger that the severe impacts on the most important heritage assets, and I stand by my position that the most important heritage assets that are affected are the Church of St Nicholas of Aldmersham and Frognal Farmhouse. That sort of just caught up in the bigger picture of, no harm or very limited harm. I do find it very hard to accept the reasons that Dr. Miller gives in his proof why there is a very low level of harm on Frognal Farmhouse as the prime example.
Okay, let's just take a step back. On Frognal Farmhouse, hang on. He says low level, less than substantial. Did you say very low?
I might have said very low.
Sorry. Okay. Putting that to one side just for a minute. Are you or I'm not clear on what you're saying. You said you don't want to impugn the evidence of the work of Montague Evans, whilst it would seem impugning it, which obviously you're right to if you think that it's professionally not up to scratch.
No,
but hang on.
Sorry,
just let me answer.
Sorry.
Let me ask you the question. Are you or are you not criticising the professionalism of the work that's been done? And I need to know, because obviously Dr. Mealy needs to know, because if you are, it's going to be really important for him to explain why it is that he's considered the number of assets that he has. If this is a criticism, you're talking about smoke and mirrors, inordinate length. You have said, both orally and in writing, that there's a deliberate intention to deflect, which is quite a contention to make, if that's what you're really saying.
Are
you saying that or not?
What I am saying...
No, answer my question.
No, sorry, I'm trying to answer your question. What I am saying is that in view of the documentary research, the visits that have been made to the area to look at the designated heritage assets, assess their significance. Dr. Miller, quite rightly in my view, shares the view that Frognal Farmhouse and the Church of St Nicholas, Rodmersham, are very important designated heritage assets as a grade 2 star and a grade 1 listed building respectively.
Dr. Doggett,
sorry, I am answering the question. I am answering the question.
Well, he's not. Or I'll ask go, but you really got. Do you remember what the question was?
Whether I was impugning the work of Montague Evans. I'm not impugning the work of Montague Evans. I'm just expressing surprise at the conclusions drawn, given the amount of preparatory work they did beforehand.
Okay. Fine, I think. All right, then. Now's the time. Let's do it now.
I think you're going to be a bit longer than half an hour, aren't you? Mind you, you were twice your time estimate, Mr. Barnes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just you, Miss.
It'll be another 20 now.
That's right. Anyway,
let's
have a break. We'll have till 4:10, please. Thank you. So you're not allowed to
No, yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
It's 2 at the beginning of the list. You get relisted. 2-star at the end of the list. Same document. Just go and tell. One other chat with
Right, it's just now 4:10, so it's time for the inquiry to resume. And if you'd like to carry on, then please.
Thank you.
Mr. Simon.
Could I just raise just one point on the documents that actually Ms. Soames can take the credit for it, if credit's the right word. But Ms. Soames, could I just ask you, Madam, to turn up core document 19.38? This is something that we're going to now have to sort out, which we will, but I just want to raise it so you know what it is.
All right, just a minute. 19. Can I get rid of Bexon Farm?
Well, actually, no. For reasons you're about to see, you can't quite.
Right, okay, just a minute then. So what am I looking for now?
It's the listing for it, so it's 19.38.
19.38. I think this was mentioned before, the listing, was it?
It may have.
I don't know. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe something.
It may be
right.
that we've
Yeah.
opened it, and you should have. I'm hoping the PDF that contains the official list entry.
Yep.
And you will see on page 1, it says official list entry, heritage category, listed building, grade 2, and then further dates and all that sort of thing.
Yep.
But if you turn to page 2, and then you look at details, halfway down, it has, I think, address or whatever it is. And then it's got a few lines down, grade, 2, and then a star.
Right.
So there's a difference between page 1 and page 2. We think, looking at the website now, looking at the website in the break, that the 2-star is correct and not the 2.
Is Bexon Court the same as Bexon Farmhouse then? But it says it's formally listed as. So is the 2-star not related to Bexon Court?
Yeah.
So there isn't a Bexon Court?
Well, it's now listed as Bexon Court. So that
But it is it's the same. It's the same building.
It's the same building, right? Okay.
Yeah. So
I think it's 2-star.
we think it is 2-star, not 2, and so we were going to suggest that. We email.
I've just sent an email to Jess Jenkinson, who's the Inspector of Historic Buildings and Ancient Monuments at Historic England.
HE. Brilliant.
Yeah. And I've copied in Miss Falconer Hall. So that may be the quickest route into her checking that with the listing team.
So hopefully we'll get an answer from. Well, we will get an answer from HE one way or the other. Hopefully, as soon
I
as
hope
possible.
so. Yeah, I'll let you know if I hear anything.
Thank you. I just wanted to let you know, and then we'll hopefully be able to provide clarity. Well, as soon as HE come back.
Sorry, clarity what?
Clarity as soon as as Historic England confirm that it is. We think they're going to confirm that it's 2-star rather than 2, but obviously the list entry is a bit ambiguous.
So is that likely to come fairly soon? Do you think?
I can't vouch for the speed with which I've stressed that we are in mid-inquiry and that it needs to be clarified for your benefit for the wait, if indeed you identify harm in your own assessment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So are we sticking with Bexon Court then?
Just one more question about it, and then we'll move on. But I just wanted to obviously draw your attention to that ambiguity, and hopefully, one way or the other, Dr. Mealer can talk about it tomorrow, and hopefully, HE will get back to us as soon as possible. Just last question on Bexon Court, and then we'll put that away for now. If you just turn your microphone back on, Dr. Doggett, thank you so much. You've talked about, and we agreed that your conclusion on high level of less than substantial harm was predicated on your assumptions that you've made about the extent of visibility with the scheme. Been over all of that, and we'll come back to some of that tomorrow. One point of detail, though, obviously the inspector's going to have to have a good old walk down there at some point again. But I think you said that when you're standing facing Bexon Court, that you can't see the motorway because it's in a cutting. Is that what you said?
You can't see the motorway from immediately outside Bexon Court.
You can see, can't you?
You can.
Can hang on. Just let me again. You're very keen to answer questions that haven't quite yet been verbalised.
Right, okay.
Which is great. But just let me have a go. You can see as you stand outside Bexon Court. If you turn to the right and look up the road, you can see lorries, cars, lights. You can hear all of that stuff as you've accepted already. You can see and hear all the stuff that's happening on the motorway. It's only a field away, obviously, when you're standing right there.
Yeah, yes, you can see high-sided vehicles certainly from there. You're aware that the motorway is there, as I said a few minutes ago, just from the noise. And the motorway there is in a cutting. I can't remember the name of the road that runs up from that crossroads. The Fruits Barn, yeah, yes, thank you.
Just to put
I think, you are aware of the motorway.
Well, you're aware of it because you can see it and hear it.
Yes. My point is that you'll be even more aware of it when there is a motorway junction there.
I won't spend ages on methodology because I did quite a lot of that sort of the approach with Miss Soanes, but just because you've just introduced this point about high level of less than substantial, to you, when you use that language of high level and less than substantial harm, does that imply to us, trying to understand your evidence, that your view is that most of the significance of the asset will be vitiated by consequence of the scheme?
No. Bexon Court, as an example, would, whatever grade it is listed at, and
we'll find out soon.
Yes, and you may recall I did say, and this was not a sort of disingenuous point at all, that I was a bit surprised it was only a grade 2 listing, and I'm hoping it is going to be confirmed that it is a grade 2 star listed building. And that doesn't alter the impact of the proposals on it, but obviously if it is a grade 2 star listed building, then a greater value has to be attached to the building if it's 2 star rather than grade 2. And I think all the heritage witnesses here would accept that.
I'm sure we'd all accept that. I'm sure they would, but that was my question. You accept, regardless of whether it's 2 or 2 star, that of the things that make it important and that contribute towards its significance that I have canvassed already with Miss Soanes, most of that significance will remain intact, whether or not the scheme proceeds, or even if the scheme proceeds.
The physical fabric of the building, the evidence that it is a Wealden house with a former open hall in the central range would remain intact, regardless of the motorway junction proposals.
Views out
but that element of significance of the building as an isolated rural structure, albeit already diminished by the presence of the motorway, would, in my view, be further affected by the motorway junction.
All right, thank you. Changing tack, moving away from Bexon for now. We'll come back to it tomorrow with Dr. Mealy. You say in your proof of evidence at 3.22 on page 22, Have you got that?
I have, yes.
Yeah. At 3.22 on page 22, you say, in my view, heritage harm is at its most serious and irreversible to the two most important individually designated assets affected, and those are the church at Rodmersham, Church of St Nicholas, and Frognal Farmhouse. Then you also note significant harm to conservation areas and the listed buildings they contain. I guess, so I was going to suggest to you that there were the two most serious and irreversible harms relate to those two assets, the church and to Frognal Farmhouse. Should the inspector add Bexon to that list now in on your revised approach, as it were?
I think the inspector should, yes.
Okay, so there are three. So I've asked you a bit about one already. On the other two, on the church... Sorry.
What is it called now? Bexon Court?
Bexon Court.
Yes, sorry.
Yeah, it is Bexon Court, yeah. So Bexon Court. So now it's three that are the most serious in your view. And so just to go over, we've talked about Bexon Court a bit. The church you deal with at 3.25 and 26, and indeed 27. And we won't go into the church in detail at the moment, just because I've asked a few questions about it already, and also because at the end of your 3.25, when you're setting out what Historic England have to say about the church, you underline the bit at the end as being the ultimate conclusion, and then saying at 3.26 you absolutely concur. you see?
Yeah, I mean, this is I can see why you're posing this question.
Not asked anything yet.
Yeah.
I've just said, can you see it?
I can see
You see
it,
where I'm
yes.
reading
Yes,
from. Okay,
yes,
here
yes,
comes the question
yeah,
then.
yeah.
So you're
I
at
think I know
middle.
what's coming. Yeah.
You're at middle less than substantial for
Yeah.
the church. Ms. Soanes is at middle less than substantial for the church, and Dr. Mealy's at middle less than substantial for the church. That's correct. As an HE are at middle less than substantial
yes.
for the church. So everyone's at less than substantial for the church. Sorry, let me have another go. Everyone is at medium level of less than substantial harm for the church.
Yes.
Okay. Well, that's that.
I would just point out that at the end of 325,
325.
Historic England had the right rider to in the middle of the range of less than substantial harm and therefore particularly serious. I mean, I don't know why
Right.
they've added those words, but
Well,
those are Historic England's words, not
It's
mine.
their words, not yours. I don't know why either. If they came along, we could ask them. But in any event, the extent of harm in MPPF terms is broadly agreed in the way that we've just been over.
Yes.
Okay. So that's that. Frognal Farmhouse is the next one that you deal with. This is the third of your most significant assets, as it were. And in the end, you and Historic England are all at upper end. I'm just trying to find where it is. It's on page 25 in the bit that you've underlined. Upper end of less than substantial harm, which is what they say and what you say. It's not the same as Ms. Soanes, obviously. I've asked her about what she says, and it's not the same as Dr. Mealy. He can be asked about it tomorrow. So there's not agreement, unlike for the church, there's not agreement between the various experts on the extent of harm that will be occasioned to the Frognal Farmhouse. Is there?
Not complete agreement there. No.
I'm not going to ask. It's an important asset, obviously. I'm not going to ask questions about its orientation, its historic interest, its fabric, its architecture, its vistas, its views, all of that, just because I've already asked about them. So it's not to. It's not to diminish in any way, or to the evidence that you're giving on it. It's just that I've already, and I'll ask Dr. Mealy about it tomorrow. But just one question, I suppose, of clarification. When you say at 3.34, when you're setting out your opinion, when you say at 3.34 existing views, you see in the first line of 3.34, you're talking about existing views, which you say are essentially, you say in the third line, now, as they've always been, over agricultural fields and add significance to Frognal Farm as a historic farmstead, etc., etc.
Yes.
Do you see where I'm at?
Yes. Yep.
When you say existing views, just to be absolutely clear for the inspector when she's visiting or revisiting, which are the existing views that you are referring to?
I suppose primarily the views to the east towards Teynham.
Towards Teynham.
Yeah, there is modern development visible in those views, but there are also agricultural fields in the foreground of those views.
Your assessment of the existing views to the east are that they are essentially, you say, views over agricultural fields. That's your assessment of what those views.
They, as I say, they do include, they encompass modern development, but there is agricultural fields in the foreground of those views.
Well, I know that, but that's not what you say, is it? I mean, not the end of the world, but you do say, you don't say in the foreground. Your description of the views. That's why I wanted to ask which views you were talking about, because I couldn't work it out from the way you'd written it. You're saying, you say from the views out towards the east that essentially those are views of agricultural fields out to the east, but in fact that's completely wrong, isn't it? That those views have in them roads, modern roads, the railway, obviously, and the trains coming up and down. They've got all of the mid-20th century ribbon development along the roads to the east. You can see houses, you can see all sorts of stuff. It's not, they are not, as you put it, essentially agricultural field views. There's much more going on.
That paragraph is covering not just the views to the east. It is covering the other views to the south.
That's
and
literally why I asked you the question. I said to you, do you remember?
I'm just trying to clarify what the views to the east comprise. They do comprise views looking towards Teynham, in which modern development is visible. But there is also agricultural fields visible in those views
in
as
which
well.
views? Sorry to try not to die in a ditch over it, but you said you're not just talking about the Teynham views. All right then. I mean, my question to you is, what views? When you say the existing views, my question was what views, and you said the views east. We've just agreed that the views east are not essentially of agricultural fields. There's all sorts going on. What are the existing views that you are referring to?
I'm referring to the views to the south, the southeast, and to the east. I do say particularly to the east towards Teynham.
Yeah.
They do encompass some modern development.
Okay.
They do not encompass modern development to the south and the southeast.
They don't encompass modern development. Are you saying that you've been up there? Obviously, have you? You've looked south.
Yes,
so you know that
I
you
say
can.
I've been up there. Yes.
You can see if you're looking south. You can't just see the field, can you? You can see the A2. You can see the.
Yes, in the distance you can. Yes.
Okay. All right. And there's a difference, isn't there, qualitatively? We touched on this with Miss Soanes, between views to the east and views to the south, because the primary facade, more modern facade, I appreciate, but what's now the primary facade of this building faces east.
The Queen Anne wing, which I assume is what you mean by the modern facade.
Well, yeah, more. I appreciate it's relative, but
yes.
The more modern of the two facades.
Yes, that does look east. Yes.
That looks east, and so views out from the east-facing windows are of a particular resonance, because that was a design. The facade was designed with all of its windows facing in that direction.
Yes, and that was obviously designed well before the modern development on the fringes of Teynham are visible to the east.
But that's what I mean. Yeah. There's a qualitative distinction, isn't there, between those views to the east out of Frognal, and indeed, to be fair, to the west as well, because you've got that earlier facade, the original facade faces west towards the barn.
Yes.
There's no facade that faces south. There's no designed building features with the intention of achieving or enjoying views from the south.
No, there was nothing that was deliberately placed there to enjoy views to the south. No.
All righty. Thank you. That was just my question about what views you were talking about, but that's very helpful. Thank you. Now, next on your list, it was the Rodmersham Church Street Conservation Area. And on that one, Rodmersham Church Street Conservation Area, obviously, as ever, I've asked Miss Soanes lots of questions about it and won't repeat them. But just to say, you set out at your 3.36, you set out the HE response, and over the page, on page 27, you underline the conclusions, and the final bit is where they say, overall, in MPPF terms, the harm is likely to be at the middle of the range of less than substantial, and they say, and you emphasise this in your oral evidence, could be higher. You see?
Yes.
And then you say, I fully concur with this statement. You see?
Yes.
And just to sort of put that all into context, the inspector remember, and you'll remember from the oral evidence earlier on, Dr. Mealy's at medium level less than substantial, middle of the range of less than substantial, and Miss Soanes is at middle to high less than substantial, and that's the debate as between the council and Dr. Mealy. That's what the debate is. Mm-hmm. So HE are basically in the same range, aren't they? I mean, they say it's in the middle. They would support in the end what Dr. Mealy says, but they do say it could be higher. I don't know whether it is or not in their view, but they say it could be. And so if it could be, then it tends towards Miss Soanes. But I mean, that's it, and that's where you are too. Mm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So,
that's where
which is all to say,
well. Yeah.
There's not really an enormous amount between all of us on the impacts, on the level of impact on Rodmersham Church Street, for the reasons that are all set out here. And indeed, in the end, actually, HE put it in the middle, which actually supports Dr. Mealy's view, and you agree with them. I mean, they say it could be higher. They don't say it is higher, like they do for Frognal. Do they?
They say it could be higher.
It could be. Lots of things could be.
Yeah, I mean, I don't quite know why they've expressed it like that.
But if I could put it like this, you say you fully concur with them. What you don't say is, HE have said middle could be higher, whereas I, Dr. Doggett, say higher. That's not your case.
In the case of the church, I am content with in the middle range of less than substantial.
Well,
I mean, the terminology does alter slightly, but I would say it is in that middle range. Yes.
Good stuff. Well, that, I mean, then we're on the same page. Next one is the Rodmersham Green Conservation Area, and again, there's really not much in it. I mean, the which is not a criticism of you, obviously, because it's because it suggests that actually we're all moving in the right direction. You set out on page 27 what HE have to say, and then right at the top of page 28 of your proof, you're underlining again what their conclusions are. And they say on the Rodmersham Green, lower end, less than substantial. Do you see?
Yes.
And that's at the end of your 3.38. You're quoting HE. Now that's them, and you agree, lower end. In fact, as it happens, Dr. Mealy and Ms. Soanes agree very low, less than substantial. But in any event,
yeah, I don't think
the debate is between, just so that the inspector's clear, HE and you, Dr. Doggett, at low end, less than substantial, and Dr. Mealy and Ms. Soanes at very low. That's what it boils down to.
Yeah, I would remain at lower rather than very low.
Yeah, of course. No, I know that. I'm just trying to sort of explore what the extent of the debate is. All right then. Well, that's that one. The Tong Conservation Area is the next one that you deal with at your 3.40 and 3.41, and same sort of story. You set out a summary of what HE say, and you underline the key bits, and then you say you agree at 3 or 3.41.
Yes.
And for Tong, the situation there is that HE say it would be towards the upper end. They say this about 4 or 5 lines from the end of your 3.40, which you've underlined.
Yes.
And you agree with that. Yeah, and you agree with.
Yeah. Yes.
And
yeah.
So on Tong, we're in a slightly different situation because just get the right. I'm just going to make sure I'm not misquoting it. Tong, there it is. So Tong, you were at upper end. Does that mean high level, less than substantial harm? Just to understand, is that what that means in your view, or what do you think it means?
Sorry, could you just repeat that?
Sorry, that reference to upper end, I'm assuming that what that means, it's all just slightly different terminology.
Yes.
Have you understood that to mean essentially a high level rather than low, medium to high or anything else? Yeah. A high level of less than substantial harm?
Yeah, I would take that. I would understand that to mean the higher end. Yes, higher, upper.
So more than medium to high, but in fact high.
Yes.
So it's that we're in the territory on your account of the Tong Conservation Area of being in that very high area of less than substantial harm that's just below where you get to substantial harm. Is that correct? Is that your assessment?
It's clearly not substantial harm.
Sure.
Yeah, I suppose there is that debate as to whether there is such a thing as a difference between high and very high.
Oh, well, fine. Well, you tell me. I mean,
I would, put it towards the upper end of the higher spectrum.
So we're getting right up there, I think, on your case. As the inspectors described it earlier, there's this sort of almost like a sliding scale. But you're right, you're basically right at the top of the less than substantial harm sliding scale on your case for Tong, for the conservation area.
Yes.
So there's not... when you say it's clearly not substantial harm, can you just explain why not?
Well, I mean, if and this was discussed yesterday, I mean, if the development goes ahead, it won't mean the end of the Tong conservation area, in that it would then have to be de-designated.
And why is that?
Conservation area, because there are still, substantial elements of significance remaining in it.
And what would they be?
They would be the buildings towards the northern end.
The mill pond and the way that the buildings interact with the mill pond.
Yes.
The ability to appreciate the different layers of interlocking history.
But as Ms Soanes was saying, your ability to appreciate that from either in the conservation area or indeed just outside it would diminish as a result of the road going across it.
From where in the conservation area do you say it would diminish your ability to appreciate that?
Well, I mean, particularly from the southern end by the Spring Head and its immediate vicinity.
But you can't appreciate the buildings and the mill pond and all of that stuff from the southern end of the conservation area at the moment, can you? You can't see it.
You can understand the... the trouble is, we're just going to repeat, the debate from yesterday.
I don't think so. I didn't ask this question yesterday. You say that you can appreciate. You said, I think, that your ability to appreciate the buildings, the mill pond, and all the things we were just talking about will be diminished from within the conservation area. And I said from where, and you said from the southern bit near the Spring Head, and I said. But you can't see any of it from there, and you don't know. I mean, you can walk along it, and ultimately you get there.
Yes.
But
or if you're coming in the other direction.
Coming in what direction?
Coming from the north towards the Spring Head.
If you're coming.
I think there is an interrelationship between the two, and it may not be purely visual. It is
purely visual. I mean, you can't see it at all. I mean, there's no visual relationship between those aspects at all, is there?
But you are aware of the historical associations between the two elements.
You might be.
Functional relationship.
I wasn't, but anyway, all right then. Okay, on Tong, and I won't ask any more questions about Tong for now, but you did make a point about interpretation panels. You were asked in your evidence in chief about Dr. Mealy's evidence to do with mitigation of and enhancements to the area. Do you remember? And you said, I've used words to the effect of, I've used interpretation panels in my time, and in the future no one will bother reading them. Do you remember?
Yes.
It's a bit of a depressing indictment on interpretation panels.
True.
But there you go. Have you actually read what's proposed in Tong?
I've had a look, yes.
You've had a look.
Yes.
You've got a skin.
Interpretation panels are amongst the...
Yeah. Do you remember any of the other stuff?
Clearing out the Spring Head. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's also... I mean, just have a quick look at it if you would. I mean, I don't want to waste it. Well, I'll just... It's Dr. Mealy's Appendix 9... there is pagination actually in the it's paginated page 112 if that helps, or PDF page 114.
Sorry, this is in the appendices, isn't it?
Of Dr. Mealy's
proof. Yeah. And is it Appendix 9?
That's right, yeah. PDF page 114 if you've got it digitally.
Yeah, I have. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
You tell me when you're there. So, sorry.
Yep. No, I'm there.
Good. So we're looking at a Feb 25 heritage mitigation draft prepared by Montague Evans with heritage mitigation measures. Do you see? And then there's the heading, the Tong Conservation Area in the left-hand side.
Yep.
And then
it's a draft document. Yeah.
That's right.
Yep.
That's right. Yeah. And it's got.
Yes, no, I do recall.
It's got. You recall it, do you?
Yeah.
You've seen this before.
Yes, I have. Yeah.
There's all sorts of stuff, isn't there? I mean, there's interpretation boards, which is, let's have a look, at point 4. There's no indication of where the spring is. It's not signposted. It's not marked. Do you see? Mm-hmm. I mean, that'd be a good thing if it was marked, so that lay people could actually understand what on earth is going on there. Right?
Yes.
Do you think?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. But as
because you keep talking about how people will be able to understand these connections between, even though they won't be able to see them, between the spring head and the stuff that's going on where the mill is, but they won't be able to understand them if no one tells them. Will they?
No, but if there was a road immediately to the north passing in an east-west direction across the conservation area, I doubt many people are going to be going there to look at the interpretation panels.
Right, okay.
As Miss Soames put it, it would be a very high price to pay.
High price to pay.
Yep.
Right. All right then. And that's your position on all this stuff?
It is. Yeah.
Okay. So but it's all beneficial, isn't it?
It is all beneficial in a minor way, yes.
In a minor way?
Yeah.
Okay. Because we do want, don't we, eventually to try and understand what this conservation area is actually all about, don't we? That'd be useful. If we're going to be relying on its significance as being one of historical associations, there's no indication of what those associations are.
Yeah, no, that's true.
Okay.
Yeah.
Righto, thank you. Nothing more on Tong. Almost there, promise. Tunstall is your next one. At your proof, page 29. Page 29, you set out, this is of your proof of evidence.
Yes.
Page 29, Tunstall. You set out HE's view, which you agree with, and I'm not going to spend much time on Tunstall, but at page 30, HE say low end, less than substantial, lower end, less than substantial.
Yeah, lower end. Lower end is.
Is that that's a fair correction? Me reading it as summarising it is low. Do you think lower? Do you think lower is different to low, less than substantial harm?
I think it is potentially different from the low end. It is the lower end of the spectrum rather than the bottom rung of the spectrum, if I can mix my metaphors.
Help me out. If we were using the scale that is agreed with Miss Soames of no harm, very low, less than substantial, low, less than substantial, medium, high, and maybe even very high. But, sorry, this is all in the statement of common ground. So it's no harm, obviously, is no harm. Then very low, less than substantial harm. Above that, low, less than substantial harm. Above that, medium. And above that, high. And then there is square brackets, I think, very high, because that was something that came out in Ms. Soames's re-examination. But it doesn't matter for the purposes of this question. So if it's no harm, very low, less than substantial, low, less than substantial, or moderate, or whatever, what does lower end mean, in your opinion? I mean, you've agreed with them and you adopt what they say. So how much harm is it?
First of all, obviously, it is only my opinion.
Well, of course, that's what we're here to talk about.
And my interpretation of lower could mean between low and middle end.
Oh, right. Oh, dear, right. Oh, I wish HE were here. But putting aside what they might have meant, you agree with whatever they said. Does that mean that your own opinion...
Yeah, it's not towards the upper end.
No, I get that lower's not towards upper, but just one more go. Is it your opinion, Dr. Doggett, that when it comes to Tunstall, is it your opinion that the extent of less than substantial harm to the Tunstall conservation area could be described as low to medium? Is that your view?
Yes.
So that puts you at quite considerable odds then with, which was perfectly fine, but not just with Dr. Mealy, but with Ms. Soames, who puts the extent of heritage harm to to Tunstall at very low, less than substantial harm for all the reasons that she went over.
Yeah, well...
But you don't have to agree with her, obviously.
No,
but
I
I'm just trying to help the inspector with working out what the...
everything she says, no.
No, of course not. Of course not. Of course not.
Let's put it like this. I would say that the level of harm caused to the Tunstall conservation area is lower or lesser than it is to the Rodmersham Church Street conservation area.
Right, hang on. Let me just remind myself what you said about that one. Rodmersham Church Street.
Yes, yeah.
That was one you were at, but you were at...
Yes, that's...
You were at medium there. Medium could be higher.
Yeah, yeah.
And so this is lower than that. Okay.
Yes.
We'll try and work out where it is.
It's probably, slightly higher than it is to the Rodmersham Green conservation area.
It's higher than, is it, it's higher than Rodmersham Green, is it? Okay.
I would say so, slightly.
Would you?
Yes.
Oh,
yeah.
Gosh. Rodmersham Green was lower end of less than substantial. Well, it is. No, it is. No, just to take it in, I should have asked this question earlier. Rodmersham Green, you and HE are at lower end of less than substantial harm. Just to remind ourselves, Rodmersham Green. I thought he was at the lower end. He is. That's right. Yeah. I know exactly. That's.
Sorry, this one. We've just learnt that means low to medium.
Well, I'm not sure what we've learnt really, Dr. Doggett. For Rodmersham Green, you were at lower end, less than substantial harm. Just to remind ourselves, both council and applicant are at very low levels of less than substantial harm for Rodmersham Green. And for Tunstall also, you were at lower end. And just to remind ourselves, same thing, applicant and council are agreed at very low levels of less than substantial harm. So you've used the same descriptor, lower end, for both Rodmersham Green and Tunstall. I think what you're now saying is that in fact there's a differentiation you'd like to make.
I'm not saying there's a differentiation on that spectrum. I'm just saying that I think there's possibly a slightly greater degree of harm to the Tunstall conservation area.
There's more to Tunstall, is there?
Yes.
Right.
I thought Tunstall was what we were just talking about.
No, it was. It was, absolutely. No.
I think you said, didn't, if I'm right, that the harm to Tunstall conservation is lower than the harm to Church Street.
Yes.
But higher than the harm to Rodmersham Green conservation area.
That's your take.
That's correct. Yeah.
So could Tunstall be described? So I just want to try and understand what you're actually, where you're pegging it. Is Tunstall the one that's at low to medium in your view, as the inspector sort of indicated? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll ask Dr. Mealy to comment on that, but just if I can, just one, because I thought we were going to be almost agreeing on Tunstall, but it turns out we don't quite, which is fine. The on Tunstall, if you could just, obviously I've asked some questions about it earlier on today, but if you could just turn up the conservation area appraisal at 19.12.
Hold on. I can get rid of Bexon Court, can't I?
You can.
19.12.
And when you get there,
yeah, okay.
page 24.
Yes.
Lovely. We've seen this already, but just to test your evidence on it. So you're saying low to medium significance. We've been over what I've been over with Miss Soanes already. What all of the
low to medium harm, not low to medium.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's a long day. Low to medium, less than substantial harm is what I meant to say. Yeah. We've been over what makes this particular conservation area important. We've been over what the distances are between the road and the built development that's proposed. We've seen all of that stuff. We've got the summary of significance table in blue on page 24. Mm-hmm. And we've got all of the different things that make this conservation area important. The small settlement historically centred on the medieval church, etc. the winding eccentricity of the road, the architectural contribution made by several listed buildings, non-designated buildings, the eclectic mix of traditional building styles. So far, no impact at all from our scheme on any of them.
No.
Next, frontage, boundary walls, railings and fences are a defining feature. Sounds important. So no impact from our scheme on that at all. Is there?
No physical impact, no.
Well, no impact at all. But I mean, there's no impact on the frontage, boundary walls, railings and fences, is there?
No.
The next one is the point about the strong historic and visual and functional link between the village and its surrounding landscape.
Yeah,
right?
That I believe would be adversely.
Would be adversely affected. And I think we do too, which is why we've accepted, although we put it at very low level of less than substantial harm, which as Miss Soanes did as well, very low level of less than substantial harm. Just to be clear, though, the core of and we went over this with Miss Soanes, but it's right, isn't it? The core of the conservation area around the buildings, around the church, as is described in the first bullet, centred on the church and Tunstall House, etc. There's no visual relationship at all.
Yeah, it remains a small settlement, historically centred on the
hang on,
church,
I haven't finished.
yes.
Yeah, no. What I was going to say was, from that area, which is the core of the conservation area, there's no visual relationship at all between the application site and the historic centre of the conservation area.
Not if you're in the centre of the conservation area. No, I accept that.
The next bullet is green spaces between and around buildings that bring the countryside in to the village. We don't impact any of them, do we?
Not directly, but the green spaces and spaces between buildings do allow views out into the open countryside.
Yeah, no, I get that. But that's the previous bullet. I mean, that's what the previous bullet's all about, is views out. Anyway, all right, fine. And the penultimate bullet is the trees. We don't affect the contribution they make to the village, obviously, do we?
No.
And the final one's about the connections with the families.
No, and obviously you don't.
So, I mean, the inspector's been already, I'm sure, and can go back and have a look again. But it's right to record, isn't it, that on almost all of the things that actually matter about this conservation area that contribute to its significance, our scheme makes absolutely no difference at all. That's correct. On an agreed basis.
If you're just doing it purely
just doing it on
numerically, you're correct, yes.
Yeah, we wouldn't do it numerically. What I do want to do is actually focus not just on can you see stuff, but on what actually matters for the purposes of designating conservation areas.
I do maintain that the strong historic, visual and functional link between the village and its surrounding landscape is adversely affected by the application proposals.
Thank you very much.
And it's obviously for the inspector to decide how much weight she wishes to give that.
Okay, thank you. And last, but very much not least, Milstead. Milstead is the last asset you deal with in your proof. And on that one, you are acknowledging, to be absolutely fair, on page 30, this is of your proof, 3.44, Milstead, as you say, of a lower order in terms of the impacts on significance compared to the other things that we've been talking about.
Yeah, yes, I do.
Okay. And that's in part because there's no intervisibility at all with anything that we'd be doing.
Well, I mean, I don't think there was direct visibility of the proposed motorway junction from Milstead, which is why I've been back on 2 occasions just this week to absolutely establish that. But I do feel that there is likely to be light spillage, light pollution, whatever you want to call it, from the proposed new junction.
When you've visited... Oh, sorry, didn't mean to cut you off. So sorry.
That may, have an effect on the character and appearance of the conservation area when you're standing or walking within the conservation area.
That belief that you have explained, on what is that belief predicated? Have you actually done any analysis of how likely it is that you will actually see anything at all?
No, I haven't done a a professional analysis, but
No.
I do know what a motorway junction looks like.
Well, yeah, that's true. I suppose we all do.
Yeah, everyone does. I'm
The
not claiming any special knowledge.
no, fair enough. When you visited several times. You said Milstead Conservation Area. Were you aware? I think you were aware. I think you said you were, but you were aware, weren't you, of the M2 and of the noise that comes from the M2 as you were walking around Milstead? Were you?
Yeah, yes, there is some noise when you are in Milstead itself, in the historic core of Milstead.
If we briefly turn to the actual Milstead appraisal, which is a document I think you went to in your evidence in chief. It's core document 19.26.
Yes.
Last document. Not at all. This is obviously the appraisal. The key positive characteristics of the area are all set out on page 25. Oh, is it page? Yeah, it is. PDF page and paginated page 25.
So relief they're the same?
Yeah, they are. I know. Isn't that great? That should be a rule. Yeah,
The summary of
I know.
the
Good question.
significance.
I tried to find them. I don't think this appraisal. Oh, hang on. Oh no, there is one. Sorry, there is one. Sorry, I'd missed it. I was looking for that. But it's not blue, so I'd missed it. Page 8 is the right table. Sorry.
Yeah, that's it.
That's what happens when you colour all of them in blue and not one. People just go right past it. Okay, so just to be, this is on page 8. We've actually got the summary of significance for Milstead. Yes.
Yes.
And it's got, just to sort of whiz through, Roman finds in the vicinity, potential Roman archaeological potential. Woodland, ancient woodland.
That remains true. Yes.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, no, I'm just quickly whizzing through just to orient ourselves, if you like. The origins of the village: 12th and early 13th century, small nucleated village, church with 12th century origins, etc. Manor house, Hogshaws for dating to 1450. Group of important nationally important vernacular buildings. That's the first sort of column. We wouldn't affect the ability to appreciate any of that.
No, they remain. Obviously, yes.
The next bit, the old rectory, built around 1834. Locally important buildings, number of them. Locally important built features, including the church, the beer house, storage for beer. And the walls to the manor on Frinstead Road, shared public realm along lanes and roads with lacquer pavements, modern street infrastructure, high brick walls, hedges, trees. It's lack of open space. That's not something that we get into. Wooded boundaries, historic fields on the west side with wooded boundaries, historic links to a particular family. And a long history of cricket. That sounds lovely. Just to be absolutely clear, our scheme wouldn't impact at all on the appreciation or significance of any one of the matters that contribute to the significance or special interest of the conservation area.
Not directly, no. But I'm just remain concerned that they may all be sort of backlit by light from the proposed motorway junction.
Yeah. And lastly, there's a views plan on page 26. and a number of views are indicated through the key. Some of them are fixed views, some of them are dynamic views, some of them are panoramas or focal point, some of them are dynamic panoramas, which sounds nice. Anyway, none of the relevant views have anything to do with our scheme at all.
Well, they are views within the conservation area itself.
That's right,
yes.
because unlike the others, there's no indication that views out in the direction of our site has anything to do with it contributing towards the significance of this conservation
not
area.
to these views within the conservation area. No.
Yeah, but there aren't any that are identified out. That's my point.
Well, there isn't another map, is there? This is the map identifying views within the conservation area.
And the reason that there isn't another map, Dr. Doggett, because we've seen other maps where there are views out of different conservation areas identified. The reason this is the only one is because there aren't any views out towards our site anyhow.
No,
hang on, not quite finished. There aren't any views out towards our site that were thought to be of any relevance at all to the reason that this conservation area is so significant.
I've already accepted that the likelihood is that you will not be able to see the proposed motorway junction from Milstead.
Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Doggett. Madam, those are all my questions.
Thank you.
Didn't think I'd have any questions, but I have got one or two, I'm afraid. Just as we've gone along, yeah, you said, hang on, let's just make sure I'm not. You said, hold on, I've got to just write the answers. A minute. I might have misheard what you said here, but you said Frognal Farmhouse, we know, is a Grade 2 star listed building.
Yes.
But you said something about equating to a Grade 1 listed building. What did you mean by that?
No, I simply meant that in terms of the need for a local authority in what I refer to, I think, as the planning regime, Grade 1 and Grade 2 star are dealt with in the same manner.
Sorry, could you elaborate a bit more?
For instance, on an application for listed building consent, it would have to be referred to Historic England, whether it's Grade 2 star or Grade 1.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Right, let's clear that up. Yep. Then you said, in relation to Frognal Farmhouse, you felt that it was, this is about this spectrum again, I'm afraid, I just want to be clear. You said it was on the upper end of less than substantial harm.
Yes.
So, sorry, I still don't quite, so on our, where are we? On Miss Soanes's, her spectrum, if you like. So we've got, I won't go through it all, but so it's obviously above medium. So we've got medium, and then we've got high, and then we've possibly got very high, and then we've got substantial. So I wasn't quite sure whereabouts on that you felt the harm lies. For Frognal.
To be honest, I'm not sure I'm entirely sure either.
Upper end.
It is certainly the upper end, whether that is...
What does that mean?
High or very high, I think it is difficult to say.
Okay. But you think it's high or very high?
Yes.
All right. Just in relation to Frognal, you haven't really mentioned the barn at all.
No.
Got any views on that?
I mean, it is a barn that has 16th century origins, I think, but the great majority of it was, and here I'm certainly at one with Dr. Mealer and Ms. Soanes, it was largely rebuilt in the very late 19th, early 20th century as a result of a serious fire. It has recently been converted to domestic use, residential use, which does affect its character and appearance and its significance. But what I would say is I've seen far worse barn conversions than that. It is still instantly recognisable as a barn, and as a result of that, it still does have a, it's not a functional relationship anymore, but the historic functional relationship between the barn and the farmhouse as part of the farmstead is still discernible.
What about the relationship with the agricultural land? Because that would remain, wouldn't it? The functional relationship with the farmhouse, that wouldn't be affected, would it?
No, the barn would remain, and insofar as the setting of the farmhouse and the barn are not adversely affected, there would still be that historical evidence, if you like, that the barn did once serve the farmhouse.
Yeah, but I suppose I'm getting at then what would be the effect then on the barn of the, in your view, of the proposed development, i.e. the loss of the agricultural land around it? Because we know what you feel about the Frognal Farmhouse.
Mm-hmm.
You haven't really said what you feel about the barn or the farmstead.
Yes, I would say it would be harmful.
Well, in what in what level?
In that it would not now no longer be as clear as it is today that is a barn that served the farmland, that in turn served the farmhouse and the barn as part of that farmstead.
Right. So I mean, we're in less than substantial harm territory, presumably, but where do you think it would lie then?
So at a
Hadn't you really given much thought?
I haven't given a lot of thought to
Okay.
it, to be honest. I would say probably a middle range there.
So you think there'd be a medium less than substantial harm on significance, notwithstanding the fact that it's been converted to residential and the immediate setting, i.e. the farmyard, it's not, well, that's obviously not a farmyard anymore, it's still there, isn't it, to be able to see?
Yes.
I mean, I don't know. You think it's medium?
Yeah. Yes. I would. Yeah. But I would be prepared to sort of concede lower to medium. I think with the barn.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Now. So again, this is this thing about upper end of less than. I think actually, I think I'll leave that. I think I'll understand what you're saying there. Okay. I think that's everything. Yeah, I think we'll leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Indeed,
Thank you.
Dr.
Thank you.
Doggett.
Nothing from me, Mum.
All right. Well, Mr. Townsend. You've been sitting there very patiently, haven't you? But, it is 5:10, and I think we would do you an injustice by starting you now, really. So if you're happy to come back tomorrow, are you all right with that?
Thank you.
I think it's better
Thank you.
to do
No,
that. I think
definitely.
we're all, you know, we've had quite a long day, haven't we?
There was us worrying about starting Dr. Mealy this afternoon and
Yeah,
all of
well,
that. What a wasted conversation that
Maybe
one
we
was.
finish them tomorrow now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Anyway, so we'll be first on with you then. All right, tomorrow morning. So with that, then, anything else anyone wants to raise before we? No, thank you very much, Dr.
Oh, there was Councillor Bonney has something.
Oh,
Sorry.
you have for something.
Mum, no, I'm actually chairing a meeting tonight, and I thought I was chairing it in here, but I don't know if they've given you any instructions
No,
or
I
not.
haven't.
Oh,
I
wait,
don't
if not,
think so.
maybe I'm in the neighbouring room. Okay.
Oh, well, I'll ask Yvonne whether we got to take our stuff out.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Pass.
Don't forget to clear all your cups away, by the way.
I know. Sorry.
Yes, there's been lots of moaning about
I know. I think
behind
I
things.
I might be
Well,
responsible.
Simon,
Sorry.
make sure that you all take your stuff.
We'll do
I
our
will
best.
go and just ask them, but the inquiry's adjourned till 9:30.
Thank you.
tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Exactly. God, that'd be awful.